All right, what's up, my friends? Bob Billions is here. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, everybody? How's it going? We named our Clash of Clans clan the Barbarians in honor of Rob the Barbarian. Thanks, dudes. Hey, let's go. That's a nice name. Hey, everybody, how you doing? We have a great weekend, a great day ahead, guys. Today, we're gonna get Season 8 news. We're also gonna get mid-season patch notes, or patch news, whatever it's gonna be. It's gonna be a ton of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, thank you so much, Johnson, man. Love your stuff, Rob. Keep it up. I will, dude. Thank you so much. You also stay cool, man. Stay hungry. Trophy Hunter. Let's go. Oh, this stuff is very loud. Oh yeah, a new solo leveling episode tomorrow. That's gonna be lit, man. My solo leveling, if you need a good anime to watch, dude, that's the play. Solo leveling is so sick. How are you, my man? I'm doing great, dude. What's up? Wait, 220, that's not right. Wait, the Campfire is in... I gotta open this. That's the second time I'm running this. Okay, this is not right. It's 52, right? So we have the news coming in 2 hours, 50 minutes. Can you update the Whirlwind Barb guide? It is updated. This is the current version that I play. What update do you want? Hey, Johnson, thank you so much for the T1 sub as well. Hey, Super Rob, how are you? I'm doing great, guys. What's up? Welcome in. It's soon TM. It's gonna be great today. There's also a couple articles that come out. Apparently there's a new interview here from Rod Ferguson I want to check as well, where they talk about the blasters and the different like people that are playing the game. I haven't seen the full article yet. We could check that. Let's see. Yeah, many people linked me this article. I saw you use Shaco. Well, you know, there's like many different variants of it. So you probably are looking for this barbarian here, right? This is the teleport barb. This is the one that I'm using to hunt goblins. Is that what you're looking for? Like you can click up here and then there's like a bunch of different variants. I use the Shaco to hunt the goblins because the cooldown reduction works for the spur of your mount that allows you basically to do like a burst of speed on your mount like much more frequently, right? Ashamas, hey, what's up? I hope that helps. I have a lazy druid rocking hardcore. Thanks to you. Nice, man. Karen build. Let's go. Yeah, that one is fantastic. Living the dream, man. Living the dream. Gonna go good. No, I get it. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, we always have like multiple variants if you want to check out any of the builds. Yeah, okay, the interview with Rod Ferguson about the blaster, living the dream. I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to look at. Is it this one here from Video Gamer? Blizzard's next Diablo 4 expansion has been delayed, once again causing a spike in players complaining about the lack of content. You know, all this complaining, it comes from a place of passion. Yo, we're live. Oh, Blaze, what's up, man? Yo. Diablo 4 lead wants to stop appeasing blasters that rush through content and claim that there's nothing to do. Wait, what is the translation for appeasing? It doesn't really sound what is happening. Okay, beruhigen. Besänftigen. Besänftigen! Okay, this is the translation. Huh. They have never been doing this, though. Yeah, but they want to stop catering to blasters. Like, when have they done this? They're not doing this from the beginning. They're always And I mean, this is probably the right decision. They're always catering to the new player experience. I feel like they've never been doing this in the first place. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna get much content then. Yeah, I'm not so sure. So this basically means they're not doing stuff. I mean, we will see today, right? That basically means they're not really looking to expand the endgame. Is that true? Or how do you talk? Diablo 4's lead wants to stop appeasing blasters that rush through content and claim there's nothing to do. I just want to make sure that I understand this right. I don't feel they've ever appeased to this type of player. They've always had, and this is probably the right business decision, always had the casual gamer in mind first. Diablo 4 has ever so slightly been delayed, once again causing a spike in players complaining about a lack of content. With new events and seasons coming to the game at regular intervals, head of Diablo, Rod Ferguson, wants to forget. I think they're like laying some words in his mouth, man. Diablo 4's Rod Ferguson wants to forget about players who rush through content and focus on players who gave a few hours a day to play. Oh man, this sounds so negative. What? I mean, there's no way he would say it like that. That's just a negative. That's just a PRL. This is like a sus. I don't know, man. Like, who linked this to me? This sounds like very sus. Like, what did he actually say? He wants to forget about players who rush through content and focus on players who only have a few hours a day to play. But I feel like he's like, the team majority already focuses on that. Diablo 4 won't focus on blasters anymore. Speaking to journalists at Campfire, paywalled. Paywalled. Ferguson explained. I mean, this article is just like, I don't know, man. Like, this is like sus. Yeah, and that's what I've been saying, right? It's Diablo's focus has always been on a newer player, and that is good for the game. Like, that's why the game has so many more players than many other games. But one doesn't, you know, fully neglect the other. Like, you can have a good new player experience, which Diablo 4 already has, and at the same time still have a viable endgame. Right? Yeah, if that's true, I would really want to hear what exactly he said. Diablo 4's battle pause will be removed as Blizzard feels they are antiquated system that doesn't engage players. News of the day. Wait, is that in this interview? I don't know how long this is. Yeah, I mean... Okay, this just sounds very negative to me, man. But I would be very interested in what exactly was said. There is a lot of pressure to feed the blasters, Ferguson told the journalist. The content creator who's an influencer or a tastemaker will be out there saying there's nothing to do. Yeah, okay, this definitely is true to a big degree, because people who stream the game, they usually have quite a lot of hours invested into the game, like me, for example, and is gonna, on average, not everybody, but on average, is gonna get through the content much faster, right, than somebody who would not have that. That's how I take it. No endgame activities coming. I mean, we'll see today, guys. I don't know, this article... Yeah, it seems Let me actually move this down. It seems a bit sus. Let's be honest. The trailer for D5. Ferguson explained that this demand from players is the reason why the game is currently tuned very fast. I've definitely noticed this with Season 7, where the pace is extremely fast. Combat has been echoed by fans, slower RPGs like Diablo 2. Is Diablo 2 really much slower? Like in the end game in Diablo 2, you have Enigma or you have Teleport on your Sorcerer, and you are just blitzing through the entire game anyways, right? Maybe the early game, because you have to do the story and stuff. The early game in Diablo 2 is a bit slower than in D4, but it's a positive thing. I also like this very much in PoE 2, where especially Act 1 in PoE 2 feels great because the pace is kind of slow, it's like very atmospheric, you have like incredible boss fights, and like, I don't know, just like a great atmosphere overall. I think PoE 2, the best part about PoE 2 from my perspective right now is Act 1. The Act 1 experience is just, it's just a masterpiece, man. And Diablo 2 obviously is in the same category like that. With this in mind, players who speed through content have been the focus on the game since launch, but slower players are being left behind. You start to worry a little bit because they are like, we have 12 weeks, 10 weeks, people need stuff to do. And if you can go through this quickly, you start to go, okay, what can we be doing and how do I think how fast this is? Literally this morning, my X thing goes off and I look at the notification and it's a person saying, I just wanted to tell you that I love the current season. Yeah, can't forget about those guys. Yeah, of course. And they don't really do that, right? This is like a more casual player who doesn't have that much time. He also can finish the season. But do we really want to have a system in the end where every player, like even if you only have 1 hour a week to play, can kill like the hardest bosses and stuff? Because I disagree with that. If you are not putting in any effort, if you're not putting in any hours, you should not be expected to do the hardest endgame content. But that's the case right now. Like, I mean, the hardest boss is probably Lilith, and people can kill Lilith after a few hours of playing. Like, what is that guy missing out on? Or like killing Duriel, but how long does that really take to kill Duriel? This is like socialism, yeah. It's like, you know, so we want everybody to do it, so we take it away from the people that that like the game, so that play a bit more hours, and take it to the people that like don't play that much or don't have time to play that much. Yeah, we are not just killing the hardest boss, we're actually one-shotting them. Yeah. I mean, this is a problem of nowadays generation. It's like, you always want this like instant gratification, right? Like, but in ARPGs, I feel the way is the goal. Like, if you just get everything for free, if every boss gets one shot, you will not remember the fight and it gets boring very fast. I feel like that's the problem with like my generation and younger, where people just always want that instant gratification, you know? If they can't kill the boss within 10 minutes of playing, then it's the game sucks. Blizzard's work on Diablo 4 is far from done. Okay. I agree with that. I mean, it's a live service game. It'll never be done. Yo, hey, what's up? JT, what's up? Welcome in, man. We're just checking out this interview. And do we have the Campfire chat? Is there a timer? In 2 hours is Campfire chat. Then we'll see what this means. While the game won't be receiving annual expansions, more expansions are being planned. Paladin, hello. The game will continue to receive new seasons, with changes in release schedules to create less buggy updates. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Players should hopefully continue to be satisfied. Wait, that's it? Is there like any place where I can like, okay, this is like paywall. I wanted to see the full interview. I have 2 kids, 5 wives, business, and I still can say there's no endgame content in the game for me. Yeah. I don't think he said this sentence. Rod Ferguson wants to forget about players who rush through content and focus on players who only have a few hours a day to play. There's no way he said that. This was like paraphrased in a sus way. I'm like, no way he said that. That'll just be a PRL, like no matter how you look at it. That sounds like sarcasm. There's a joke? Yeah, there's no way any developer would say that. What? I have no job, no wife, no life. There's still no endgame content for me. What am I doing wrong? It's a fake article? Okay, I don't know about Video Gamer. Is it usually like that? I mean, maybe. Do we have the full interview? Oh God, keep reading with a 7-day free trial. This is like behind some... Like you have to pay to read this shit. What? Blizzard feels the pressure to keep Diablo players happy. I mean, this... The image is pretty cool though. Few hours a day, the season is still a lot. In a few hours, you're done. Played Diablo Immortal 2 summers ago. I like the battleground system, yeah. Evil is back, Era 37. Oh yeah, big era, boys. Yeah. I don't believe this article. Like, no way he said that. There's just no way. This website is a hoax for fake news. Oh, you have the link? Okay. You can DM it to me. Yeah, like there's like no pleasing anyone with saying that. I think they just paraphrased it in a bad way. Okay, but we've read this. Okay. Thanks. Blizzard tracks 5 categories of Diablo players. 5 different categories. This is the pay stuff. From the most time-strapped, slow-going gamers to those with hunger to blast through the entirety of the Diablo 4's development team makes. We look at the different play behaviors and what those 5 different groups play. That's what we're aware of and are going, hey, this group is doing this thing and this group is doing that thing. And this is where they're all on the battle pass. Oh, this is what you talked about. There's changes coming to the battle pass. There's a lot of pressure to feed the blasters. There can be a public prize for failing to do so. Okay, he's definitely right about that because people won't shut up about it. The content creator who's an influencer or a tastemaker will be out there saying there's nothing to do. On the other end of things, there is the weekend player who is barely keeping up. Okay, guys, like all the gamer dads out there, even if you're only playing on the weekend, I feel like you're gonna be fine. They have a very strong casual gamer experience, and that's great. Ferguson has mercy for those slow players. He said at DICE that he regretted only giving Diablo players 6-week gap after launch of the game and the start of the first season. Many players simply weren't done. The game's current season is tuned very fast. Players can advance quickly. We have 12 weeks, yeah. Okay, we have read this. The problem of 6 being a bigger number than 3. One key challenge to Ferguson's Diablo 4 team is that the game operates on a 3-month season that takes 6 months to make. Okay, that makes sense. Like they have a development cycle of 6 months, but they want to release a season every 3 months, so they need more than one team. That's why we have this like even season team and the uneven season team, right? Like we've known this for a long time. It's a logistical issue that forces Blizzard to operate staggered Diablo 4 development teams, plus an additional one to make the game's expansion. It also created a difficult feedback loop. The problem, as Ferguson explained, is that basically when a season launches, the season coming is halfway done. So that means there should already be like, I don't know, like 40% done with season 9. And season 8 is done. If fans don't like something in the game, and yes, it happens all the time, oh yeah, it does, they may call for a change. The Diablo 4 dev team may even agree with them and may even promise a change. But then the change doesn't show up right away or even in the next update. This happened with the launch of the game's first season. People who played the game when it launched asked for certain changes that Blizzard promised to make, but then the game's first season launched without making those changes, and players wanted, some fans said they felt misled. Yeah, so the changes were not in. That's also why it feels like they fix one bug and it creates 2 new bugs because the bug fix is on a new build. They go, what the hell, we thought you heard us. Yeah, but this is still a problem that Blizzard needs to fix. Like if they have 2 different teams, and then obviously like the team that's making season 9 is working with the version of the game that's already like, I don't know, 6 months old. And then that makes sense why then they revert some of the bug fixes that they did. And then in the new patch, you have the bugs from the old game because they used the old files. But this is still on Blizzard to fix, I feel. They go, what the hell? We thought you heard us and you just did a reset and you still haven't fixed A, B, and C. That's because we were finished with the first season when you told us that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. The game's staggered development approach was slowing feedback and leaving some fans frustrated. Yes. Okay, this explains a lot though. To incorporate more feedback into the next season rather than in the one that has moved to running test servers. And this has been a major W. The test server will probably be announced today, guys, in the announcement. These go live earlier in order to preview changes and work feedback into the season as it properly launches. Slowing down just a bit. At DICE, Ferguson mostly gave the impression that the Diablo 4's team has learned its lessons and has things under control. I mean, of course he would say that. One thing that's going to help is a bit of a slowdown. So that's why they delayed it. While giving a speech at the event, Ferguson said that Diablo 4's next expansion would not arrive until 2026. An intentional tempering of expectations for fans who'd been expecting annual expansions. Yeah, well, why have we expecting this? Because they announced it. Like Rod Ferguson himself said it in an interview. There was many articles in 2023. That's why the expectation was there for annual expansions, and now we're not getting that. Ooh, I'm not saying we're doing it on the dot at 18 months. I'm just saying that annual expansions are hard. Okay, so they are aiming for 1.5 years, guys. 18 months. Right? This is what you could say from this. I'm not saying we're doing an expansion on the dot at 18 months either. So, we had this happen in October of 2025. So 1 year, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So probably April, like March, April next year, somewhere there in the spring, we're gonna get the Paladin, hopefully. 18 months. Oh shit. Before this sort of mapping system, I don't know, do you really feel the mapping system in PoE is that great? I mean, they all have its flaws. The difference is that PoE is early access right now. They have still a lot of room and time to cook. Just last week, Ferguson announced that season 7, the current one, will be delayed a couple more weeks longer than expected. Okay, and then this is just some other stuff. But okay, yeah, this definitely makes it sound like they are aiming for 18 months, guys. Yeah, they are cooking now, hopefully. But I don't know, like, how this article got that out of there. Like, this statement is ridiculous. 18 months between the expansions. Yeah, they're improving a lot. Hey, Don, thank you so much for the 9 months, my friend. But he never said this. How, I mean, if this is the full... Like, if this is the full article... Then how the hell... how the hell did they say this? Because if you just read this... Diablo 4's lead wants to stop appeasing blasters that rush through content and claim there's nothing to do. That means we're not going to get any endgame. But he didn't even say that, as far as I can tell. I think this is just to generate clicks, man, this article. Holy fuck. Anyways, you can check out the... Wait, is this the full article? Yeah. Check out the article here. Yeah, this is just like some clickbait stuff, man, on this PC video gamer. Especially if they put it behind a paywall. Well, I mean, it's fine them siding with casuals. They've been doing this all the time, right? And this is good for the game. GG confirmed. I don't know. Like, let's just wait until what they say today. What blasters players are? I mean, people that play... Okay, how many hours... I mean, I don't know how they define it. But how many hours a day does a blaster play? Like, I would say like at least 3-4 hours every day. Maybe not even that much. Yeah, I don't know how they would define it. But it's at least a couple hours. 12 hours a day. I mean, I don't even play 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day on average. You know how much that is? That's fucking insane.
Refinement tributes give 4K obdusite now? Pog.
Hell yeah, Captain Curl. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, they do, man. Yes, the obdusite has been tremendously buffed. There's been a lot of hidden changes. There's a couple more, actually. We can talk about that. Yeah, I'm a casual, guys. Like, 12 hours a day minimum. Like, that's insane, dude. You're talking about average. Like, not when the season is new. Season is like 90... Like, that would mean... That would mean you play 1,100 hours in a season? Bro, this is like 0.05% of the player base. Like, this is completely ridiculous. 12 hours on average? That's like an ultra giga omega blaster. Like, who the fuck has time for that? That's 360 hours a month? There's no way, man. No. I mean, this is not the blaster category. I mean, there would be maybe like 2 or 3 people in this chat right now that play this much. Maybe not even. Yeah, first week, maybe. But he's saying 12 hours a day on average. Like, no, I mean, I was like 3 hours a day. And that's already a lot. 360. Like 3 hours a day. Okay, maybe like 100 hours. Maybe like 200 hours a month. Yeah, nobody plays 12 hours a day. I mean, that's basically nobody. I mean, I maybe have like 8-9 hours a day. Not like right now, not even. But last year I had. 3 hours a day keeps Diablo away, keeps a day job away. Yeah, even without a job, 12 hours is hard. I mean, that's like 2 jobs, man. That's like 360 hours a month. Like, no way that's gonna happen. Yo, there's Rod B. Trust me, bro. Come on, bro. You know, bro. 100% no cap. Yeah. That's too much. Now, but I would probably say they define a blaster as someone who plays more than 3 hours every day. I mean, that would be my guess. Like 3 hours a day is a lot, man. Like actively playing. I mean, like not standing in town. You know, like actually playing the video game. Obviously, in a season start, you might play like 12 hours a day. But then, like now, like how many hours are you going to play today? Like probably like 1 hour. Yeah, 3 hours a day is a part-time job. No, blasters, aka streamers, but like so many streamers are not really focused on that part. Like a lot of streamers don't play that much. Would you consider, like just go in the Diablo category, would you consider like most people in the Diablo category a blaster? I mean, I don't know, like, even if they stream 3 hours, doesn't mean they play 3 hours. Definitely not. I would even say the opposite. Like, a lot of people, or most people that stream are definitely not blasters, in my opinion. We're not counting standing in town. No, we don't. But that's okay, you know, like, you don't have to. Like, this is like a very... This is like less than 1%. Yeah, okay, 6 to 8 hours a session. Yeah, that's a lot. That's like, you're definitely a blaster. Yeah, people have families. People have wives. They have children. They have jobs. You would blast 10 hours a day with a leaderboard and a good endgame system. Yeah, me probably too. I mean, depending on like how fresh they keep the content. Yeah, my wife's a gamer too. I mean, that's great, dude. Happy wife, happy life. And if you're both gaming the same hobby, that's fantastic. That's how it should be. Yeah, we'll see. I play 1 hour with each of my wives. So 4 hours already gone. If what's the case, you'll uninstall. It makes no sense. People complaining about no content in D4. People have been playing D3 for years. But okay, people have also been complaining about no content in D3. And you could say, arguably, that greater rifts in D3, in my opinion, are a better system than pits. Greater rifts have more nuances to them than pits. I like the greater rift system better than the pit system. Like, I gotta be honest. Like, there's more stuff to engage, more control that you have. Like, especially with like how you play a greater rift, has much more impact on your outcome than how you play a pit. Pit, especially the boss fight, is just a DPS check in many ways. So I gotta say, I think D3 had a better endgame system. I mean, greater rifts better than pits. You also have the freaking damage resistant dudes in the pits. Oh my god, I hate them. Currency updates, I mean, there's a chance we will know more in 2.5 hours. In 2 hours, guys. I mean, I wouldn't say D3 as a whole is better. But again, the endgame system comparing greater rifts and pits, I feel pits is a step back. I mean, the class balance is also a major problem in D3. Hey, greetings, Keenman. What's up? Lead the way. I mean, it's always easy to complain, right? The hard stuff is doing it better. Like you can, I can point out like all these issues in my opinion, and I did. Like I have a feedback video, and I did point a lot of these issues from my perspective. But then making it better, that's the hard part. Like coming up with actually better systems, that's fucking difficult. You can say you don't like this, you don't like that, but like how to do it better, I think I have a couple of good points that I made here, but obviously it's not fully complete. Especially on the quality of life part, there's a lot of stuff that I kind of expect. Like, obviously more stash tabs, specific stash tabs, keys, summoning mods, consumables. But the most important thing is endgame. Like, yes, quality of life with stash tabs, maybe even a loot filter, even though they said they want more feedback on the loot filter. I don't know. It looks like the community has not given enough feedback on the loot filter, guys. They want more feedback. Clan features, sell all button, DPS meter, blacksmith into Uber bosses. Yeah, these are all nice, but like they all don't matter if you don't do endgame. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't believe this article. But if you would believe this article, they are not focused on the end game whatsoever. And I think that would be a big mistake. I mean, in my opinion. Like, they can make the game even more casual. But do you think that would result in, like, more players if they make the game even more casual? I don't think it would. I think it's good that the game is casual friendly. That's great. That's one of the reasons why it has more players than most other ARPGs. But you can still have a casual friendly game and still have longevity in the endgame systems. Like one doesn't like nullify the other, Yeah, they should be able to do both and not say, like we don't want to, like, I don't think they ever appeased to people that play a lot anyways. That's more like PoE, what PoE is doing, right? Yeah, the game is already very good for casuals. I feel like now if they work more on the end game, like it's their most hardcore fans, right? The most hardcore fans, they play the game a lot. They're like dedicated. They like to play the game. They like to continuously play it to new heights, push their characters to new heights, but there's nothing to do. And I feel like they would keep more players if they would extend the end game. Because I don't know what they're going to do more to focus even more on casual. Yeah, I mean, it's so simple, right? Uncap the pits would be a start. Like, obviously, we need more than that, but make leaderboards for the pits. Add more world difficulties. Add some cool incentive and rewards to do high pits. Maybe uncap the glyphs. I know this is like a controversial opinion. But I think D3 did it well. Like you need, in order to level your Bane of the Stricken to 150, you want to focus the highest content. Like, how would Diablo 3 look like? And this is like ultra casual. If in Diablo 3, like the gem cap would also be 100. And it can be like a very minimal gain, which it is. It's not like at 150 or at like level 100, you unlock like a special ability, like 6 ranks or something. Like that's not the case. Casual is fine to go to 46. But yeah, how would Diablo 3 be in terms of incentives if the gems would cap out at 100? And this is exactly what we have in Diablo 4. And I don't like it. Yeah, and I mean, they could do so much more. Like, yeah, we like new endgame activities, but this is like maybe asking for too much. I think with the way they structure the payment systems in Diablo right now, they would rather wait. They would rather wait before they add new endgame activities. And this is kind of the blessing and the curse, I feel. And what many people were complaining about with expansions. Because if they have new endgame systems, the developers or Blizzard, Microsoft, is incentivized to lock those systems or wait with the release of those systems until the next expansion is there, to kind of like get it behind the expansion paywall. I mean, obviously this is speculation, but the incentive is there, right? Like, they get money for it. So if they would make a new endgame system, I think it's unlikely to come in a season. I think they are likely to put it into the expansion. Like they did Undercity, like they did with, well, the runes to an extent, I guess. Why the fuck we don't have a belt? Okay, I don't really care about that. Like, they could add new equipment slots, but I'm not really gonna die on the hill for that. Rod Ferguson had the interview with Stefan Totilio. Yeah. Yeah, this is the OG interview. And I don't see him even saying this in the OG interview. I think the websites are like using a lot of clickbait. Like this stuff, he's not in the interview. Rod Ferguson wants to forget about players who rush through content and focus on players who only get... This doesn't even make sense. This is like some AI bullshit. Yeah, that quote, like, they don't never say that. It's just like a PRL either way you look at it.
To me, it feels like when I reach the endgame like T4 and crushing everything, I get bored because there's nothing to work for. Part of me wishes that mythics were something to grind for, but I DK how to make it feel better.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you. Thanks for the support, man, and the words. I agree, it's very easy to say, I don't like this. I don't like XYZ. It's everywhere in life, right? If you're talking politics, if you're talking some business decision, it's always easy to say, oh, I don't agree, or I don't like this. But how do you want to make it better? Like, that's always the hardest question to answer. Yeah, you can say you want endgame in Diablo 4, but what will it look like, you know? Clickbait worked, yeah. And this is not the only article that came out about this. There was multiple articles. That's why you don't hate the media enough, man. Here. Okay, this is like people. Video gamer, is it this one? Oh, that's the one, yeah. Like they say, man, Diablo 4 won't focus on blasters anymore. Content creator who's an influencer or tastemaker will be out there saying there's nothing to do, Ferguson explained. This demand from players is the reason why game is currently tuned very fast. What? Okay, this doesn't make sense either to me. The content creator who's an influencer or a tastemaker will be out there saying there's nothing to do. Ferguson explained that this demand from players is the reason why the game is currently tuned very fast. Wait, how does this make sense? If the content creators say there's nothing to do, how is this the reason that the game is tuned very fast? I feel like people are just reading stuff into it that was never even said. You cannot stop bad journalism. Some people will always put clickbait above everything. Yeah, like this doesn't make any sense, man. Like, how does this make any sense? Bruh. Can't even post it on YouTube, it's too long. Watching the show, definitely very helpful. Hey, thanks for the kind words, Jason. Greetings, man. Yeah, we have the update. Like, let's just hear from the developers themselves, man. Because this is just some third parties that weren't even part of the interview discussing this. Just like us, basically, but... This is definitely true. It's hard to please everybody if you want to please everybody. But you kind of need to know like your audience, your target group in a way. But then again, I think you can have both, right? You can have a very good beginner / casual experience, which Diablo 4 definitely has, and a lot better than many other ARPGs. But at the same time, you can still have a long-lasting endgame with goals and stuff to do, right? In the end. I think it's what Leaf WJB said here earlier. Like, there needs to be some reason to make your character powerful. You know, Diablo or ARPGs in general is all about, like, you know, making a character, making a build, and getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and beating harder and harder content. But in Diablo 4, that just stops after like a few days of playing. There's just nothing to do because there's no harder content. Everything is capped, or there's no incentive to do the hard content, like in the pits, for example. So I feel like there needs to be something to strive for. And that's also for a casual player at some point. Like, he might take longer to get there, but eventually he'll get there. Like, how long does it take for like a casual player to defeat the hardest boss, like Lilith or Duriel? Like, I don't know, T1 Duriel or T1 Lilith, even for a casual player, in a few weeks, that's achievable, right? That's why I liked stuff like the Abattoir of Zir. You know, it wasn't mandatory to do. It was like something, the Abattoir of Zir, something that you had like after you're like, you know, kind of done with T4 and stuff, and you could still do something there and also have an incentive to do it because you were getting the gem upgrades. It wasn't perfect. Just like the Gauntlet wasn't perfect. But in Season 2 and in Season 3, at least they tried to add endgame, right? Like, after that, you know, that was a mid-season patch. Like, what is expected now. I don't know when they decided to stop adding content in the mid-season patches. Because, for example, last mid-season, I don't even remember what the patch was. In Season 2, I clearly remember there was a very positive surprise. Like, suddenly, out of nowhere, positive surprise, boom, we had Abattoir of Zir. We had something to do in the mid-season. And I think that gave, or that brought a lot of players back. And then Season 3, we had the Gauntlet in the mid-season. Okay, very mixed, very mixed. But, you know, at least they tried to add more content. And with Season 4, they stopped. Season 4, Season 5, Season 6, there was no mid-game content patch. There was no mid-season content patch, as far as I remember. They could do an endgame system similar to PoE mapping. Yeah. I mean, they could do their own thing, but yeah, they could take inspiration from PoE mapping, from their other games, like, I don't know. I mean, they could take inspiration, like, from their own IPs first as well. Right, Crypto Capo, you mean that about Rod Ferguson? Long history of choices he made working on video games. I mean, he definitely has a lot of experience. Yeah, define blasting. They didn't really define it. They said like they defined like 5 categories. Did this article talk about it on Wowhead? Diablo 4's season takes about 6 months to make. It's so funny how they all have a different take. But I like this one. Wow, they summarized it. Like, this is not as clickbaity as the other one. Diablo 2 Resurrected has more players than Diablo 3. Yeah, this makes sense. I would say even more, maybe Diablo 2, even without Resurrected, had more players than Diablo 3. Diablo 2 is just a masterpiece, man. And I think there's even a new Diablo 2 Resurrected letter starting. Flashier cosmetics. Wait, when did he say that? Rod Ferguson reaffirms that cosmetics in Diablo 4 were meant to be grounded at the start, and now that the phase is past, they will become more flamboyant and more out there. Dude, we're gonna be riding on a beetle, dude. We're gonna be riding on a fucking raptor. Guys, this is gonna happen. It's gonna go crazy, he says here. I told you last time, man. This is what our new mounts will look like. Or we're gonna ride on a ladybug or whatever. Now I want to have my raptor mount. Come on. Yeah, yes. We need it, man. Kangaroo mount, yes. Battle Pass rework. Rod Ferguson believes that Battle Pass are probably an antiquated system now. Call of Duty's Battle Pass map system is a good evolution because it gives players more control over what they can unlock. There are different ways to gamify. Oh, I like this. This is a W change. Wait, so how does it work in Call of Duty? Do you have like a battle pass, but you can choose? Okay, so you're starting here and then you can like choose what you get. Now that's pretty cool. I like this. Gamifying the battle pass. Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of the current battle pass system in Diablo. Let's log in for a second. I'll show you what I mean. Especially like how you have to click fucking everything. This reminds me of like a mobile game. Like, just give me my shit. I don't want to click everything in the thing. That's not how it looks in Call of Duty right now. Okay, yeah, I don't know how it looks. Like this is just WoW had given an example. This is the article, by the way. MW? Oh, it's Modern Warfare. Well, I mean, I like more choices in the Battle Pass. I think that's fine. But here, look at this shit that I remember I don't like. Man, I have no characters. Okay, there it is. You always want to go in the Nahantu region for the goblins. You can get 50 goblins in 20 minutes. Pretty comfortable, actually. Jesus, man. Okay, look. Season. Like here. I hate this system where you have to, like, freaking click everything. Like, there just needs to be, like, at least a claim all button or something. Like, it's so annoying. Like clicking all this. Like you have to manually click every single one of them. But yeah. The portals look kind of good. Yeah, it's such a cheap system. And then half the time, for me, I feel like my Smoldering Ashes is bugging out in some way. I don't know, I feel like they just need to redo this. Because then people also complain there's like some way of pay to win. Because if you don't buy the accelerated battle pass, like you are getting the Smoldering Ashes slower and hence you have an unfair advantage and stuff. It's very like minor pay to win, but in some ways it can be pay to win if you're outpacing the normal battle pass with the accelerated battle pass. And then half the time, for me, I remember half the seasons, the Smoldering Ashes are bugging out and I'm ending up like not getting them in the start and then I have to restart my game to get them and stuff. I don't know. I just don't like the system. So yeah, that would be cool, like if they update the battle pass. PoE is exactly like D4. You can get to maps in 4 hours. I mean, I wouldn't say exactly. But we're also missing 3 acts in Path of Exile, right? Yeah, when did they talk about the mid-season patch? I really hope we're gonna get content, you know. Content would be great. Oh, the stuff here is already live. Like. Hey, people already don't know what it is. What the fuck? I think I've rewatched this once already. It should be on here. Guys, 80 minutes. I feel like some of the stuff has changed though. From what they originally planned the mid-season is. And that must have been in 2023, no?
GG Rob, keep it up.
Hey, thank you very much. Ghosty, GG, man. Season 2 was a good time, man, when we had the Avatar of Zero. I really like that. Was it this one?
Yeah, this one was super powerful.
The Avatar of Zero overview. Nope. I mean, this is probably a bit outdated by now. Elemental resistance, uniques. No. Should trials last epoch? Last epoch. Okay, I don't know. I can't find it. They also have a live stream with Ziz and Rax later, right?
You've come
So this is last epoch. 4 weeks. It's launching.
to the right place, traveler. And in this time, you can share in her embrace.
The trailer is sick. Yeah. I did like the arena mode when I first played it. But people say it's bad now. I played it in the beta. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the graphics. I did make it a lot better than what I remember. Hot. Yo, look at the crafting, man. Looks like a MOBA game too.
prepared a silken tomb for you, woven with golden strands.
Dang.
That even you
Okay, but the trailer gets you hyped, dude.
break. Join us, traveler.
That's a sick trailer, man. April 2nd, they have a new trailer even? I also didn't like the graphic at the start. I now have 2,300 hours. Wait, but where's their new trailer? This is the new trailer. Or this one? Man, this is the Void Knight, right? I played this. This is the character I played, man. Freaking Void Knight spin to win. Look at this. Like volatile reversal or something where you can like jump back in time. That was fucking cool. Yeah, Void Knight crushes. That's the character I played, man. I like that. I like that. The Void Knight was fucking cool, dude. That was cool AF, man. We're gonna get that Raptor mount, dude. Raptor mount. Yeah, that's why we need a paladin, man. Maybe soon. Yeah, what's this video?
Hey everyone, I'm Bloodshed
But they didn't really say that much here.
from the community team. We've been keeping a close eye on your feedback, questions, and everything surrounding the season and beyond. So today, instead of me just giving you the answers, we thought it'd be cool to just go out into the Blizzard halls and ask the developer these questions personally right at their desk. So,
I like this format though, like the just Q&A, like chill out and not like this, like super staged.
let's go ahead and kick this off, shall we?
So if you've played Endgame, you know, D4,
course.
like we all have, you'll notice there's buffs every
Oh, come on, man. He talks about Endgame. But then we somehow go into UI.
everywhere
Yeah.
that I can see. Is there any plan to maybe add a priority system or maybe only showcase buffs that are important to the player?
Yeah, the buff UI on the buff bar is definitely a pain point, I think, in our...
Bro. Like on my Barb, like just when you're pushing Barb, these, like they added a second buff bar, but it's not enough to keep track of your berserking. Sometimes you have so many buffs that your berserking would need a third buff bar. So they definitely need some work, but this is like not the main thing, I feel.
in our gameplay loop. On the class design side, when we're looking to make new effects that might have this kind of trigger, we will also look to add some kind of other visual element. I think Banishlord's Talisman is a unique item that's a pretty good example of that. It has this glow and sound effect on your character whenever it's
right.
triggered and it's ready to let you know that it's available. We're definitely going to be looking into doing more things like that, as well as updates to the buff bar, just to really make sure that you have all the information you need as a player.
So we had the Armory come out. Everybody loves the Armory.
Yeah.
But could we get everything to switch over, like transmogs, gems, things like that?
That's absolutely something we're looking at. The version of the Armory that we released was definitely the first draft of that. And we absolutely wanted to add all of these features, but we really just wanted to make sure that we got that
Items were
functionality as soon
dropping.
as possible. And so over time, we're going to be adding in those abilities to save the gem slots and save the transmogs. That's absolutely something we're looking at making.
In towns like the Tree of Whispers, the mini-map, there's just so many icons. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to navigate sometimes.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, especially with the Tree of Whispers, like you said. We updated that in the season, added those new crafters and NPCs in there, and it's kind of cluttered. I totally agree. And
What they're missing in this town is a way to teleport on your allies. I've been at this town so many times, and there's no freaking portals to go to your allies. As Epoch is deeper and has more things to do than D4. Without going over the top like PoE does. Yeah, is it really? Because that's the number one complaint that I hear from people about Last Epoch, is also that the endgame is bad. But yeah, the problem today is that the people rush the game so quickly and then they complain they have nothing to do. In a sense.
And NPCs in there, and it's kind of cluttered. I totally agree, and that's something I can definitely talk with the UI and the UX team to find ways to improve that, because I agree it's definitely not ideal given the current state.
So some builds are great, some builds are not so great. What's the deal?
Yeah.
What's the deal, Charles?
This is a great question from Bloodshed, man. Some builds are great, some suck.
Diablo 4 is a big game, man.
Yeah.
There's so many things going on, right? You got all kinds of legendaries, and you got skills, and you got classes, you got Paragon. There's just naturally going to be some outliers sometimes. Some things are going to be strong, some are going to be weak. We're working really hard to make sure that it's the best possible, but it's a hard job.
Yeah, sometimes you have like one random key passive that
Oh, yeah.
you're like, oh, that's a multiplier.
Yeah, and we want to add in brand new stuff every season that's flashy and exciting, and sometimes that misses the mark. Sometimes we're so excited about making this thing cool, we tune up the numbers just a little too high.
I really don't understand, like, to some degree, like, how... I could understand, like, an imbalance, like, 2, 3, 4 times the damage. But the imbalance is literally more than 1000x between builds, right? Like, you're just looking at the Bloodwave Necromancer, and this was evident from the PTR, that it's just, like, 1000 times stronger than anything else that the Necro really can do. Like, it wasn't even really a surprise. The same for the Earthquake Barb. Like, when did we make the tier list? Like, we made the tier list, like, right after the PTR ended. And we kind of already knew that the 3 S tier builds are going to be Bloodwave, Cataclysm, and Earthquake. Like, it's not really like... Okay, it's not easy, and you will never achieve a perfect balance. But at least within the same margin of, like... I don't know, like, maybe 5 times stronger, like 5 times damage difference in builds, but not 1000 times. And I really feel this happens a lot, where they pick one build, and they make it OP. Like, they make it, like, really OP. Like, not even, like, 2 times better, they make it, like, 20, 30, 100 times better than the next build. And then, obviously, everybody's playing that build. No, not all classes should have one S tier build. There should be a balance between the classes. Like right now, S tier is like 1000 times stronger than B tier. That should not be the case. It should maybe be like 2 or 3 times stronger. Yeah, it's the Spirit Born of last season, the Hoda Barb. Before that, we had Ball Lightning Sork. Before that too, Lightning Spear Sork. There was a Shred Druid. Yeah, I mean, Adam Jackson, I think, had a lot of positive impact, but he was also not able to fix the class imbalance. Like, Adam Jackson has been working on this for like a couple of years, right? Like, the balance still wasn't that great. It hasn't gotten better, it hasn't gotten worse, I feel. In that regard, at least. Yeah, of course, the bugs. But they've acknowledged this. They want to take a bigger emphasis on the bug fixes and stuff. The Q&A.
Sometimes we're so excited about making this thing cool, we tune up the numbers just a little too high.
Class balance is always a hot topic for the community. Could you maybe shed any insight of what you're looking to do, what the team's looking to do to improve on that?
Definitely. Necromancer Bloodwave, you know, incredibly fun to use, very visual. It changes up the way the gameplay feels, it targets differently, it looks different. But I think one area that it kind of falls short is on the player journey side. You pick up those new unique pants, right?
Yeah.
And you instantly one-shot everything. This was our experience, man. We started the season, and then I think it was less than 4 hours, we one-shot T4 Duriel with Bloodwave in a 4-player party. It was so ridiculous. Like, literally 1000 times stronger than any other build we had at the time. Man.
and you are just destroying everything. It's
Yep.
just such like a massive amount of power all on one item.
Yeah.
So we
So why make that item? Like, I don't get it. Like, why put like 1,000 times multiplier on one item?
want to
I think this one could have been like a bit foretold. Especially when looking at the PTR numbers. Like on PTR, that was evident. What was it on PTR? The Necro speedrun the 150 in like 2 minutes as well.
focus more on each build feeling like there are multiple puzzle pieces. You have
I feel like, yeah, it's good that they acknowledge this now. but I think that should have been acknowledged like when you made that item.
to collect, which is much more satisfying as you move into the late game.
You get more of a journey where like
Yeah.
I've done this, now I can accomplish
Exactly.
this thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
I have a little fun thing. Do you want to play a word association game?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Barriers.
Barriers. What is it associated with? Anger, frustration. Game design is messy, and we are always experimenting with new things, and we put a lot of barrier in this season.
I mean, yeah,
we-
Necro is
we
kinda
love certain
slow.
things about the barriers, but we're going to bring them back, and they're going to be a little bit more tuned, a little bit
refined.
Yeah, a little more refined.
Yeah. All right, serious question.
Okay, I think the amount of power Necro had was fine, but it should be there many, many more pieces to put together. Yeah, it should not be one item. And I mean, they did say that. They did acknowledge that one item giving you like, I don't know, like 1,000 times the damage is not a good game design. But then why did they make it in the first place, you know? Just accept the game will never get death, it's casual, just enjoy it. Well, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I still, you know, want to give my feedback on that because I don't agree with this. I mean, as much clickbait as this might be, I don't think it necessarily helps the game to get more players. Right? Like, I think the game does that very well. It already is focused or catered, like tuned very well for a beginning, for like a player that's just starting out or that doesn't have a lot of time. And that's great. But having a good beginning experience doesn't mean you have to completely like forget about, you know, the end game experience. Like, you can have a great beginner experience, which the game already has, and still extend the end game. So there's something to do for the people that are like more dedicated, that like the game a lot, that play it a lot more, you know. Like, you can have both of those things. Like, one doesn't completely like nullify the other. And again, I feel they are doing very good with beginner players, but they are not doing so good on the end game. And I think it wouldn't hurt to focus on that. Doesn't mean they have to make the beginner experience shit. You know? And I mean, this, to some degree, in my opinion, would be their most loyal fans. It would be their most loyal fans. People that, like, you know, maybe even play the game every day. Diablo 4 is completely tuned for casual, and really, I don't want to play any more than 2-3 per season, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to say it for noob players. I mean, yeah, the noob term is definitely very negatively loaded. It's just a beginning player or a more casual player who just doesn't have that much time, you know, who has other things to do in his life. He has a family, he has a job, he has a dog, he has a kitty. I don't know, maybe even kids. That's how it goes. Why would they spend resources on an endgame when close to 100% of their community doesn't even get to that point? Because they are too casual. But you say, even right now, with how casual, beginner-friendly the game already is, you say close to 100% of the community doesn't even get to the endgame? I mean, I don't have any statistics, but I think in Season 7, there would be a big percent of the player base that gets to Torment 4. Or at least to Torment 1, where the endgame begins. Yeah, but when does the endgame start for you? Like when you're done with leveling? Or when does the endgame start? Endgame is Paragon 300. Yeah, no. Definitely not, man. I have all those things. 45-hour per week job, 2 kids, wives, housework, everything. I still play minimum 30 hours per week. Wow, man, you're blasting. Like that's some crazy stuff. The game is too easy. I don't understand how you're not able to do the game in less than 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think people underestimate how casual the average gamer is. Or, you know, those people like you guys, you all here, okay, you might say you are a casual, okay, I'm a gamer dad and stuff like that. That's all good, that's all fine. Thanks for sharing the story. But in the end, you already care enough about video games to come here onto Twitch and watch someone else play or talk about the video game, right? Most casuals, they won't do that. People, like, they don't care, man. Like, they're not gonna, like, watch someone else play a video game. They're like, no, I'm just gonna play myself, you know? Like, I don't care. Like, the average guy, like, you know, he just gets, like, home after work. He sits on the couch, like, he pops open a bottle of beer, and then, you know, he just turns on the PlayStation or whatever. He plays for an hour, and then he goes on with his life. No, I mean, I appreciate you all being here and stuff. I'm just saying, like, you know, you are not the casual players. The casual players, they don't care about Twitch. They don't care about what someone on the internet has to say about the video game. They don't care. Yeah, exactly. If you're watching Twitch, you are already more serious than most gamers. And if you only play like half an hour a week, or maybe 2 hours a week, I don't think it is expected to do the hardest endgame content. Maybe I'm crazy with that. Like, if you play an hour or 2 per week, like, you cannot go in with the expectation, I'm going to do the hardest endgame content. Because then the game is never going to be, you know, in a place where people are ever happy that play or that like the game more to play more time. You guys are mixing up casuals and inefficient gamers. Yeah, I mean, they sometimes go hand in hand, but not always. Watching the Campfire, you can see they're not excited to present it compared to PoE 2. I don't agree with that. I think the recent Campfires and also videos like we've been watching here, I mean, they're pretty good. It doesn't feel like they're not excited.
A little bit
refined.
Yeah, a little more refined.
Yeah. All right, serious question. Okay. The Obel vendor, what the hell?
Yeah.
The Obel vendor, man. What the hell? Doesn't drop shit. I mean, come on. They're like engaged with this. What? What do you mean they're not excited?
Vendor, what the hell?
Yeah. So we're constantly rebalancing.
So F.
You know, the economy and trying to make it as satisfying as possible. And I think we unfortunately way overshot the Obel vendor in Season 7. We want to make sure that the Obel vendor is something that feels really good to...
And then also, if you realize this, why don't they hotfix it? Why do we have to wait 3 months, 3.5 months, before they fix the goddamn Obel vendor? Like, how hard can it be to just, like, double the drop rate? Like, they could easily hotfix this, right? Like, they acknowledge the problem, but they just don't change it immediately. Like, they could just revert it to what it used to be, and it would have been way better. Like, I don't understand. Like, yeah. Like, what?
Engage with, and we also want to make
Look, he just keeps gambling. He's only getting shit.
sure that whenever you do end up going and dumping all of your Obels into...
Yeah, look at this. funny, man. The dude's Paragon level 300. He has everything masterworked. Perfect character. 3000 main stat. He gambled like a full inventory and all he got is shit. Not even a single useful item. Okay. Yeah, but this could be an easy hotfix. Just revert, like, the code was fine last season. In Season 6, guys, when we were playing Spiritborn, when I needed a Rod of Kek W, even an Ancestral, all it would take is a couple of trips to the vendor. I could just gamble quarter stuff. And within a reasonable time, I would have an Ancestral, unique Rod of Kapeleke. And then they decided, oh, that's too much fun. Let's remove it from the game. And then now they acknowledge it, and they still didn't fix it. That's T4? I think it's T4, yeah. I don't know, the dude's Paragon 300.
To the gambler, that you walk away with, feeling satisfied. And we want to make sure that the gambler's coffers are overflowing with wondrous items once again.
And they used to. Once again, they used to.
Maybe we'll go into a little spicy question. How about a loot filter?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, here I disagree the most. Like, listen to the loot filter one.
So the way that we think about loot in Diablo 4 right now is that we want you to basically use like every part of the animal. And what I mean by that is when you find loot, when you find legendaries, even if you don't plan to use them, we want you to be able to salvage them and for that to flow into the economy of how you're interacting with systems and like the blacksmith and the enchanter and all the different crafters. And so we want those drops to be valuable to you regardless of their context or their position.
So what about the yellow items, the blue items, and all that bullshit stuff?
And we won't ever say never to a loot filter wholesale, and that's something that we want to hear people's feedback from the community on all the time, and I think that's really important. But right now, that's kind of how we're thinking about it.
How much more feedback, man? Maybe there needs to be some more like topics on the forums. Like, we need a loot filter. You gotta have to scream louder. Like, man. Now I made this simple. Like, it doesn't have to be like, a dedicated loot filter. The way it is in Last Epoch or in Path of Exile or something. Like, what they could just to get started, if they really still die on this hill where they don't want to add a loot filter, then they need like itemization 3.0. But what they could do for now, that would make like, I don't know, like I feel like 80% of the complaints go away, maybe 90%. You make a button here under gameplay and you can opt in to automatically salvage non-ancestral gear. The way it already works for blue and yellow items. So your pet, like your kitty or your bird, whatever, it would just automatically transform those. Can I not even say hello? My wheel. The wheel is still fucked, by the way. So the pet would automatically, anything that drops that is non-ancestral would automatically convert it into crafting materials. So just make that opt-in mode, and I think that would fix. I think that would fix most of the issues. Like, just give us a tick box. Let the pet automatically salvage non-ancestral items. Because when you're in endgame, you don't really care about anything non-ancestral anymore. It can't be an upgrade for your aspects. It can't be an upgrade for your normal weapon. Non-ancestral gear is just completely useless at the stage in the endgame. And that would also still fulfill or checkmark all the things that she says, where they still want this, to go back into the economy by salvaging stuff, things like that. And the system is already in the game. In Torment 4, there's the blue items and the yellow items and the white items, they get automatically salvaged from your pet. That's how I feel about it. And obviously, they could make this dedicated cool loot filter, but doesn't sound like they want to spend money or do this.
So another thing players have asked is more ways to control their gameplay. Profane mind cages were really popular, and players are wondering if there's a way that they can incorporate that in these activities.
Yeah, so part of Progression 2.0 was to kind of incorporate that into the core gameplay experience, where like you could pick a higher torment difficulty, which made everything harder, but you got better rewards for that. But we totally acknowledge
Both our mind cages were cool.
The directness of the Profane Mind Cage was really cool. Yeah. The way that you could just very intentionally be like, actually, I want this activity to be way harder, and I'm going to very intentionally like use this consumable item I got to make that happen. And so it's something we're going to be keeping in mind for the future on like how can we incorporate that into different activities to potentially bring something like that back in the future.
It seems like people don't want this.
Yeah, I feel like they could solve a lot with just adding more world tiers. Like, if you think about it, guys. So right now... Is there like a figure? Yeah. So right now we have Torment 4. And Torment 4 is equal, I believe, to Pit 60, 65. So how high should the difficulty of the Torment system go? Let's say they add Torment 5, maybe it's equal to like Pit 75. Would that be enough? Then they could add Torment 6 or rebalance this. Pit 8 to 10. Yeah, but then, okay, but then we're back to our Diablo 3 system where we just have Torment 16. Torment 16. All the way to 16. But then they can already remove Torment 2 and Torment 3. Like, no point. Yeah, I would say maybe around pit level 100. Torment 4 adds an Atlas. I mean, you can also not have the jumps too crazy. Like a 10x jump is already pretty crazy. No matter what, you're always going to be playing on the last difficulty. Well, I mean, if it's equal to pit 150, like I'm just saying the extreme case, then you won't. I think the world difficulty means shit. What they should do is add more items, like rune shards, to open pits. Yeah, I think it would be cool if you could juice the activities. Even like a normal Nightmare Dungeon, right? Like, I think that's like one of the reasons why PoE works so well with all these keys. Like, let's say, I don't know, you have this root hold. Is a normal one. Like, why can't we like make it harder, but also make it more rewarding with some rare consumable that we find or something, right? I don't know, you have this Nightmare Dungeon, Belfry Zakara. Why can't we make it like, I don't know, a higher monster level, more juicy rewards, you know, give it some aspects or something, I don't know. That could also be a nice way. And I don't know, what the hell are we getting all these tributes for? It's also in there. Problem is controlling power creep, yeah. I think they can already reduce power creep, or they should. D4 became kind of a mobile game. No, I would disagree. When's the Campfire? The stream is already scheduled, I believe. It starts in like... There's a timer in like 1 hour, 20 minutes, but I think it starts half hour before that. Here. Well... Yeah, I don't know why this time. Should I adjust the timer? I mean, it says 50 minutes here, but I think there's just another timer. We'll see. It was the last minute of this. I don't understand why so many people want to die on the power creep hill. Power creep in ARPGs is fine, has always been a thing, and will always be a thing. Yeah, but people really don't like... Some people really don't like doing like trillions, quadrillions of damage. Like, I personally don't really care. Like, it doesn't matter to me if I'm hitting for 10 trillion or 10,000. It's the same thing to me. And some people like big numbers, and some people really, really hate big numbers. And I'm like, I don't care. 10 trillion, 10 billion, 10,000. It's the same thing relatively to the monster HP. Yeah, what does it matter? Exactly. But people, man, people get really mad. People get really mad when the number is too high. I don't know. For me, it's just whatever. I don't really care either way. Billions, yeah.
Seasonal mechanics to disappear. They'd like to keep them incorporated in different ways. Like one suggestion I saw was in Nightmare Dungeons. Like maybe you can have like a rare chance for a root hold to spawn or something like that. So that'd be cool.
That would be really cool. I love that idea, for one. But that's one of my favorite things about seasonal development. We do get that kind of feedback where it's like, oh, root holds are awesome. And I do want them to stick around. We're going to continuously be developing seasons with bringing back content in mind. And that kind of applies across the whole game. Like when an activity lands and people are like, this is sick. We don't want to limit ourselves from like ever seeing that again. Season. So yeah, it's not impossible the root holds could come back. It's not impossible that any future seasonal activities come back either.
That's all for today. If you're craving more Diablo news, you won't have to wait too long since our upcoming live stream is just around the corner.
40 minutes, boys. 40 minutes. Just go PoE style, turn off the numbers. I mean, you could do that. Who is this guy? This is Bloodshed. He's a great dude. He used to be a content creator as well, and he's now working for Blizzard. Bloodshed. He has a big YouTube channel. And Twitch. He made a lot of content in Diablo 3. This was some time ago, man. 2 years ago. That's before Diablo came out, man. And I'll check the Campfire chat. Okay. So you want like the one from January? I don't even remember what they said.
First, before getting into each individual class, I want to talk about some of our broader initiatives on the class design side that kind of affect every class in some way. Specifically, wanted to talk about how we did some ultimate skill updates in this patch. For ultimate skills, we're now you were able to get skill ranks on them starting in Season 6, the previous season. But now once you get them up to rank 5, you're going to get a special bonus. And we found these to be really flashy and fun on the PTR. People love playing with ultimates, and you get to cast them more often. They've got more effects. They had some scaling to ways to scale their damage with these rank 5 bonuses sometimes. Mm-hmm. We did find that some of the...
I remember some of this. Like the rank 5 one, for example, on like Wrath and... I don't even know what exactly it even does. Like, it's kind of there. I guess it's just more DPS. Yeah, I mean, ultimate builds... Well, it's Cataclysm, it's Bloodwave. The only non-ultimate is Barb. Like, Barb is not really using any of the ultimates.
Those exact scaling numbers were a little on the higher
thank you so much
side.
for 10
They
months,
were a little
man.
bit more powerful and kind of crowding out non-ultimate builds.
Right.
We love that people are playing these and we want them to be powerful, but there are certainly some times when it's a little too much and it feels like you can't play anything else.
Right.
So we are taking a pass across the board on some of those ultimate scalings to bring them down just a little bit, but we still expect them to be very powerful and very fun. Secondarily, we've got the summons update. This was a big pass across summons from Necromancer.
Oh boy, the Mendel Necromancer. Is it working now even? I maybe I should try that.
Skeletons, Druid Companions, Rogue Shadow Clone is a big one.
Oh, yes.
And then even Sorcerer Conjurations and the...
Dude, I feel like most of the stuff that they're talking about doesn't even work still. The Shadow Clone, I think it's still bugged. Mendel, I don't know, it's been like fixed 3 times. I'm not quite sure if it works now. The Mendel Necro. Hey, Astra, what's up? Let's go. 45 minutes, and we're on. It's better than it was. Still feels super underwhelming. Yeah. Unfortunately.
The Barbarian Ancients, even. So for the summons update...
Dude, I would love to make a pet Barbarian with Ancients. Like an Ancients bar. That'd be cool. But it's just so weak. I think my Ancients are hitting for like 10 million, while my other stuff is doing trillions.
Without getting too technical into it, essentially what happened was all of the damage that your summons do is going to be attributed to the player and not to a separate entity that's kind of separated from you. And what that ultimately means is that all of those summons will now inherit your damage bonuses more consistently. Anything that says you deal increased damage affects your summons. Just out of the box, it works for everything. It's just more consistent interaction across the board. Any of your lucky hit effects that says, hey, you've got a lucky hit chance to stun an enemy. All of the damage from your summons also can trigger that now. And this is great for consistency across the board. Previously, it was sometimes inconsistent what would work with what. And I'm particularly excited about Shadow Clone, as we'll talk about in the Rogue section coming up. But that was one that, historically really never hit the mark for an ultimate skill. And with this new update, we think Shadow Clone is going to really live up to the promise of like really duplicating your actions.
Has the Shadow Clone really done anything? Is there any... I don't really play Rogue, but what come of the Shadow Clone? Like, are the Rogues using it at all? I don't even know what it looks like. The fuck does it even look like? There's no skill that I don't... Nah, it doesn't look like they are playing any Shadow Clones. Death Trap. Yeah, I don't think the Shadow Clone has really been doing any all too much. Yeah, this is all Bloodwave. I was like thinking if there's a single clear without Bloodwave, but they're just all Bloodwave. Yeah. Dance of Knives uses it. Mendel Necro works, you can do Pit 100. Yeah, okay, so you can do Pit 100, but then this other Necro runs in 3 minutes, 150. So he does like 1,000,000 times more damage than the Necro with minions. Such.
In a way that feels meaningful and does tons of damage exactly like you'd expect it to.
Or maybe we'll get there. Like, I think Bloodwave just needs to be tuned down.
Going to be very powerful. I'm looking forward to it. And summons truly are just an extension of you now and all of your power. They're inheriting all of that properly, and they're going to blast. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. The one last kind of big picture item that we took away from the PTR was about crowd control effects. We noticed that there is a whole lot of what I'd call incidental crowd control effects, things that happen from lucky hits or procs, specifically from the Worldly Fortune Tempering Manual that gives you lucky hit, chance to stun, or chance to freeze an enemy, as well as particularly from the Fist of Fate unique item. We found that...
so this is still coming, right? Fist of Fate is gonna get a nerf, guys. That's what they're gonna talk about today, I think. Because they say here, no change in Season 7, but is on our radar. Ay, the Fist of Fates, guys. They're gonna be gone.
It was often the most common way to build your character in the late game was to really stack up these effects, and then you're just applying a lot of crowd control on this lucky hit cadence rather than actively pressing crowd
it's a good
control
change,
buttons
though.
or really opting into it. And we do think that once it gets to a certain point of that, it can make our combat less engaging, where enemies just randomly get stunned or frozen without you really having too much input into that. But then it also makes it very frustrating when you don't lucky hit and an enemy hits you that you expected to have got hit with this. So we're looking to potentially address that in a future season or future updates. We don't have any changes.
I think that makes sense because it's just too much RNG. Like, you can't really control that. Like, they could. So I think in order to make up for it, they should add something else to Fist of Fate. They shouldn't just remove it, right? I don't know what it would be, but they should not just nuke it. Because I think Fist of Fate is a pretty cool item. And that's like really worthy of the name unique, because it has a really unique effect that's like way different than any other gloves. And you also have big opportunity cost, because normally, especially if you're playing a core build, you have skill ranks on there, which is basically a multiplier. So the opportunity cost of wearing this unique Fist of Fate is pretty big, so it needs to stay strong. Right? It needs to stay strong. But yeah, I don't like anything about the RNG part. Like, the entire lucky hit stuff, I don't like. The entire mechanic. But obviously that's a bigger topic. So I think it's gonna be nice if they change it in a meaningful way while still keeping it like somewhat interesting and good and remove the RNG. I think overall there's way too much RNG in the game. Yeah, like the masterworking. I don't think they need to remove masterworking. My suggestion in my feedback video, you can see the video here. Fuck, this is old. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. That's old feedback, but I have a new feedback video on YouTube. We might play that when I get some snack. But I do have the video with feedback here. Top changes I like to see. That is this one. Too much RNG is on purpose. Yeah, I go over a lot of the stuff there. YouTube female shorts exposed? Yeah. Dude, it just keeps getting recommended, man. I'm a simple man. What can you do? Yeah, look at this. It's almost all like Diablo and gaming. And then look at the fucking shorts. Oh my god. Look, I haven't watched them. They just get recommended, man. What the fuck? Oh yeah, and then and then there's this. Look, gaming. Okay, this is like news. This is also gaming. Yep. They just get recommended, man. What can I do, dude? Poverty in Germany, okay. Gaming, and then look at the shorts. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the algorithm. It's like politics, gaming, and then this is like from Asmongold, it's kind of gaming, and then the shorts. Bro.
Regarding the crowd control here in Season 7, but it's one of those examples of the learnings that we're going to take forward to future seasons and potentially look at improving this so that we can make our combat feel that much more engaging and actually get a little bit of back and forth between you and the enemies a bit more than there currently is, especially in the...
That's still a good change, though.
The hyper late game situation when you're...
So what I was suggesting with masterworking is that you do it in stages. You have these items that you masterwork, 12 out of 12 ranks, but you do it in stages. You know, you masterwork to rank 4, you get the desired outcome, you can save the item or something. Or basically just allow us, when we go to the blacksmith, where we reset it, just allow us, instead of resetting... Let's say this item didn't roll as I wanted. So I got 2 times cooldown. Rank 8 is cooldown and rank 12 is live. So now instead of resetting it fully, it gives me the option to reset to rank 4 or reset to rank 8. I think that will work. Asmon's video, dude. Dude, it's about Amber Heard. That one. That will be fantastic, yeah. So just give it to us in like stages. I don't really like that. Huh. Nice. Yeah, this is all streamer loot. Look. Yeah, Mekuna, look at this helm. At Mekuna. Do you even Shaco, bro? Always make the game easier. Yeah, did you... Wait, was it you that linked me this? Come on, man. Please make the game easier. Diablo 4 lead wants to stop appeasing blasters that rush through content and claim there's nothing to do. Head of Diablo Rod Ferguson wants to forget about... I don't think he ever said that. But like, this is like, you don't hate the media enough yet. Head of Diablo Rod Ferguson wants to forget about players who rush through content and focus on players who only have a few hours a day to play. 37 helms? We'll just craft more. Yeah, maybe that was the one. Elon got Amber Heard to cosplay Mercy. Yeah, this one. Subject maybe copyright. F. Oh, that was what was recommended. Oh yeah, this was a couple years ago though, I remember that. Good recommendations. Not listening to the people who buy less skins than those with jobs. Well, you could definitely argue that most people that are a bit more casual have less time to play. That they have more buying potential, more buying power. Goblin event, you can check out here. You can farm a lot of goblins. I'm a casual and there's no content. Well, but you're already on Twitch, so I think it's already hard to say you're like a full casual. What the fuck is this? When did I start playing that? Yeah, you're like already on Twitch. I appreciate it a lot, but I don't think you guys are casuals because we are already like, you know, we care enough about video games to either make videos or watch videos about video games. And like a complete casual doesn't do that. He would not be like, you know, watching someone else play or talk about the video game. So you are already like not the super casual by definition. Well, we hope that there's a mid-season patch with some actual content like we had in Season 2 or Season 3. Yeah, they're destroying the game, man.
Your characters are really maxed out. So with that in mind, let's get on to some of the individual classes, starting with the Barbarian. So the Barbarian on the Season 7 PTR was performing quite solidly. We were pretty happy with where Barbarian landed.
But the thing is, with the performing solidly on Barbarian, it's only one build. Like on Barb, you have Earthquake.
Let's do biceps.
Hey, Barb Nation, man, let's go. And that's what we talk about now, the Barb, man. So they say the Barb is performing solidly, but it's one build. You go on Barb, you take away Earthquake. What do you have left? Has anyone ever even played a build this season that's not revolving around earthquakes? Well, I didn't, at least. Bleed? Okay, show me your highest bleed clear. What do you want to do on bleed, dude? They completely nuked gushing wounds. It's like complete dog shit. Double swing. Yeah, okay, but how high pit did you go? Or I mean, we might even struggle in T4. I tried Dust Devils. I was so disappointed. Yeah, but they say it's solid. I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, okay. You say Bleed one season was good. Hoda was good for one season. It's Earthquake or nothing. So the Earthquake Barb performed solidly. I agree. But the rest of the Barb builds, like, they're in the shit. Like, they're in the gutter. Struggling to clear Pit 60. Yeah. I mean, you go on the Bleed Barb, dude. Trust. Earthquake Barb is like Kepaleka born. Maybe. Okay, guys, let me quickly grab my food. I need to get it from the kitchen. The campfire starts here in 30 minutes. We'll keep listening to this. I'll be back in a second. I just need to go downstairs. Like, it's gonna take like a couple minutes.
We are really excited about Hammer of the Ancients and this Earthquake build with the new unique, which we'll show in a moment. We do think the Hammer of the Ancients part of that maybe could use a little bit more numerical buffs, so we threw some buffs there, as well as to Whirlwind. That build was definitely falling a bit behind some of the other builds. But on the whole, we definitely expect Barbarian to be really powerful and a strong option going forward. Let's take a look at that new unique item, the Mantle of Mountain's Fury.
Oh, yes.
This empowers your Hammer of the Ancients to cause a seismic line, and if that line hits an earthquake, it's going to explode that earthquake for massive damage. A big fire explosion. Looks so sweet.
It's very intense.
Very powerful, and you know, right on the Barbarian fantasy of just, you know, hitting things with big weapons, making earthquakes, making explosions.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
I love it because like the flavor of Hammer of the Ancients is like hit the ground and smash it. And this is just taking that and amplifying it by like 100 times.
Oh, absolutely. So really excited for this and to see you know, how this build performs in Season of the Witchcraft. Up next, we've got the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, kind of in contrast to the Barbarian, was by far the weakest class on the PTR. No getting around that. We made some adjustments going into this season that we think maybe overshot and brought Sorceress down a little further than we'd be happy with. Particularly changes to Conjuration and Burning bonuses. We're happy with how that affected build variety, but the overall power level suffered. So with that in mind, we're going to do a lot of buffs mainly on the passive effects for the class to really kind of bring all of their numbers up by just a little bit across the board. I specifically wanted to call out our changes to Searing Heat and Icefall. These are legendary Paragon nodes that previously were very build specific, like you would only use Searing Heat in a Burning build. We've made some tweaks to it where it's still good in a Burning build, it's probably better, but it also has some applications across all builds and all damage types. So these will just be a little bit more generically applicable, but still very good for the build that they were initially intended for.
Right.
With that in mind, I want to show some of the updates to Firebolt enchantment. This is one that we had reworked as part of those burning changes, and we thought even on the PTR it wasn't quite hitting the mark. So now, dealing burning damage, if you take this enchantment, will have a chance to heal you for some of your maximum life, which it already did, and it also unleashes a bonus Firebolt onto a nearby enemy. So that you can see in this clip here, when enemies are burning, they're just randomly firing off some extra Firebolts to nearby enemies that can really help to spread that burning and take down big packs.
Yeah, it's its own little chain Firebolt now.
Exactly, yeah. Also, wanted to highlight some of the new uniques coming in this season. So Sorceress has two. The Strike of Stormhorn is a unique focus that's going to modify your ball lightning to give you super ball lightnings sometimes. So it'll always fire out straight forward, and it's a little bit faster. And occasionally you'll get the super ball lightning, which will explode for a big chunk of damage at the end in a cone shape, and also stun enemies.
It's kind of like going bowling.
Exactly, you get a strike with Stormhorn. Exactly. Alternatively, you could take the other unique focus that is being introduced in this season, Okun's Catalyst, to kind of play Bolt Lightning the way it's often been played in the past with this gravitational effect. We've done some reworks on the gravitational aspect that previously did that, and now it will be in this unique, where the ball lightnings will orbit around you and do damage to enemies who are close by. You really want to get close and in that action, whereas with Strike of Stormhorn, you're playing at a little bit more of a range.
Right.
We really like how we're doing these like paired uniques where you kind of have a choice. Hey, what focus do I want to use? They are going to be mutually exclusive. You can't have both. But that's because they're so different and they're different play styles. But we think putting these into different uniques gives us the space to really live up this fantasy, you know, give you lots of affixes and bonuses that make it as powerful and really to help enhance that that fantasy that we're hoping to play.
Yeah, and Okun's Catalyst really gives you that like transformative ball lightning experience, which is like the orbiting ball lightning. But Strike of Stormhorn kind of just amplifies the original ball lightning experience, which is just shoot it out and have it explode in this magnificent blast of energy. So I love that we are allowing both of those to shine.
Absolutely. All right, on to the next class. We've got the Druid. So the Druid...
Where were we? Sorks equals weak. Got it? Or how did it look?
The PTR did have one...
Sork equals weak. That's it? I mean, the balls are good, but... I don't know. Okay, what are the chances after this PTR it's gonna be the same, man? I mean, I hope not. We'll see. Lightning Spear. Dude, Lightning Spear is gonna be the best build again.
The original blast of energy. So I love that we are allowing both of those to shine.
Absolutely. All right, on to the next class. We've got the Druid. So the Druid on the PTR did have one bugged build. One of their legendary Paragon nodes was causing their damage to scale way higher than we intended. Occasionally we'd even kind of break the game and go, you'd see negative damage numbers. Definitely not intended. We fixed that bug. But despite that, we think Druid on the whole was still in a solid place even without that. We've made a number of adjustments and reworked the Blurred Beast aspect. This is one that we had tried out a rework on the PTR, and it wasn't quite hitting the mark. It wasn't quite as engaging to play as we had hoped, so we did a rework to it to help improve the shred builds for Werewolf. Additionally, I wanted to highlight some of the Spirit Boon updates. These were the Druid class mechanic. You get these Spirit Boons. Historically, they've been a little bit falling behind, and we've done some big buffs here.
I got some meatballs. Some good stuff
here to make them really powerful.
Couscous.
I especially like the Gift of the Stag. It's my favorite one. It gives you passive spirit generation every second.
Yeah.
That really helps smooth out the Druid's early game in particular when they're struggling to really get their resource engine online. They were definitely one of the slower classes early on, and I think this update to the Spirit Boons is going to really help that.
Yeah, totally. And that's just such a great example of how the update is going to help them because Druids have typically struggled with generating spirit in the early game, and so having more access to that's going to help a ton.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Blurred Beast rework. So on the PTR, it had it would do some bonus strikes based on how far you travel. Now your shred will just always have a chance to land additional strikes, but it's going to roll that randomness 4 times. So if you get real lucky on your shred, you're going to hit so many times on that target, which really helps amplify the fantasy of Werewolf striking fast, striking multiple times.
Yeah, this aspect is super fun to play, and I absolutely love what the art team did with this, combining the mechanics of, you know, that feedback on the extra strikes with the actual additional slashes going out. It looks awesome.
All right, on to the Rogue. So the Rogue was a very strong class on the PTR. We thought it was in a great spot, very powerful, particularly with Rain of Arrows.
Yeah.
Rain of Arrow builds were already a pretty common, pretty powerful build before the season, but with the new changes to introduce the additional scaling damage on it, they were just absolutely top.
Yeah.
So I will say that, of course, as part of addressing the ultimate changes across the board, we did bring down the scaling a little bit on Rain of Arrows, but we do think that it's still going to be a very compelling choice. Rogue and ultimate skills are going to be just fine going forward into the season.
It'll be good.
Also, I want to talk a little bit about Shadow Clone. I know I teased that earlier with the summons update. Shadow Clone was probably one of the biggest updates in this season to really make sure it worked with all of your damage, all of your bonus effects, all of your procs, and especially work with a lot of your legendary effects that modify your skills. So previously, if you had, say, if you're using Flurry and you had the aspect of encircling blades that would cause Flurry to hit all around you, your Shadow Clone wouldn't know that you have that. It would just kind of attack like a normal Flurry. With this update, it'll now copy all of your legendary effects. Just as if you were casting the skill yourself, it comes from the Shadow Clone, and it works with all of those modifications.
And that's huge.
Absolutely.
It's a lot more damage.
Yeah. I really think, I love Reign of Arrows, I love Death Trap, the other ultimate options on Rogue, but I think Shadow Clone, it's its time to shine this season.
Shadow Clone, hit the gym.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Shadow Clone in action. So here we've got the aspect of Encircling Blades, the Flurry that I had mentioned earlier.
Oh, baby.
Doing the big AoE around both you and the Shadow Clone. Additionally, with twisting blades, when they come back and orbit around you, that Blade Dancer's aspect, they'll also come back and orbit around your Shadow Clone.
Wonderful.
Charles, you're going to make me do a Rogue Flurry Shadow Clone build this season.
Yeah, it should be great. Let me know how that works out. All right, on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer was probably the class that benefited most from a bug with the scaling of the ultimates. As I mentioned, there were some scaling with different stats.
Yeah.
And whenever there was 2 stats involved, particularly on Army of the Dead, then it was actually increasing the damage far higher than we had intended. So we have fixed that bug, and we've addressed it. But with that in mind, Necromancer is definitely the biggest benefit of the summons update. I know Shadow Clone is great, but Necromancer is the summons class.
Of course.
So what is the Mendel Necro really doing? How high? Because I was like trying to check on leaderboards, but there's no summoning Necro to be seen anywhere. It's all Bloodwave. Like, I was literally scrolling, like I think to like rank 500. It's just Bloodwave. Like, I don't think there's anyone. So maybe they'll focus on that again.
So they have by far the most. All of their skeletons and their golems are now going to much more consistently interact with your lucky hit procs, your bonus damage effects. Anything that increases your damage output will also increase the damage output of your minions. And on the whole, we really expect the summon Necromancer to be at its peak going into this season.
Amazing.
So channeling my Adam Jackson here. Minion stomps high.
Minion stomps are absolutely going up this season, for sure. Additionally, we've got some new, just like the Sorcerer, we've got 2 uniques that talk to Bloodwave, the unique, or the legendary, the ultimate skill. Right. We've got 2 different unique pants that can enhance your Bloodwave in different ways. Let's take a look at a clip of those. So first we've got Indriel's Memory, and this is going to be kind of your standard Bloodwave. It still flies forward, but when it hits the end, it's going to trap enemies in a bone prison.
The Sork and buffing the
Additionally,
barb,
it modifies your Bone Spear to also become a Blood skill. Now you've got a Blood.
They better nerf the Sork, dude. You see, it did 150, guys. It needs a nerf. Oh my god, I can fill that by skill. I didn't know. Look, 11 minutes. Oh, copyright. What do you think the Sork needs a buff or what? I mean, this is clearing faster than the Barb now. People want to buff the Sork? Nerf the Sork. Look at this. Sub 10 minutes in a pit 150. Lightning Spear, way too crazy. Buff Barb. Sork always needs a nerf. Mikuna, don't get the Sork nerfed. I think Sork might end up being second strongest class. mean, do you see the damage? That's 500 trillion with a T. Mekuna is literally the only reason while Sorg is F tier. Yep. Always gets the Sorg nerfed. The fuck? 500 trillion, man. It's every lightning spear for 500 trillion. Nerf Bob. I use dragging the enemies with Raymond. Yeah, this is Zaramos. But you must blame Mekuna for this. It's bad number. Man, but the Sorg gameplay is so cool. Let me finish this. This character is using a bug. Yeah, welcome to Diablo, man. It's like 90% of the builds are revolved around the bug. But he's playing Sorg, must be a bug. Sorg dealing damage, it must be a bug. Wait, look at this poor wolf. Look at it. Look at this guy. Look how he's toying with him. Come here, doggy, doggy, doggy. Come on, he's like dragging him half the rift. Look at this. Yo, this is great, man. Look at this. Oh, 15 minutes to the campfire. Oh man, this song is crazy. Alright guys, we had some good dinner. Meatballs, and now we got holy iced tea to seal the deal. It's not intended. Sorg is dealing damage, guys. Hello? How can this be intended? And why are you so pissed when the Sorg is clearing 150 in 5 minutes? 4 minutes. Cheers, guys. If you want some nice tasting drinks, guys, we have Holy right here for you. Sugar-free, super delicious, energy drink, iced teas, milkshakes. Tasty. Cheers. We are rocking honey Darjeeling. Yeah, okay, the boss takes a second, right? But, I mean, he dies either way. It's not even the best boss. Spirit Caller, this is Mekuna's boss. Yeah, I mean, it takes a hot second. $150, easy peasy. This is from Zaramos. I can't link you. Yeah. Conspiracy theory. Spirit Caller is the best friend of the sorcerer. Anyways, check out Holy, guys. 10% off. My code Rob. They have this amazing starter packs here. So let's say Ice Tea. This is my absolute favorite one. Here's the starter set. They have like a shaker like this. Plus 14 of the most popular flavors. You just mix it in some water. Easy peasy, delicious. And also the energy drinks keep us going for like 30, 40 hours on season launch. Enjoy. Yeah, this is from Zaramos. Already subscribed. Okay. But yeah, Sorg needs a nerf.
Blood Spear.
Right.
And with the inherent affix here, casting your Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown.
Hey, Supernova, what's
it
up?
really promotes the synergy between blood and bone, and you're going to get a nice loop of, hey, cast the Blood Wave, and then trap them in that bone prison. Hey, that's perfect for lining up this Blood Spear, and by casting that, you're going to reduce the cooldown.
I've not seen anyone ever play this.
Blood Wave to be ready for the next pack.
But it might be
Right.
good.
This unique alone really makes Blood and Bone, like a Blood
It
and
looks
Bone
cool.
build, come alive, which is cool.
Absolutely. The alternative, you could use Kasemi's Legacy. This one changes Blood Wave. Instead of one wave going
It's so good,
forward,
dude.
you've got two crashing in from both sides. And it's going to pull enemies towards you, and when it hits, it's going to do a big pulse of damage in the middle.
It's also going to be on Twitch and
It's
on
so
X.
cool. It's very transformational in the way you think about it, the way you position it, and what your use case is, right? It's not for pushing enemies away. It's for bringing them in close and really wanting to be in the thick of combat there.
Yeah, it really makes me think about like a more melee or close range centered necro build, whereas Indira's Memory makes me think about a ranged necro build.
Absolutely. This is, pulls them in, perfect for setting up a blood surge to hit enemies right around you. So definitely looking forward to see, a Blood Wave being played in a number of different ways in this new season. And finally, we've got the Spiritborn, of course, our newest class, which is very strong. It was very strong in the previous season, or what's currently live on Season 6. We did some adjustments.
So where did they pull these numbers from? Like, I understand, man, like, class balance is very hard. Like, balancing the classes is tough, right? But, like, looking at this in retrospect, it's almost exactly the opposite always of what they're saying. Like, it's talking about the Necro Minions, talking about Bob, Solid, and stuff. But yeah, in Season 6 it was very strong, but in Season 7 it's clearly the weakest character by a landslide. Like, it's not even close.
To some of the bugged interactions that was causing their damage to scale way higher than intended, as well.
I mean, I'm okay with, like, not having the perfect balance, right? We will never achieve the perfect balance. Like, maybe the builds can be within, like, 3 or 4 times the power level, but we should not see a class that is like 1,000 or 10,000 or even 1,000,000 times stronger than other classes. Okay, it's crazy. You can play like Blood Wave Necro to the Spiritborn.
A handful of nerfs across the board going
Or
into
last season's Spiritborn to last season's Necro.
the PTR. That being said, on the PTR, we still found them to be a very strong class. Arguably still the strongest. So with that in mind, we did
Yeah, okay, this didn't really age that well.
strong class. Arguably still the strongest. So with that in mind, we didn't.
It was also kind of out there in the tier lists, right? I don't think any content creator or YouTuber, streamer, whatever, had Spiritborn listed as very strong. I also had it in A tier. And yeah, A tier might not be the best ranking. Like, it might have been like even lower than A tier. Maybe like top build in B tier. My tier list wasn't perfect either, but I think it was pretty good. Yeah, okay, so you're saying streamers are killing the game. Spiritborn is not as strong because streamers say it's not as strong, so nobody plays it? Yeah, dude. Okay, the 10-4 strategy is, guys, since every tier list had Spiritborn bad, that means it's bad because nobody is even trying it, right? Actually, Spiritborn secretly is 150 capable, just nobody plays it. Okay. This is the recent conspiracy theory.
Too many changes. We really wanted to make sure that we brought some of the other classes up to that level, and we think the Spiritborn is in a good place. So there was actually very minimal amount of numerical adjustment.
And maybe he's not even that wrong about this, because Spiritborn might be in a good place. It's just every other class just has like a couple of super OP builds. Like, I think the game would be kind of healthier. I agree with the developers here, where like maybe it's balanced around like the Spiritborn level and maybe even the Rogue. But the Sorcerer, the Barb, the Druid, the Necro top builds are just outliers.
This is what you should do. Make meme builds at the start of the season. Everyone plays them and save the real builds for yourself, cheeky smiley face.
Yeah, but I don't really like doing content like this. I like to be very transparent, and sharing is caring. I always share the top builds. I feel that's also like what a lot of you come here to the stream. You know, you don't want to be trolled by that. I would not do that, but I mean, it would be funny to do like maybe if ever a season launches, it's April 1st soon, guys. Man, if we had season launch on it is a Tuesday. We should have had season launch on April 1st. Then we could have done this. It would actually be fun, man. Like, actually start the season with like a sorcerer or something, like or a druid. Yeah, but I don't like this gatekeeping stuff. They do it in other games sometimes. But sharing is caring, man. No gatekeeping.
Yeah. To Spiritborn going into this season. With that in mind, I wanted to highlight the Razor Wings build. There's a new unique item, the Sun-Stained War Crozier, as well as a new aspect, the aspect of Endless Talons.
Beavis and
That's
Butthead.
going to really help enhance this Razor Wing build. I think we've got a clip of that. So we've got the Sun-Stained War Crozier, and that's going to enhance all of your focus skills. They automatically benefit from all of our upgrades. You don't need to invest skill points in there.
Right.
And by casting it, you increase the damage of your potency skill, your Razor Wings, whenever you're casting focus skills.
As Razor Wings is a potency skill.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we're really looking forward.
Wait, isn't this getting buffed again? I think in the recent patch notes, didn't they buff this like on Tuesday? Maybe I was like... Yeah. So it went from 20 to 25 to 250. And Wushnak doubled. Okay, so they already realized that this was not that Spiritborn is not the strongest class. So they buffed it already. That's good. They need probably more than a 5% damage buff, but we go there. It's starting.
To seeing how this Razor Wings was maybe a little bit underrepresented on the current season, and we really looking forward to this unique and the new legendary to really bring it up to par. All right, so that covers our class updates, and once again, I kind of went at high level for each class because the actual number of changes were rather, there was a lot more than we didn't want to just throw up all the numbers for every single class. So I kind of painted a broad picture. Make sure you check out the patch notes for the actual changes that should be coming right after this stream.
Yeah, the patch notes are massive, so buckle up.
Massive, boys.
If we went through those, that would be like a 4-hour.
Okay, this is not now, guys, but I hope we're going to get them again. This is last season's stream. That's a big bird. That's right, man. That's a creepy looking head. Hype is real. Yeah, it should start in like, what, 4 minutes? Okay, which power updates?
Be able to put in. And you're going to be able to imprint it onto one of these slots in the armor you see on the left here in this image. Like this this character has Crush Hand, Touch of Death.
Are you guys happy with the Armory? I mean, the Armory kind of was fine for me. Obviously, there's some extra functions like the Mercenary is not in there. But how do you guys feel about the Armory?
Touch that. Quill, Razor Wings, and Payback.
That's what it's used to do.
Spiritborn that has saved a bunch of different builds there.
What it's made to do.
It's really wonderful because, if you want to try a different build, like if you want to try Touch of Death, but you've spent a really long time working on Crushing Hand, you don't have to worry about changing all of that manually anymore with the Armory. You can just do it automatically. Once you've created that build, you save it, and then you can swap to it whenever you want. These loadout slots are also character bound. So, you make a Spiritborn and then you decide you later want to swap to a Necro or, whatever. You're going to be able to ensure that you have a lot of variety to play in each character class. Another thing about loadouts is that they don't cost gold to change, so you're not going to have a bunch of significant gold overhead when you're actually swapping these, so you don't have to worry about that at all, which is very nice. The Armory can be accessed through a bunch of different places in Sanctuary as well, including major cities, the Dark Citadel, the Tree of Whispers, of course, which is a major focal point of Season 7. And
guys, I don't think I've ever done the Citadel in this season. Maybe it was part of the season journey, but I never did it. Well, I think the Armory is fine. I must say, I also, like you guys, like many of you, I didn't use it much. Because there's no stash tabs. You know, like, if we like go to the other problem that is there. Like, yeah, okay, Armory here. So this guy is playing like 5 different builds. I don't even have space in my stash tab to make 5 different builds. I just can't. So that was one of the problems. And also, in terms of class balance, there's no reason to make 5 builds because the balance isn't good. The balance isn't good. So if you are, like, I mean, I was main Bob. Like, is there any reason for me to play anything else but Earthquake? There isn't. Right? Because Earthquake is like 100 times stronger than the next strongest build. So I felt like I wasn't really incentivized to play anything else but Earthquake Bob. It's because you're a streamer. Casuals have a clean stash. Nah, what? You guys have a, like, if you're not playing that much, I think your stash is still full. But okay, I'm a hoarder. I have a hoarding problem. I know this. A little bit at least. I wanted to show you the stuff, but I couldn't find it. I wanted to look at memes. But yeah, I think stash is a problem no matter where you are. I mean, look at my stash. Like, first of all, I have like 10 out of 10 here. My entire inventory is full with some bullshit that doesn't stack. Like, I just don't understand why these cannot stack. Like, I'm gonna die on a hill for that. Like, what the fuck?
Your stash is empty and organized compared to Riker's.
What? My stash is empty? Look at this shit. Oh, there's 2 spots. I got lucky. Empty and organized. Yeah, but am I gonna throw these away? Like, hell no. They're like perfectly fine for some people. But look at all them amulets, man. Crit, strength GA. Like, this is like, some Bob out there might need this. My stash is empty and organized. I can't say this with a straight face. It's very empty and super organized, guys. Yes. And then I'm like, no, man, I'm just crying. I'm just looking at this, and it's such a mess, man. Look at this, like, the runes don't even fit in here, and the runes don't fit here. Like, I have a headache looking at this. Like, I'm not kidding, man. Like, the simple fact that there's not enough space in the rune inventory to store all the runes. That's the biggest slap in your face, dude. Fuck, man. I cannot possibly know how Riker's stash is less organized than mine. Like, mine has no organizational scheme whatsoever. Yeah, my room is organized. Every 6-year-old to their mothers. If I would just find the meme now, man. Like, that was a very good one. My stash is fine. I think we had it somewhere here. Was it that old? Like, people have been memeing on my stash for such a long time, man. I mean, this should just be Diablo 4 stash, Path of Exile stash. That's what it should say. Man. There's definitely something they can easily improve on. Yeah, I don't know when this was. It was maybe some time ago. There's too many. Don't have this anymore. But yeah, hoarding problem is a problem. Is it live?
Where we'll be showcasing
Okay, we can keep the sound on, then we know. We get live? Okay, wait a sec. Yeah, it's just a countdown, guys. It hasn't started yet. I mean, we can watch the screen while we talk. 26 minutes. Oh, okay, you think this is a sign? I told you, Mikula. Oh. So wait. So you're thinking they're gonna focus on itemization? Fuck that billet. Masterwork? Itemization 3.0? Okay, I mean, you're reading a lot into just a picture. But it can't be a coincidence either, huh? Who is this old friend? Loot Reborn version 3. No, 2. Canai's Cube? Okay. Okay, now that's just crazy talk. Yeah, okay, we want the Canai's Cube thing. That'd be lit. Gauntlet Revisited. Can you update default Quill Volley? I can. Let me see. I mean, master working, guys, in steps. Rank 4, rank 8. And then you can reset it to those steps. That'd be lit. Yeah, but the thing is, like, right now, Quill Volley isn't too great anyways. But let me take a look. Spiritborn... Quill Volley OP. Wait, what's the bug? My wife needs it. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Yeah, okay. Aye. Wait. Yeah, I see what the problem is. How did it get bugged like that? I don't think we need this. Crit damage. There's still a Rod of Keg W build, right? Did we miss one? Okay, I fixed it. I don't know how it bugged like that. Should be good now. Sorry about that. Okay, if it's really gonna be masterworking, that's gonna be great. %, guys. Masterwork. Masterwork. Loot 3.0. I mean, it's gotta be something with items. Masterwork reset would be great, yeah. You think it's Kanai's Cube? It could be even the season theme, right? Kanai's Cube season? I mean, I'll be okay with that. Maybe we do get a leaderboard. Yeah, but this, you can't really say that from this picture. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, you can keep guessing for 20 minutes and then we know. Linking to Fextra Live, bannable offense? Is this like new in the Twitch policy? No. I think they're not embedding anymore. In fact, I don't think they are even streaming anymore right now. Extra Life. Bannable offense, bro. What are you guessing, Rob? I hope they rework. I hope they rework masterworking. I hope we get some way to filter out loot, but I don't even think that's gonna happen though. It would be lit though, but it's probably unlikely. Would definitely like to see that. Blacksmith, maybe the blacksmith at the Uber bosses. Charms. Man, a way of crafting items. What about we could craft an item from scratch? Like start with a white item and then craft it up. Ancestral primal uniques with all stats perfect. I mean, we kind of have that with great affixes. Yeah, but masterworking, that would not be like a big thing. Like that's like a quality of life minor update that you have on the side. Like just having the masterwork addressed is just a quality of life issue. It would not be like, you know, some crazy change. Some minor stuff. I'm gonna go bathroom for a second, guys, but it's gonna definitely be something with loot. I'm also gonna put this into the kitchen here. And then we rock. Okay. Speculation is going wild. Set items, you think? Yeah, how would you guys feel about set items in Diablo? I don't know, man. I have like very mixed feelings on set items. It would be great because they would offer like a lot of new stuff. But it would be very hard to balance. And you remember the way they did it in D3? Was kind of meh. Because like one set item completed would give you like 1,000,000 times damage. Leveling, alt items. Yeah, tempering I think is fine.
2 or 3 piece sets and only one allowed at a time.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like more like, you know, the Captain Crimsons, the Orchilds, the Born sets, like more like this kind of stuff. I would like, yeah, not 6 piece, like more like the Captain Crimson set in D3, like where you have like 2 or 3 pieces that doesn't really like, you know, give you like 1,000,000 times damage. It just gives you like some nice bonus that you otherwise can't get. I would like that. Yeah, if it's something like that would be pretty cool. I think we'll watch on Twitch, guys. I'm not sure how many ads we're gonna get. We have chat. Mid-season patch, boys. The most OP class next season, Bob. Bob. Or how about Spiritborn? We have like Spiritborn, the strongest on launch, then the weakest after all the nerfs, and then the strongest again. I think it's gonna be Bob or Sork, gonna be the best class. Like Necro, I think Necro is gonna get a big nerf. Bloodwave Necro is gonna get nuked. Cataclysm Druid is gonna get nuked. Earthquake Bob is gonna get nuked. It might literally be Sork. Like Pit Push, it might be Sork. Yeah, I think there's high chance it's Sork. Nah, Rogue, I don't know. Rogue is never really the strongest. Like, Rogue's like always in the middle. Rogue is like well-balanced class with no outliers. But what they're gonna do about Lightning Spear? Like, Lightning Spear easy does 150, but you must do all those snapshots. Wait, is this like double? No. And our Necro is gonna get nerfed like crazy, man. I mean, I'm not wishing it, it's just my guess. Like, Cataclysm, Bloodwave, and Earthquake are gonna get freaking nuked. Like, nuked. Freaking destroyed. Is my guess. I'm not hoping it or anything, it's just my guess. Yeah, if Earthquake is gone, like, what are you gonna do on Bob? Nothing. What will we play? I mean, I hope that there's something new on Bob. Else, I might play Sork. I've never really played Sork in a season. I will see. I mean, I completely don't mind playing any class, you know? Like, I like to really had a lot of fun on Spiritborn. I even played Rogue for a season. So, we'll see. Rogue, Beauty, and Sin. Here. Yeah, this is gonna be my Rogue, alright? We must get the viewers up for a second. Here. I think we gotta play Rogue again, guys. Come on. How about it? We need translog like this for the Spiritborn. Rogue is so back. I guess it's close. What do you prefer? This is Tarzana. Then we have obviously Arya. And then there's Karen. Karen Tarzan, man. Dude, Karen, easy pick, dude. Unlimited. You're all in. Or you can be like ultra juiced, anabolic, steroid abuser, Bob. I mean, you can say a lot of things. Does she have a big nose? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, but what, how is Heartseeker like? They go pee. No, I think we'll take Arya, man. Or Tarzana is good too. But like this, like she needs a posture check. Like she's like this with her neck. Like the neck is weird, no? I think it's fine, but the neck is weird. I think Karen has better posture. Okay, boys, 7 minutes. Karen is Angela Merkel. Dude, she took my internet. Okay, let's exit Diablo. We don't need it. We want Diablo in the game. Diablo. Look, guys, Diablo is coming, confirmed. Karen has no neck. I mean, the rogue has the neck for both of them. Ain't no way. 6 minutes. Okay, a new way to masterwork. Canized cubes, set items. What are the other guesses? Maybe you could do a bingo. Okay, so we have set items. Then we have Canized or Horadric. Is it Horadric's cube? Crafting. Leaderboards. Oh man, mid-season leaderboards, bro. Roadmap. Oh, we might see the roadmap today. Oh, that'd be sick. Yes. Goblin portals. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But they agreed. Oh, I mean, it could be. It could be. Greed is good. Solo self-found. Roadmap, solo self-found. 5 minutes. A roadmap to the roadmap. Ah, man. I'm not sure. Like, I have very mixed feelings about set items. I think the roadmap was more scheduled for April. If they put leaderboards right now, I guarantee they would have a surge of players. Yeah, maybe. I would actually agree. There would definitely be, maybe not a crazy surge, but there'd definitely be more players. The problem is the class imbalance is too crazy. The build imbalance is too crazy for real leaderboards right now. Hey, cheers, guys. We got some hydration. I got my Holy over, but if you want some good sugar-free hydration, we have water now. Check out Holy. Yeah, they'll announce great things, boys. Let me put the announcement. Season 8 Campfire live now. So it looks like station upgrades. Itemization it is. I'm wishing for a non-bugged season. That's very tough. But they did say they want to improve on Q&A and testing. Coffee overhaul. Yeah, let's go. I get some hydration. I mean, coffee is dehydrating you. Okay, wait. What do we do with the chat? Where do we move it? Okay, guys. We're going to go like rather small, I think. Gonna take as little as possible. Maybe like this? Man, set items would be sick though. I would definitely prefer like set items like Captain Crimson. Like the kind of like 3 set, not 6 piece. 6 piece is scuffing your build too much, I feel. We don't want that. I mean, there is for people on YouTube. By the way, guys, you can also watch on YouTube. There is definitely less ads. Because there might be some ads here. You can always also watch here. And also leave a like, leave a comment on YouTube. Shout Quake. I mean, it's this DPS version. It just has the Quakes normally and shouts. You can add Shaco to it if you like. 2 to 3 item pieces. Yeah, that'd be great. 1 minute, boys. Twitch Turbo. Yeah, thanks for the support, guys. Thank you for the 13 months, Ricardo. Much appreciated, man. How long until the stream starts? Can you not see the timer? Now. Uh-oh. No. I gotta mute this. Dude, you know what happened last time? Dude, this is a copyright. Guys, I kid you not. I got a copyright strike for this guy dancing. No, I need to mute it. Like, seriously. Like, YouTube striked my video because I didn't have a license for this sound. Like, I can show you, man. They fucking strike the video. It was fucking crazy, man. Yeah, what the fuck is that? I don't know if they have the license to this. But they did, dude. Yeah, German Urheberrecht. I mean, yeah, in Germany, like, all that stuff is, like, way more complicated. Trap all the streamers, yeah. I just knew that they copyright strike this because I was, like, getting the strike and I was so pissed last time. I mean, I don't know so if it's necessarily Blizzard's fault. Like, they probably have the rights to the song for their stream, but I don't have it. Yeah, I'm trying to steal Blizzard's content. I mean, it's definitely not Blizzard's. I mean, you know. Like, I did not buy the copyright to this, whatever the song is called. Wait.
Diablo community, welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat.
Adam is back.
PTR Campfire Chat for Season 8. My name is Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community here. Of course, I'm joined by this panel. A lot of familiar faces. Do you guys want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Colin Feiner. I'm a design director on Diablo 4.
Hey, I'm Derek Nunez. I'm a lead seasons designer here on Diablo 4.
And hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team.
Awesome. Okay. And we're also joined by Ruben Marquez, aka Bloodshed. He's actually behind the scenes. He'll be playing through some gameplay that we're going to be showing off here in a little bit. Oh, there he is. He's saying hi, waving.
Oh, he's going to play on Rogue.
And a little bit with maybe not Marak dancing more. We got to see a good minute and a half of him before the stream actually started. Crazy day. First, I do want to start off with that we had a smoothie delivery this morning, and Marcus is not here, as you can see. I'm here.
Man, that shirt is so cool.
Because he forgot my smoothie in the order, so I just kicked him off the stream. No, I'm just kidding. But I told him I'd bring it up because I'm like, oh, my smoothie's not here. But either way, we have a lot to talk about.
Colin is going to cook.
Season 8. And that's actually the end of the stream, so that's all I wanted to bring up.
Thank you.
No, we have a lot to talk about for Season 8 PTR, but I know a few other topics that we wanted to hit on was kind of related to some of the quality of life stuff that's going to be coming with this specific season based off of, feedback and things we've seen within the game. And also one big topic is around mid-season updates. It's actually something that a lot of people have been asking about, and we do want to give a little bit of an update on what mid-season updates will be going forward and how we're kind of thinking about it from here. So
please, content.
Colin, did you want to talk a little bit about how we're planning on doing mid-season updates?
Yeah, I think first it's helpful to sort of talk about the history of the mid-season balance patch. Originally, when we had talked about mid-season, it was pretty early in the life cycle of Diablo 4. We would add a ton of items, and we do sort of envision doing a lot of big swings in terms of big nerfs to overperforming builds and big buffs to underperforming builds. But as we've seen, we've added more progression and things like Season 4 itemization.
And it was
There's
great.
A lot more time investment in terms of getting your build online and really refining and optimizing it.
AOZ.
And what we found is when you put so much time into your character, it feels really bad when we nerf things, right? So Season 6 is a great example where you might have done so much work to temper your gear and masterwork your gear and level up those paragons that we were really hesitant to do like a big nerf swing as part of the mid-season balance patch.
No nerfs.
Sort of on the other hand, right, we didn't want to massively buff underperforming builds to match the overperforming builds because we didn't want to create this insane, sort of arms race and then we're at pit tier 9,000, right? It'd be ridiculous. So what we ended up doing was actually kind of like anemic number tweaks. Like they weren't really necessarily making a big impact. And we took a step back and sort of asked ourselves like, well, what are we actually getting out of this? What are you, the players, actually getting out of this? And I think we're at a sort of point where we want to pivot and adjust our philosophy a little bit. And I think we've already seen some of this philosophy come to life in Season 7.
Yeah, exactly. I know, especially in the beginning of the season, people probably saw us make some tweaks in the first couple weeks related to some really crazy numbers that maybe they weren't even numbers in some of the
negative numbers
people saw in the start of the actual season.
Yeah. So all that is to say, I think really what we're going to start taking a look at is not doing massive swings in the mid-season, but instead focusing our efforts on the launch of a season. So we're going to take that time and we're going to make sure that there's a much higher quality launch release and taking a lot of that balance time and making sure that when we do launch a season, it's higher quality, right? We want the pit tier disparities to be a little bit lower.
Yes,
we want to make sure that, when a new season launches, the new builds that we're adding are going to be really effective and there's a lot of new fun ways to play. This doesn't mean we're never going to balance or touch the game. It actually means we're just going to shift our efforts to the beginning of a season. So early on, we're going to be pretty vigilant in terms of things that are underperforming or way overperforming and acting quickly on them.
Yeah, the goal here is really to get everything closer in terms of less egregious builds being super high up there. We saw that I think specifically in Season 6 with the Spiritborn.
Yeah, that's an L to me, man.
That way. We know we got a lot of feedback with hey, this feels kind of poopy if the
regular updates I think are better.
30, 40
why would they not
below.
nerf on buff?
And so the goal is really to kind of bring and keep things more aligned, especially at the start of the season. So as Colin mentioned, in the first couple weeks, I know there's going to be more effort in putting tweaks during that time to really respect the players' time as well.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, that timing is really important because our mid-season updates in the past had come a month or a month and a half into the season once players have been really invested in their build.
Where this is going.
And now we're going to be much more focused on rapid updates, within a week or two after the season launch to make sure that if we are making those adjustments, it is at a point where, hey, you're not you're not complete with the season, you're not done yet, and you can adjust and you can make sure that your time is respected in that way.
Definitely. So to really clarify, when a season launches, I'll use Bloodwave as an example. That was something we saw pretty early on.
Yeah, bad idea.
It was way too overtuned, right? You didn't even really have to invest in your character to get to a point where you're godlike. And that is something that we would probably act quickly on as a part of the next season, for example.
And I think a big point of clarity is if Bloodwave using that as an example is very much an S tier build right now in this season.
S plus.
S plus for sure. I think that the goal is not to immediately take it to F or even immediately take it to C or anything like that. It's really keep it still an S, but also make sure that it's still at least lined up with the other builds that might be up there in that top tier.
Yeah. Conversely too, I just want to make it super clear. If we see things that we added that are new, for example, if the seasonal powers aren't performing in a way that feels really powerful and crunchy, we're going to be buffing those. So it's not only looking out for the S+, it's also looking for the things that missed the
I think
mark.
what they say here is all kind of obvious.
Awesome. Yeah, so I know that players at the start of Season 8 will see us be a lot more reactionary towards those first couple weeks in the early part of that season. So yeah, just wanted to clarify that with players because we've seen a lot of questions about mid-season updates. Is this a mid-season update when they see a patch or something like that? And so going forward,
I was more hoping mid-season update means content.
Look at things
like in Season 2
updating the game in the
Season
future.
3.
And if you hide things early, I will Liam Neeson your ass. I will know. I will know.
There you go. You heard it first.
Yeah.
Colin's just waiting behind you.
I mean, the rapid updates is
that's what he
great,
does.
but they've
And
been doing
that's-
this anyways.
Yeah.
Like the little demon kid right behind you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The other thing that we want to talk about is kind of like state of the game, especially with season 7, where we're at, and kind of how we're looking at that towards season 8. I think one of the biggest points of feedback we've heard related to season 7 is kind of the pace of the game. It's, sometimes you blink and you're level 20 and you're like, holy crap, what happened? So I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just sort of our perspective on season 7 has been the progression is very fast, way faster than we sort of expected. Part of it is a lot of the really cool new seasonal powers. Part of it's the headhunts being super lucrative and awesome. And part of it's also just like the seasonal journey and the reputation board. There's a lot of different ways to get a ton of power in Diablo 4. And what we've seen is compared to season 6, which had a lot of positive feedback as part of our revamped progression model, is that a lot of that has sort of gone down the drain in terms of how fast players are chewing through some of the content. So we actually have a graph that we could look at. I apologize, this is terrible, but I just pulled it from the stat, our sort of stat page. It's not the greatest, but this is a picture of season 6. You can see on the y-axis here, it was taking roughly people around 15 to 17 hours on average to get to max level. We felt like that was a pretty good journey, right? Part of Diablo is that sort of 0 to hero journey, and part of what's fun about leveling is you start to sort of form a build and find a lot of different pieces.
Cannot underestimate how casual
forming
casual
your character, where customization is really fun, right? You're not necessarily locked
Takes normally
into
like
build.
3 hours.
So we felt like that was a pretty good clip for hitting max level. It's on average, right? So you could either go faster or slower depending on sort of how much of a blaster you are. So we felt like that was a pretty good average, especially with difficulty tiers and your ability to sort of go faster or slower based on your pacing. And let's go to season 7
does that include
now.
town time?
And
People just go
doubled.
AFK.
So you can see that it was taking about 9 hours on average, which is kind of insane, right? Again, this is the average. So if you're, if you're like a Wudijo of the world, it's probably more like 2 hours or like 30 minutes. And that was something that we definitely feel like has sort of missed the mark in terms of that initial journey. So we are going to be making some changes just to adjust for a lot of the seasonal power and things like that. We're not going to necessarily nerf the power of the seasonal power. We still want you to feel powerful, but we are going to essentially take a look at the 1 to 25 experience and just smooth that out a little bit, which is going to essentially make the leveling experience a little bit closer to season 6. So it is going to be a slower from 1 to 25, but one thing we've done to sort of compensate that is we've taken a look at the itemization. We don't like that rares and sort of magic items immediately disappear after the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think you kind of get to that point like we were talking about. If you get to like level 20, you blink and you're level 20, and then at the same time you blink and you're like, blues and yellows. I only look at oranges now, or like what's this other color? So,
I think that's more a problem of
I know
itemization.
that we have some changes that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and again, like a lot of this is in the spirit of making sure that 0 to hero journey is really satisfying, right? That's what makes it so awesome when playing Diablo, is that sort of, I start with nothing and become a god, right? So we are taking a look at the itemization so that it doesn't just feel like a slog from 1 to 25. What we're going to be doing is, I'm going to jump actually into the legendaries really quick, because it's really important, a really important part of this. The other thing that was contributing to this leveling pace was that players are getting a legendary every 3 to 4 minutes, and that's from 1 to 60. That's not just in the end game. And it just felt like legendary item quality was just too prevalent across the leveling journey. You didn't have, you sort of hit max level, there was no journey to assembling your build, you just had everything as part of the Codex of Power. So we're also reducing the legendary rate from leveling. We're not really touching the end game legendary drop rates, but from leveling we are adjusting that. And to compensate that, to jump back into the magic and rares. We're making it so that magics can have up to 2 affixes. So sometimes you're going to find, from your 1 to 25 journey, a pretty good magic item. It might actually be better than a rare, for example, because it might have dropped earlier for you. It might have higher eye power. And then we're also making it so that rares can sometimes have up to 3 affixes. And what that means is, when you get a drop at level 35 from a Whisper Cache, right now, in Season 7, it feels terrible when you don't get a legendary item, because you just know that it's just not even worth looking at, right? But now that rare items can have up to 3 affixes, that means that you might have a really good imprintable base. It means all the rares that drop across the game from 1 to 60 could actually be
I'm kind of
okay
with this
year
change.
for you,
It doesn't really
especially
impact
with all
that
of our crafting options. So we think that this helps smooth out the 1 to 60 journey. I will caveat that the rare quality is not the best at max level still. It's going to be a lower eye power, so you're not going to have to filter through a bunch of rares at max level. We're not going to go back to pre-season 4. So yeah, we think this is this sort of smoothing out of the leveling curve, taking a look at the magic rarities or the item qualities is just going to make the experience feel a lot more rewarding and satisfying as you go through these levels.
And then I know some of the other items we've been talking about have been like a little bit of that torment progression. We've seen drastic differences between like season 6 to season 7, and it's something I know we're making tweaks to.
Yeah, so the other half of Diablo is obviously the max level endgame, right? And we've heard a ton of feedback that it just feels like a weekend game right now. You can just blast through all the torment tiers. There's nothing that's really satifying about it. There's nothing to work towards just because you're just getting so much power so frequently. Something is really crushing this content. So what we've done here is, if we go to the slide, we've actually given. Actually, let me jump into some of the stats here because I think it's really interesting. A lot of people got to Torment 4 very quickly. So on average, it was taking players around 15 hours to get to Torment 4. That's like roughly double how quickly it took in Season 6, which is kind of insane. Again, it's the culmination of seasonal powers and all this crazy stuff going on.
76.
And the other part of it is
still too
50% of players are actually hitting Torment 4. And just from a philosophy standpoint, we really want whatever the hardest Torment tier is, in this case
it's
Torment 4, to be
low.
aspirational. And to us, that means 70? Around 10%. That means that, if you're really Johnny Badass, you need to be in the top 10% of players to actually get there. And it's not hitting the mark. So what we're going to do is make some adjustments. So
it's
Torment
baby
1
step.
is now going to start at pit tier 10, which means we've effectively added 10 pit tiers to the pit, because now Torment 1 starts earlier. And then we've also increased the Torment pit scaling, health by roughly 20% multiplicative, and then some damage increases.
Yeah, and that pit scaling is, every level of the pit is multiplicative on previous levels. So it's not just like, oh, whatever pit I was at, it's now 20% harder. It's actually like kind of stacking 20% every level.
Good.
So and the end result is that a pit tier 100 is much harder than it was before.
Okay.
And that will that makes it harder to reach that absolute highest end, and gives you a little bit more for those builds and those blasters who are getting up to that highest pit tier. It's going to be quite.
But why can't they just go to 200?
Quite that same level next season.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, sort of culminates in moving Torment 1 to pit tier 10 and effectively adding 10 pit tiers and increasing the multiplicative scaling of the pit tier scaling. Is the journey is going to be a lot more.
There needs to be an incentive to do the
a lot
high
more
pits.
sort of peaks to climb. And it also means pit tier 150 is going to be very difficult. So difficult that I don't believe any of you will reach it. I don't know, I'll do something silly on.
They said this with AOZ as well.
That's not enough for doing
They said
now,
it, man.
And then within the first week.
That's a challenge to all of you out there.
Yeah, you all can vote on the silly thing.
No one will reach it.
But conversely, I just want to cover
kept saying this with
quickly,
AOZ.
though. Torment 4 isn't going to be insanely harder than it was before. It's going to be roughly around pit tier 76s on live right now, so season 7. So think about the game that you're playing right now. Torment 4 is going to be about 11 pit tiers harder. So it's still achievable. It's just that upper end is also just going to be that much harder to sort of climb through.
Yeah, 76.
Awesome. So we got a lot of changes coming for like Torment scaling. Obviously, some itemization changes. So the big thing being, as you're leveling up, you're going to see a lot more opportunities to find items, especially with the changes to blue and yellow items there. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the big caveat is like at 60, the item power on legendaries is still going to be the best method and the best items to actually grab.
What's the incentive to do high pits?
Yeah, lots of big changes coming up. Great to actually walk through all of them. I know we have a ton more to talk about specifically around the new season. So thank you, Colin. We're going to jump over to Derek, because I know we do want to talk about the new season and what players are actually going to be experiencing in this PTR. Again, just to redefine what PTR is for some people, because I got messages from people going like, well, PTRs are sometimes buggy, and I'm like, well, it's a PTR, so it is like a beta or an alpha, an early look into a game, so we expect that. There will be like known issues, and we'll actually have those known issues on our forums. so people can actually see them. You can report bugs. It
PTR
actually
is buggy for
helps
me.
when you guys actually jump into a PTR and experience it and give us feedback, because that helps tweak the start of the season for the better, essentially. But with Season 8, we will be having, of course, a PTR, and we'll be talking about it here in a second. And if you remember with Season 7, we kind of had this this overarching theme with like big changes in that season. One was specifically around what was mostly focused around like the whispers. And of course with Season 8 we have another overarching theme that we're really going to be talking about, where we'll be kind of even seeing an old friend. So Derek, do you want to chat about it here?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, as you mentioned, seasons are kind of like our opportunity to shine focus on an existing system and really amplify or celebrate or enhance it within that respective season. So we've seen that with Season 4 with the Helltide revamps and whatnot, as you mentioned. Season 7 was the emphasis on the Tree of Whispers and Bounties. So as Colin kind of mapped out the journey to the endgame, we wanted to shine focus on a major endgame feature, namely surrounding our bosses. And we have a lot of really cool bosses in the world of Sanctuary. But more specifically, the Lair boss system, or as some of us, we reference it to as the boss ladder. So Season 8, focus is on the Lair boss system. We're going to be doing a whole mess of new things to it. So we're adding new bosses, new mechanics, quality of life updates, and a revamped materials loop that I'm going to be covering throughout the course of the segment.
That's pretty cool.
So, first I just want to kind of talk about the new bosses and additions to the roster. So when we're talking about the Lair bosses, these are like the biggest, baddest, bosses of Sanctuary. So we're looking at how do we add to the roster in a meaningful way, but also which bosses do we add that are impactful and versatile enough to carry the entire theme of a season. So with that in mind, we're just asking ourselves a question of which are the right bosses to bring. You mentioned an old friend. So we had to choose something that was versatile. We had to choose something that was big, bad. So that's where we go to Belial. Yes, Season 8, Belial's return. Belial's
This
back
is
in
D3
Sanctuary.
Belial.
He is climbing his way to the top of the Lair boss ladder. He is the new, exalted pinnacle challenge within the ladder. He is the highest challenge.
This is going to be a Lilith level fight.
And he also has some very unique reward-related tricks up his sleeve that I'll cover a little bit later. So for now, just know that Belial's back, and he's also just not joining the party alone. He's bringing a couple of friends from our Vessel of Hatred. So first up is our buddy Urvar. So Urvar's joining the roster of the Lair boss ladder system. He's going to be filling out kind of like the lowest rung of the ladder. So he's going to be joining the party with the Varshans and the Beast and Ice and whatnot. So Urvar's back, and we're also bringing back another Vessel of Hatred character, the Harbinger of Hatred.
So happy for this.
Yeah,
is this Mephisto's dog?
We're going to see a little bit more of this guy in just a little bit, but the Harbinger of Hatred will be joining kind of the second rung of the ladder with the likes of Duriel and Andariel. And one thing I just do want to stress is that both of these Vessel of Hatred bosses will dip into the shared loot pools of other bosses within their respective tier, but also have some additional bonuses that is specific to the Vessel of Hatred, like being a great source of tributes and runes. But Belial, for all intents and purposes, is available to everyone, and he is just the new pinnacle challenge of the boss ladder.
So you're saying even harder than Duriel and Andariel right now. He's going to be harder, more rewarding than even those.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, Belial,
new top tier.
New top tier. Belial, Lord of Lies, he does not mess around.
And I'm really excited about this because I think this is going to pair really well with the sort of leveling journey and the tournament progression where we're making things a little bit more aspirational, a little bit more challenging. It's really like a return to the heart of the Diablo experience, right? Sort of leveling from nothing and taking on these huge big bads to claim their loot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's kind of like the inherent cool thing about the Lair boss ladder system is that you start with like the initiate level floor, you take those on, you graduate to the next level, and then now you have kind of Belial just always there looming over you. That's kind of like the aspirational, yes, I get to go fight him now. But for those who know about our buddy Belial, Lord of Lies, you know that he kind of appears in different forms. So this is what we're kind of referencing as like his supreme form that appears at the top of the Lair boss ladder. But he also has his, I guess, smaller, more agile, compact form. I like to affectionately refer to him as Baby Belial, but this is Belial in his more compact form. And throughout the course of the season, or I guess just the Lair boss mechanics, He's going to be popping up all over the place, but I'm really excited about this version of Belial's new role in the Lair boss ladder system, in the sense that defeating and looting any of the Lair bosses has a small % chance to initiate a surprise ambush from Belial himself. And this is really cool because this is kind of like a 2 for the price of 1 payout. So let's say I fight Andariel, I defeat Andariel, I loot Andariel, and I get this special ambush triggered. And if I defeat Belial, I'll get a double payout of Andariel's loot. So I got the loot from Andariel, and I get another payout of Andariel's loot from defeating
I was hoping for
himself.
new loot.
So it's a really exciting kind of just like injection of some fun novel mechanics within the Lair boss system that we're doing over and over and over again. So again, really excited about this update. And again, in the spirit of teasing kind of the rewards relationship and connection that Belial has, this version of Belial has a very special connection to his larger Supreme form in the Lair boss ladder that I'll touch upon a little bit later. A lot of teasing that I'm kind of just setting up. There's a lot to go over.
We're going to lie to everybody.
Yeah,
We're
just
gonna
kidding.
lie.
Yeah, we're lying.
That's
Yeah,
part
we're
of the theme.
Belial's actually not here. This is a lie. Yeah. Yeah, so that was that. That was the the Belial ambushes. But
I'm not sure about
I also
the
want to talk
rewards.
about some additional major sweeping updates that's coming in with just the system as a whole. And I want to talk about the summoning materials. As we know, the way that the system currently functions is, you do activities, you get summoning items, you go visit the boss, and you plop them in, you summon the boss, and then that's kind of just a flow. So when we're looking at the Lair boss system, we don't just look about ways that we can add to it. We also look about opportunities to resolve or reduce some frictions, or just areas for improvement that we can have with it. Since it's a very mature system, we get a lot of feedback that we diligently ingest and talk about and whatnot on our team. So when it came to the summoning materials, we identified a couple of key points of, I guess, friction that players are currently having with it. One is, since you have to ante up your summoning materials just to summon the boss, it's kind of a feels bad moment when you realize that you just wasted X number of materials to find out that you can't defeat Duriel. Like, okay, that's wasted materials, back to the loop, maybe I'll fight him another week or two depending how fast you are. And it's just generally not a great feeling for myself or for players and whatnot.
Yeah, I definitely have run into this where it's like, I'm only going to fight the boss when I can guaranteed win against it. Right. So you never actually.
And how do you know that too? Until
how do you know?
Trial and error.
Like you never really have that like actual fun fight with the boss where you're like, oh, am I gonna lose or not? Because it's like, well, I'm just not gonna risk it.
Yeah, I've had at times where I'm like, I don't know if my build's quite ready, so I'll try to fight a boss. And then I'm like, oh, this is really tough. Like I die a couple times, and I'm like, do I really want to keep like retrying it? Because like, well, I've already invested. I'm kind of committed. So with this new way, I don't need to invest those right up front. I can just go and fight them right away and see how strong I am without risking the materials.
Yeah. So we're going to cover like the specificities of the new system and how it all works in a little bit. But the other kind of pain point that we identified with the current system is also just in regards to like the party play. I think my little earpiece is coming out of my ear. There you go.
Yeah, it's a common theme on this.
Yeah.
The earpiece just pops out all the time.
We do it live here. So the other element is like just the party play, right?
Yeah.
And as much as we want to kind of like entrust in our fellow man and whatnot and engage in the boss rotations and whatnot, we have seen,
don't one-shot them.
some areas of friction where certain players don't engage in the boss rotations and they don't submit their materials. Like no one watching the stream would ever be guilty of this, but that does happen. It's shocking, but it does happen.
Belial is on the other side of the computer. It's like, I'll definitely pay the next rotation.
And then they leave and they take all their stuff. So that was another kind of area of friction that we experienced with the current summoning materials. So I think that's kind of enough of a preface.
So what exactly are they doing with
for where the system is going now that we're introducing in Season 8. So
what are we doing?
I don't know. Let's find out. All right, so Lair keys. So summoning materials are effectively being repurposed in their roles as a new item called Lair keys. And what Lair keys do, well, I'll just start with this, is since there's no more summoning materials, that just means that effectively all Lair bosses are free to summon. So if you're not sure if you're ready to take on a Varshan or a Duriel, just go visit them. Kind of use them as a bit of a training dummy to see if you can actually, take them on. But what Lair keys now do is they grant access to the defeated boss's hoard or their treasure chest that they drop. So now I'll just walk you through kind of the new flow. Imagine this with me. So you enter Duriel's lair. You walk up to his altar, and you just click the altar to summon him. Again, no cost to you. You fight Duriel, you defeat him, out pops his horde, and now the Shards of Agony, which is now the Lair key, you use that to open his horde and get all the oodles of loot that you went to go visit him to do.
Yeah. And these work like Helltide chests, so you have to pay in order to get the loot, and the only loot comes from the person who pays.
That sounds good, though.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction, is that now every member in the party needs to have the appropriate type and quantity of the Lair keys to access the loot in the horde.
And you can still trade your keys with friends and things like that. If you have 9999, Duriel mats, you can split them in half and give them to your buddies to open the chest.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharing is caring in the system here.
And then, of course, if you're really lucky, you'll get a Belial ambush, and you can get double loot.
Yeah, there you go. So a lot of new avenues and ways to kind of experience this.
What is it with the Stygian stone here?
So we also have the Stygian stones. So Stygian stones in Season 8 is living a new life now, in the sense that we wanted to ensure that every boss in the first rung of the ladder, our Initiate Lair bosses, the Varshans, Grigors, Bisonites, Lord Zirs, and Urvars now, that they're all equally relevant to getting you to climb to the next rung. So in addition to, you can take a screenshot
I think
of this
it's too
chart here.
complicated,
I won't
man.
try and walk through the entire thing, but now Stygian stones is a drop that can drop from any of the Initiate Lair boss tier here.
Okay.
And you can crush them into your Lair key of choice for the second rung of the Lair bosses. So let's say I fight Grigor, I get a Stygian stone, and I want to go fight Andariel. I can just crush that into some Andariel keys. And again, just giving a little bit more flexibility in how players actually engage and progress through.
Man, I think it would be way cooler if we can juice the bosses
Again, as
with
we
the
know,
stones.
all
Like, make
roads
them
lead
harder,
to
make them more
Belial,
rewarding.
Lord of Lies, the top of the pinnacle.
But it's just a
of the
replacement.
ladder at the end. Ooh, there's a lot. All right,
It's just a
final thing
replacement.
here is
It would be
the
cooler if it's
item
a way to
reduction.
juice
So
it.
again, with this new system, we're consolidating all the Lair keys to one Lair key type per boss. So no more kind of managing two different materials and
stacking to 99.
2 of these, 5 of these.
At least.
It's just one material per boss.
Why not?
We're increasing the item stacking of these to 99, again, to cut down on some of that bloat. And one of my personal favorites here is that we're also normalizing the counts of required Lair keys per boss rank. So all the Initiate tiered bosses, they require the same quantity of their respective keys. So too the degraders and whatnot. So again, it's just cutting down on the total mental math and memory that is kind of affecting the, on-ramping enjoyment of the current system.
Yeah, and Andariel only needs one material, for example, as part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see in this chart here, Pincushion Doll, Shard of Agony, or the Stygian Stone is kind of the wild card that you can crush to any one of them. So let's say if Andariel needed 4 Pincushion Dolls, you have 3 of them, but you have one.
I think it would be
Stygian
cooler
Stone, you
if the
crush that
Stygian
into
Stone
Pincushion
would
Doll
juice
and go get Andariel's horde. All right, that was a pretty big overview and a lot of talking in charts, but I want to take the time to throw it over to Ruben and behind the scenes here and kind of just get into just what this all looks like as part of just the in-game flow.
Hello, Derek. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Awesome. Yeah, let me open up the menu for you.
Bloodshed here.
So in this walkthrough, I'm just going to show you kind of, or we're going to show you rather, the new flow to access the Lair bosses with a little bit of a sneak peek of the Harbinger of Hatred. So one thing I want to just call out real quick is kind of some of the quality of life updates that we've taken to just the map presentation and the boss dungeon tooltips themselves. And I'll kind of just go through these in kind of an itemized order. So first, all of the boss dungeon map icons have been given a little bit of a beautification treatment. So they're a little bit more bold, red, and easier to identify against the sea of other icons on the map. But now I want to talk about the tooltip, and I'll just start from the top and go make my way down. So the first quality of life update that we added was just simply printing the name of the boss that resides within the dungeon. One of the kind of ambiguities that we had with the previous version of this system was not knowing specifically which boss lives in which dungeon. Like, who does live in the Gaping Crevice, or who lives in the Malignant Tunnels? So now you can see here that the Harbinger of Hatred lives in the Harbinger's Den. This is probably not the best example, because who else would live in the Harbinger's Den? He technically does live in every single one of them.
He's a liar. You don't know where he's at.
But yeah, so you can see here now, we print the name of the Lair boss that lives in the dungeon for a little bit easier find. inside of the main body description, we also just give a little bit more guidance and information on what the value of defeating this boss is, and they're directing players to the fact that they are a source of ancestral and mythic unique items. The last two updates here are some of my favorites of this, is that we also display now the required items that you need to access the Lair boss's horde. If you recall the previous iteration, that was not apparent to you, so you would kind of like waste the time traveling to the boss just to find out that, oh, I have 3 or 4 abhorrence hearts, so I can't fight the boss yet.
Beck.
So we wanted to, again, just smoothen out the access and onboarding to the feature. And I think my absolute favorite update of all this is you see at the bottom, we now have the ability to travel directly into the dungeon directly from the map. So again, no more teleporting to the nearest waypoint.
Okay, that's cool.
We just pop directly in and just get into it. And we have Ruben loading into here, and I think this is a great time to just outline. I've talked about the new bosses. I've talked about new mechanics.
Big of life.
But we have a collection of really great existing Lair bosses. And one thing that we wanted to take as an opportunity within the season was to also enhance every other Lair boss that exists within the system. So every Lair boss is getting a bit of a difficulty spike and new mechanics to, again, freshen up the fights that we've been knowing and love. So if you fought the Varshans or the Duriels or even the Liliths over and over and over again, all this is in the PTR, so definitely worth checking them out again to see what's changed and how much different their experience is.
Yeah, Duriel has some messed up surprises.
Yeah,
Duriel eats you.
Duriel eats you, poops you out.
Yeah.
Here's the new boss, boys.
But again, so this is the Harbinger of Hatred, and
Mephisto's
dog
Uber
that we
boss.
do when we add a boss to the Lair boss system is we don't just take the carbon copy.
He's playing rogue because he
version
DPS.
of it. We also take the opportunity to inject some really crazy mechanics. So I don't necessarily want to kind of spoil the surprises of the Harbinger of Hatred's mechanics here, but he does get pretty wild. This is
T3.
a spectacle and a half of a fight, cool. And I'm really excited to have players check it out. So
just gonna get one shot.
Yeah, and I think this is about all we might want to show of this guy.
Yeah, we probably won't go into it. We don't want to spoil all the mechanics and everything. Even though we're kind of also spoiling a little bit of like a rogue build.
Keen-eyed amongst you might have noticed some interesting things on rogue, which I'll get to in a bit.
Yeah, it did no damage.
It's spoil or it's teasing to maintain interest.
Teasing. That's
teasing everyone along here.
We'll see.
But yeah, so that was a sneak peek at the Harbinger of Hatred. We just talked about again, in case you missed it. All Lair bosses are getting a boost in both their performance and just the mechanics that they have.
Yep.
But let's, we fast forwarded past, the Harbinger of Hatred's fight. So let's imagine a world that, we fought through the whole thing, we killed him, and let's show off now what to expect from the Horde loot flow. So we have some footage here with this very shiny chest.
Very shiny chest.
So we have 4 abhorrence hearts, and now we can open up the chest. Again, each one of us needs to have it. And I mentioned that Belial has a chance to surprise ambush you after opening any horde. And here you go. Look at this. This is meant to be a relatively rare occurrence.
Okay, that's cool.
But, this is the magic of pre-recorded footage. We can make the impossible happen. And in this case, again, painting the full picture of the scenario, you defeated the Harbinger of Hatred, you got the Horde, you opened it, you got Baby Belial, you killed him, and now you get another proc of, double the loot, double the fun.
Yeah, double the loot of what you just essentially got. Which
with the one-time payment of the Lair keys that you deposited. So, it really is
it would be cooler if it would be different.
That Belial has for you.
And if you noticed, you might have seen, we did keep a bonus for party play. So while you do have to pay to get the chest and open up the Horde, we kept a bonus chance for loot. So we love that people enjoy fighting the bosses as parties, and we know that that's a fun social experience in Diablo. So what we've done is the Hordes themselves will have bonus chances for loot when you are in a party. And that does scale with party members.
Yep, no, absolutely. So a lot of loot everywhere to give. And on the topic at the very top, I teased that Belial had a very special kind of role in the reward structure, different from every other boss. So defeating the ambush version of Belial is not just lucrative in the sense that it's a double payout. He is also the sole source of the Lair keys that you need to access his supreme form at the top of the ladder. the Supreme form's Horde. So I want to show off now the Supreme Belial's very green chest here. So you can see here, it doesn't open up right away. I have some options. So the really cool thing about the Supreme Belial's Horde is that you can set it to mimic the reward drops of any other existing Lair boss. So let's say if you are trying to do Duriel runs to get the special stuff that he has, and you can set your Belial to drop the Duriel loot, and he will do so at an enhanced rate. So it's even better than if you just went to go fight Duriel specifically.
Yeah, so if you're really targeted farming those specific uniques, you get, this Duriel, this version of Belial just gives you a much better chance of
It
doing
would be
that.
cooler if it had
absolutely.
unique loot,
And
though.
not just that in terms of like his value, he also guarantees 1 ancestral unique drop per kill. And he's also a really great source of the Infernal Compasses. So, if you want to, empower your Infernal Horde runs and whatnot,
1 GA
it's
guaranteed.
never a waste of time to go visit the Belial Supreme at the top of the ladder here.
Yeah, and this is in Torment 2, and it all scales with Torment. So
Exactly.
the higher the Torment, the more loot you'll get.
What we're seeing in this footage is just Torment 2. So obviously, like Torment 4, you would get more loot out of it because it's a much more difficult challenge at Torment.
It is much more.
Yeah, so it scales with the Torment tiers, and also if we were in a party in this example here, we'd get even more chances of great stuff out of it.
But
as
so
well.
we need the compasses for. Like we have so many already.
All right, cool. Well, that is the Lair key and the Lair boss. I'm just have a lot of things to cover here.
I know we want to talk a little bit about kind of it's funny because people saw it as Ruben was on the map because they probably saw a term like with apparitions and everything.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of teasing in this.
I know, a lot of teasing. This
It's
is what
not
happens when
planned.
you use a live build and everything's fine.
Yeah, it's exciting. But one thing before we hop into the next thing, I do want to reestablish so that everything that we just talked about as far as what we're introducing to the Lair boss system and all the mechanics, new bosses and whatnot, that is permanent. That is just how the system works now. So everything is getting introduced in Season 8, but it's not leaving beyond Season 8. It is just there.
It'll be an Eternal also.
It'll be an Eternal. That's just how the system works. What the next segment, though, is all the seasonal specific stuff. So again, as Adam mentioned, you might have seen some Apparition Incursion things pop up. So let's get into the first kind of seasonal related content here. Oh, the top says Lair boss. Okay. Anyways, we do it live. Apparition Incursions. Apparition Incursions is a new open world seasonal event to empower your leveling journeys and also kind of just spread the narrative and dramas of Belial is back on Sanctuary and he's spreading his own sense of twisted realities across the land. He's always in his effort to try and plunge the world of Sanctuary into his realm of lies, and he's doing it through this fast-paced boss rush style event that kind of takes the spirit of the open world social boss play of the Blood Maiden and making a really cool kind of just really fast-paced bam 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 boss rush style event. So I think we have some footage here just to put some visuals to it. So this is an area of the world that Belial's apparitions are kind of overtaking. And throughout the course, players are going to be defeating these apparitions to draw out up to 2 of his apparition bosses. This is pulled from a total of 10 potential apparition bosses. So each time you go through this, you'll find 2 of them kind of randomized. So each time should be a little bit different. And all of this is leading up to a showdown against Belial himself. So again, it's celebrating bosses. It's 3 bosses per event. And the idea for this is that they're up pretty much 24/7, so we want to just encourage that, hop on the boss train, ride it to the end, find the next one, and just, go to your heart's content. And, celebration of bosses this season, really.
Absolutely, and what do you get for killing those bosses?
Ooh, you're going to get some cool stuff, Colin. Let's go to the next slide. That kind of leads us into the collectible boss powers, or seasonal powers. Spoiled it right there.
It's already on the slide.
It's already on the slide, yeah.
You're fine.
So the theme for the powers theme for Season 8 is boss powers.
It's a power theme.
So Belial being kind of like the illusionary character he is, mimicry and whatnot. In Season 8, players will be acquiring the ability to steal and mimic the powers of up to 24 targeted bosses across Sanctuary. So we have 24 collectible powers that are gathered from the first time kill of targeted bosses across the full content from level 1 till the very top. So you asked about, what do the apparition bosses give you? They're, aside from the loot and all that stuff, they're also your first source of your first 10 boss powers that make up the magic tiers. You can kind of see in this little chart here. Graduating from the apparition bosses, you now go into the world bosses. So each one of our 3 world bosses have a power associated with them, and then so too do each of our Lair bosses, capped off with Lilith with her own boss power that you can acquire.
It's like a ladder in the boss power.
It's definitely celebrating the progression journey of bosses from the moment you log in to the moment that you're powerful enough to take down Lilith.
Yeah. It's season 2
Bilal,
again.
Bilal being kind of like the star of the season, he's special. He gets 2 powers.
Boss power
That's just how he rolls.
Cheating.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about this kind of structure, it's a very structured power climb, so little ambiguity of like, how do I get the Wandering Death's power? Well, go fight and kill him. It's just that nice little structured journey that kind of is a nice little stamp collection just to reward each kind of a tier of progression that you make across your leveling and endgame journeys. But that's not just the coolest part of it, in my opinion here, is that it's also just how the powers work this season. So you can see that we have 4 slots, the top slot and 3 little kind of like supporting slots. So the really cool thing is that each one of these powers have 2 sides to them that activate depending on which power slot you put them in. So you can have up to one main you can have up to 1 power slot into your main power slots, or you can have up to 3 powers slot into your modifier slots. And I just want to dive into this Wandering Death's chest beam example here. So if I were to slot the Wandering Death's power into the main power slot, I would actually unlock the full representation of his iconic chest beam power. So the main power is activating and unlocking the actual iconic power that is representative of the boss. We're going to show kind of a little bit of a showcase after this, but that's how that respective area of the power system works. The modifier slots, though, are cool and powerful in their own right, though. So let's say I don't necessarily need the Wandering Death's main power for whatever utility purposes. I can still get value out of the fact that I own it by slotting it into the modifier slots, which activates kind of like the side B of it, which is more of a supporting thing. So in this case,
it just looks super similar.
Now it empowers your main power to instantly execute non-boss enemies when they're within a certain threshold of life. So it's not just 24 ways to kind of express your sense of power this season.
7?
It's 48, because each of these powers have kind of like 2 sides to them.
Yeah, it's really like build your own boss power.
Essentially, yeah, it's a lot of fun just kind of like mix match, slot
it's
around
like
and see what kind of a concoction you come up with, and that's something that I'm particularly interested in going to the PTR. Is like, what are some of the favorite combinations?
We'll try.
And ideally, what are the favorite combinations based off of the circumstance that you're going into?
Definitely.
Yeah,
go ahead, Charles.
One thing that I'm really excited about the system is in previous seasonal power systems, we sometimes found as you got really high, Paragon levels, your build is like super powerful. The relative impact of some of the seasonal powers was a little lower. They didn't really scale with you as well as we really wanted to. We've done an update in this season where these boss powers are going to scale with your Paragon level as you're leveling up, and so they actually are going to get more powerful as you get more powerful. Right. So the exact number that you as soon as you unlock it maybe is not the most powerful thing, but as you're powering up, it's still going to be relevant to your build at every stage of your progression.
Yeah, it's really good. And I like the fact that the powers don't kind of just live on their own little island. Like they get ingrained into the other systems that we're engaging with. So that's a high level of the boss powers for season 8. And I want to toss it back to Ruben for just kind of a little bit of a live showcase of them.
Hey, Derek, thanks for all that. That was great, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. What do you got for us?
Well, I get the fun job of showcasing all these powers today, but I must confess I got my smoothie, so I'm a little jacked up today.
Well, we're going to get Endgame.
I'm so happy you got your smoothie. Yeah. So happy for you.
I try not to talk too fast.
I'm thrilled.
Let's go ahead and open up our inventory here, and you'll notice on the left side, a familiar tab is our seasonal tab, which is boss powers. So from this tab is where you'll be kind of interacting with your powers throughout the season. Like Derek mentioned, you can drag and drop them, equip them on the fly. There's no penalty. I think the team and everybody wants you to experiment and have fun with the builds. You can also upgrade them by hovering over them. There's a corresponding button here. On PC, it's F, so you go ahead and push that to upgrade them. And
Press
yeah,
F.
so the top slot is your main slot, like Derek mentioned. This is where your main powers go, and all the bottom ones are your modifier slots. So right here, Derek's favorite was the Wandering Death's chest beam. So as a modifier, right, you can execute
Press
enemies,
F.
but as soon as you drag it over here, boom, now
They
it's a
said it.
channeled ability, and you'll notice right away.
Okay, that's cool.
It's, prominent.
Okay,
beam.
that's fucking cool, though.
Yeah, it works well with channeled abilities. It only
Dude, we
works
can
with
use this
channeled
on Whirlwind
abilities,
Bob, though.
And it's kind of cool with Dance
Let's
of Knives
go.
because you can adjust and do these micro
No,
adjustments
that's
to
super
kinda
cool. What?
maximize the effect on
Look,
your target.
you can
to
spin.
Keep it on them a little bit longer.
The World
Yeah, and as
Boss
you can kind of
beam.
tell, we're not necessarily going for
Dragon
subtlety
Ball,
in
Kamehameha,
terms of,
let's go.
The expression of these powers this
The
season.
animation is sick. If it does
Die.
damage,
Someone in chat's like,
this is
"Goku."
season 8, guys. Let's go.
I also just
Kame.
call it real quick. Just one thing I absolutely love is just the animations of the UI itself, and you
That's
slot these
cool.
little like eyeball powers into the little eye sockets, and it blinks, and it's just kind of it's just fun across the board, just engaging with this.
Squelches and pops.
Yeah. So what do we got next?
The next one
That was
I
the
want to
first
showcase is
thing I'm
Lilith's
hyped
Wind of
for.
Hate, just because probably most of us have died to this before. Her spike ability from the ground. And it works on almost every skill.
Hitbox
So
OP.
you can see as soon as I dash here, I get the spikes. With Barrage, you get the spikes. So you can slot
The
in almost
hitbox is
every
the
build
entire
and have
screen.
fun with it. Even Dance of Knives, really cool ability there.
Trust.
Let's see what else we got. Another fun one, there's a transformative ability, is Juriel's Burrow. So it completely changes your evade skill, and you burrow underground. You deal damage when you go into the ground and when you exit. But the real cool thing is you become immune while underground, and you can control the direction.
Oh, that's awesome.
Is awesome. Yeah,
That's one of my absolute favorite. I love that one.
you can stand still if you like, or whatever, and it scales. As you get more evade charges, you get more burrows.
But
So
you
I'm
can't
sure
do
there's a lot
damage.
of, especially adding 3 new bosses with all kinds of crazy effects.
Okay, the
you
powers
can
are
now
pretty
dodge
cool.
them a little bit easier, which is great. I'm sure there's some good use cases for that.
Yeah, and even just right there, I want to just chime in and just say that, we showed off a power that procs off of the evade. We showed one
CBPS.
that procs off channeling, and one that procs off any skills. Like one of the goals
And you'll
going
notice,
into the design of these powers was to just remove any ambiguity about how do I actually proc it. We wanted to make it as utility focused and straightforward as possible, so that players can really easily digest and how they work it into their
Modifier,
builds.
Right? You can execute
Yeah,
enemies,
that's
so
a
as
great
soon as you
point.
drag it over here- Urvar's bombs is probably my personal favorite, as I like making builds and interesting builds. This definitely supports ultimate builds, and as you can see on the screen here, it lowers your cooldown by 5 seconds, which is great, and gives you a nice damage component to kind of top off on it. So we're playing Rogue, and Death Trap is an ultimate ability. So as soon as I pop it, you'll see Urvar's bombs kind of shoot out, and you get that lower cooldown effect as well. So it's great.
And you get 2 death traps. I wonder how he's doing that.
how you
How'd
got
you do
so-
that?
That's on me. That's on me, guys. Yeah.
Then he doubled it.
All the teasing on this stream. And finally, before they play the walk-off music, I think I could showcase, let's do Grigor's Lightning Square. So if you notice, Lilith's skill had like a slight cooldown. This one scales with your build really well. So the more you can cast core skills, the more you get these iconic kind of lightning strike panels shoot out from your character. So you can imagine you can just go full Thunder God here the whole time with your builds. So yeah, I think that's all I can showcase today. But I appreciate the time.
No, thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, so again, those are just like a kind of a sneak peek at just a handful of the powers. Again, throughout the course of the PTR, you'll get to experiment and engage with all of them. And again, looking forward to the feedback and just just general notes of how you incorporate into your builds and what really excites you. So I think that's pretty much the wrap up for all the content coming in Season 8 that persists beyond. And
all the Season 8 stuff that will be available in PTR for players to actually jump into. We're still going to be talking about a few more things as we get closer to Season 8 with the launch of the actual season itself. So Derek, thank you so much for walking us through everything. And of course, with a new season and a new PTR, we have a lot of changes that are coming to classes, specifically like the Rogue, which we saw someone doing those. Yeah,
We can just skip.
This is the
we'll just skip
Kamehameha.
the Rogue.
There's other classes to talk about.
Yeah, so Charles over here is actually going to go through all the class changes that players will be able to experience and test out during the PTR.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's tons of new bosses to fight, so how are you going to fight them, right? So let's talk about some class updates that are coming. First, I want to talk about some updates that are going to affect all classes in some way. These are kind of a bit more generic updates. So talking about ultimate scaling, this is something that we introduced in Season 7, the current live season, where as you get to rank 5 of the ultimate skills, some of them had mechanics that allowed you to crank up their damage by building different stats, right? So if you got more damage while fortified, then your blood wave is going to do more damage, for instance. We think that's really cool. It enabled a lot of very powerful builds, and so we're looking at ensuring that those don't like really eclipse every other option in the game. We still love that those are powerful builds. We love that you're playing them. We don't want them to be the only option. And so with that in mind, we're looking at putting a cap on that scaling. You can scale them up to 200% bonus damage, which is still a lot. You're still doing, like triple damage.
Okay.
But we just want to make sure it doesn't get completely out of control with all the new stats and some of the scaling coming in from some of the seasonal powers that could potentially lead those to be, crowding out other options of gameplay. Additionally, we're looking at crowd control. This is something I talked about on our last Campfire chat, about how we're really looking at the moment-to-moment combat of our game. Like what are you doing like 1 second to the next? And one thing that came up a lot was sometimes enemies just randomly get crowd controlled. They randomly are frozen or stunned, and a lot of this comes from some of the what we call incidental crowd control, as in lucky hit crowd control effects, or anything that involves not like, oh, I pressed a button, now they're stunned, right? And we noticed like, hey, we got a lot of these effects across the game in many different places. And so we looked at really toning those down, specifically in the generic spaces. I know Fist of Fate is one of a very popular unique item right now for many reasons. One of them was that kind of free crowd control, but that's something that we think wasn't really promoting the best moment-to-moment combat and most engaging flow. So that particular affix has been changed to Lucky Hit Apply Vulnerable, but a lot of the other identity of Fist of Fate is still there as well. So it still has wide ranges on things, it still does random damage, and a lot of Lucky Hit chance as well.
I mean, Vern, you don't normally need.
Puts the value of Frost Nova and Ground Stomp, and it sort of makes those more valuable and satisfying.
Right, yeah.
Lucky Hit
so if you really want to get those kind of
sucks.
crowd control effects, it's going to be a build choice. You're going to have to consciously do it, and you're going to like know when it's happening. It's not just, oh, they randomly got stunned, and if they didn't get stunned, maybe you got hit, and that never felt good when it was just kind of purely random.
Yeah.
Additionally, this is something that the keen-eyed among you might have spied when we were looking at some earlier stuff. We've done a bit of a naming pass on some of the damage over time effects. This is no functional change. This is just a naming thing. Where we have things like physical damage, and when it's physical damage over time, we call it bleeding. And when it's poison, we call it poisoning, for instance. We didn't previously have names for shadow, lightning, or cold damage over time. We would just call it like from shadow damage over time affected enemies, which was an absolute mouthful. So we've got new common terms. Shadow damage over time will be called corrupting damage. Lightning damage over time is
it PoE
shocking
terms?
damage.
Maybe.
And cold damage over time, which we saw with the Wandering Death chest beam, is called frostbite damage. So that's just a terminology thing. It still relates to those base damage types, same as always. It's just a terminology update.
Cleans up the tooltips.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice. All right, so let's get on to some of the actual class updates, starting, we'll just go alphabetically with the Barbarian.
Bob.
All right, so our focus on Barbarian this season is about primarily about Barbarian's core fantasy of being physical and hitting enemies with a big weapon, right?
Big weapon.
In the past couple seasons,
big smash.
The meta builds around Barbarian have focused around things like Earthquakes or Dust Devils, which are really cool and fun, but I think they
Whirlwind,
we
boys.
got some feedback that, hey, I don't really feel like I'm hitting enemies with my big weapon. I'm just making a tornado that hits them, which is not maybe
direct damage whirlwind dream.
The fantasy that you want out of a Barbarian.
Your core skill isn't the cool thing; it's the thing that the core skill spawns.
100% right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's it's
I like
cool
that.
those exist, but we want to make sure we're also catering to that heavy hitter kind of fantasy.
Come on.
And so a lot of the updates this season are
10
focused
times the
around
damage.
that. Specifically updates to Double Swing core skill and the Twin Strikes unique to make that a bit more impactful to actually be hitting. Whirlwind as well. That's getting a buff and a rework with Gore's, its unique Gore's.
Make it uncapped.
And then the new unique and legendary this season really talk to Mighty Throw in particular and make that just like the biggest hitting thing. Let's take a look at those uniques and the unique and legendary here. So we've got the Bane of Aja Den. This is a unique glove item. And it says that every 12 seconds, your next Mighty Throw is going to detonate all of its pulses instantly. You know, normally Mighty Throw like pulses over time. It's going to do them all at once and deal massively increased
That's
damage.
some big multiplier.
And that's going to pair up very well with the new legendary aspect of Delayed Extinction, which causes both Mighty Throw and Steel Grasp to gain multiplicative bonus damage rather than cooldown from cooldown reduction. So if you've got cooldown reduction on your gear or on the Bane of Ajuden,
Okay, that sounds pretty powerful.
That's not going to actually reduce the cooldown.
But
It's
I don't
going
like
to be
Mighty
a
Throw.
multiplicative scaler
But still,
for
it's
these
fun.
skills. And so that now you've got a new
Fuck, that
problem
looks
to
pretty
solve,
strong.
right? You can't cast these skills quite as often, but when you do,
It's
they're
like
gonna
double
hit
multiplier.
super hard. And so we've got a video clip of it just deleting a screen. So you walk up to it
Essentially, yeah.
and they're all gone. One hit, that's all it takes. Because you got all these multipliers
Did
on
he
your
even
one big
explode
hit.
it?
But of course, because it doesn't benefit from cooldown reduction,
didn't explode it.
that cooldown is going to be pretty much locked at that 12-second mark. And so you're going to have to find some other way to kind of
What
fill the
about
gap
Third
in there,
Blade?
And you've got a new challenge for your build to overcome.
Third Blade.
I'm hoping to see like Belial get decked by this.
I mean, if it works with Third Blade, it's OP.
You're going to melt some bosses with some really big hits.
Right.
Great finishing move.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's take a look at the Druid. So for the
Oh,
Druid,
wait, they don't show
I
the
want to
whirlwind
talk a little
stuff.
bit about one of the meta builds right now is revolves around Cataclysm and kind of snapshotting issues that come up with that. And so for those of you who don't know what snapshotting basically means is...
They'll fix it, guys.
For Cataclysm, which is one of their ultimate
Snapshot.
skills that has a duration. So you press the button, it summons a storm around you that lasts for some amount of time. And if you get a lot of that cooldown reduction and you can cast Cataclysm a second time before the first one expires, currently on the live game, the second cast of Cataclysm will keep all of the bonuses and like bonus damage effects or guaranteed overpowers or whatever that was affecting the first one. And that was definitely not intended. That is not how we wanted that to work. We didn't want bonuses from one cast kind of instance.
Dude, on
to carry over
Hurricane,
to
it's
the
like
next
that
cast.
since 5 seasons.
Now, this can only happen in situations where you get that lot of cooldown.
Hurricane.
But it was kind of promoting this gameplay where it's very feast or famine. If you successfully kind of snapshot all the buffs, this build is insanely powerful. And if you mess it up or you don't get the snapshot quite right, you're actually really weak. And that led to unintuitive gameplay and this really big
Hurricane
divide
was
between
doing this
the
in 3
best
seasons.
and the optimal and like kind of the average normal case scenario. So we're addressing that where we don't really want to promote that between two different cast snapshotting.
Yeah, we don't like snapshotting in general.
Right, yeah. The
Oh,
kind
they're
of
coming for the
snapshotting
sword,
where
guys.
You are persisting things between different
Can I
cast
speak to the
instances
manager?
or equipping gear and then unequipping it to maintain a bonus. Those are snapshotting things that we don't think it promotes healthy gameplay. It's unintuitive in a lot of cases.
I mean,
you
Karen.
need a guide and follow an exact checklist to do it. That's not something that we think is good for the game. There are some cases where,
Unlucky.
with Cataclysm, giving the bonus to that whole that first time you cast it, you might say it's kind of snapshots for the duration of Cataclysm, but that's intended, where it says your next cast does something. That's what we want, but we don't want that to persist on to multiple casts or through basically infinitely. So that's one thing that we're adjusting on Druid. But we're also looking at promoting other playstyles as well. We think that build is fun, but there's other ways to play Druid as well. Specifically with Stone Burst, that's the Earth Core skill. It was kind of a channeled skill, which from a lot of our channeled skills, they are not allowed to overpower. But
Cataclysm
with
is
Stone Burst
fucked.
particularly, we have reworked one of its legendary items to allow it to overpower when you detonate it at maximum size, which is really cool and opens up some new build possibilities for Stone Burst. And finally, I want to talk about the new unique Gathlin's Birthright. This is let's take a look at it on screen here. It's in a similar vein to Tempest Roar and Vasili's Prayer, where it is a unique helm that is very transformational. But rather than talking to werewolves or werebear builds, it's talking to human form builds. If you don't want to embrace the wilds quite as much, you want to stay in your human form, Gathlin's Birthright is going to be the unique helm for you. It says, while you're in human form, critically striking enemies with your nature magic skills will grant you Anima of the Forest for 10 seconds. And when whenever you gain Anima of the Forest, you are infused with bonus key passives, Perfect Storm and Earth and Might. So if you have this and you have another key passive, you could potentially have up to 3 key passives active at once, which is not something we've ever done before in Diablo 4.
That's nutty. And I love that it's on the helm. So if you really want to be a human druid, which historically, hasn't been as great as like werewolf, for example, this is the helm for you.
Yeah, this is exactly that. It's in a similar spot as like, hey, this is build defining in the way that Tempest Roar is for werewolves. We want this to be the build defining helm for human form druids. Additionally, aspect of Impending Deluge that empowers your Storm Strike, which is
new
useful
snapshot
with this human form nature magic build, which will cause your Storm Strike to deal more and also increase damage they take from your other skills for a time. I think we've got a picture of this, or a video of this in action, where you've got your druid. It's got you. You need 200 stacks of Anima of the Force, which sounds like a lot, but it triggers on every hit. So in most combat situations, you actually stack it up pretty quick. And see, once you get this online, you're going to be empowered with Earth and Might, and with Perfect Storm, and with Nature's Fury. You have all of this power.
And the idea of
how many
three
key passives
going at once is the key passes is crazy. Yeah.
And then boss power slapped on top of that too.
Oh yeah, it is a lot when you get this empowered state. All right, moving on to one of my favorite classes, the Necromancer.
Bloodwave nerf?
So Necromancer was probably the talk of the current season, Season 7, with Bloodwave. I know we mentioned it a few times on stream. Bloodwave, really good. We've talked about how we're going to look at ultimate scaling, so maybe it won't scale up with the bonus damage, at least not to the same level that it had before. We're going to put a cap on that. We also just think we generally overshot the mark on the unique item, the Kasemi's Legacy, which really, like, you get this item and suddenly you're a god. It just had so much power in one spot.
Who would have thought?
And we like a bit more of that progression that Colin was alluding to before about that 0 to hero journey. And when you have one item that is, you equip it and it's over. Like, you're as powerful as you ever need to be. Yep. That really shortcuts that journey and really makes it feel less satisfying than we want. So we're taking a look at reducing the power of that unique in particular, as well as some other adjustments to Bloodwave. We do want Bloodwave builds to still be powerful and still be an option if you like that playstyle. We just don't want it to be the S++ tier that it was in the past. Additionally, we're taking a look at Blood Lance. This is a core skill that has historically been very good in multi-target, kind of clearing out pit runs or dungeon situations. But then you run up into a boss, which, hey, we're fighting a lot of bosses this season.
Yeah, we'll be.
And it suddenly falls really flat because its core mechanic is about like arcing damage between enemies. And if there's only one enemy, what are you doing here? Right? So with this update to Bloodlance, it's going to still maintain some of that fantasy where it arcs the damage between enemies, but if you're hitting a target who's already lanced, it's going to do a massive amount more damage. So it's much better in single target situations and much more viable for bossing. And finally, the new legendary and unique for this season talks to minions. So let's take a look at Sanguivar, Blade of Zir, the unique two-handed sword. So this weapon will empower your summons, so your minions and your Army of the Dead, to affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. Now, for those of you who played back in Season 2, Vampiric Curse was a mechanic that we introduced in the Season of Blood, where you affect enemies with it, and as you kill them, you kind of collect their soul. And then you can unleash these souls. They kind of run out from you and explode, and it's a really satisfying moment. And we put that on a handful of legendary aspects, but now all of your summons will affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. And you can unleash them with Army of the Dead. And when you do that, the souls from Vampiric Curse and Army of the Dead itself will deal massively increased damage, scaling with how many souls you've collected.
It's huge. I love Minion Necro. It's like my favorite one.
Oh yeah. This is really cool for Army of the Dead and Minion Necro to just really be that impactful moment of summoning an army of skeletons to just eviscerate the enemies. And additionally, aspect of service and sacrifice. I love playing with this one. This one feels so good to play. Your skeleton warriors explode on death, dealing a massive chunk of physical damage to surrounding enemies. And to help make sure they die, they lose 25% life per second while in combat. So you're going to be needing to resummon them quite often, but when you do, hey, it's good because they're going to be detonating for this massive chunk at the end. And additionally, while you're resummoning all your warriors, your mages are going to be super tanky. They're going to take 90% less damage and deal massively increased damage. So you're going to have your mages up pretty much all the time, and you're going to be focusing on resummoning the warriors to run in there and explode and do their damage that way.
That's awesome. It's a
think
really
it's gonna
clever
be
way to
strong.
make it feel like you're constantly summoning, and
Yeah.
you have your backline of mages just obliterating.
Yeah, it's great. Let's take a look at Sanguivar Blade of Zir in action here. Oh no, sorry, this is actually Service and Sacrifice. So you've got your skeleton warriors, the skirmishers, they run up there. And then here's Blade of Zir, right? You get all those like skeleton warriors running out when you activate Army of the Dead. You just get the normal ones that are running around, but then they all you unleash a stream of them straight from you with the Sanguivar. Really impactful.
I don't know, man. I don't like
there.
minions, so.
Yeah, Army of the Dead is just so underutilized, so I'm so happy to see it come back into the fold.
It's great.
It doesn't really look fast, to be honest.
All right, next up, we've got the one we've been teasing for a bit. Thank you, Ruben. The Rogue. Let's take a look at the idea with Rogue. So, as you probably guessed, the theme of Rogue this season is looking at trap builds, right, with both Death Trap and Poison Trap, in a way.
I'm not gonna play Rogue, I'm not gonna play
Historically,
Necro.
Poison Trap has been kind of underrepresented.
I hate traps.
Death Trap builds have been quite popular, pretty powerful, and a lot of fun to play. Poison Trap kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. It had a number of issues that we're looking to address this season to really promote Poison Trap as a viable standalone build. And what we were seeing from Ruben was the Scoundrel's Leather rework. Now, this is a unique chest item that's been in the game for a while. It was about
Necro back
traps
to
in the
F2.
past. We've done a rework this season where when you cast a trap, or rather every 10 seconds when you cast the trap, you're going to get a bonus Death Trap. So you could cast Poison Trap or Caltrops or Death Trap itself, and then you get a second Death Trap. And when you actually cast the Death Trap active button, you're going to kind of jump or teleport to that position, so you can just instantly get into the fray there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so rogues are all about mobility and jumping around the battlefield and doing that kind of thing. This is just another tool in their arsenal to really jump in, put the Death Trap down, which groups up some enemies, and then they're ready for you to slaughter there. But let's take a look at the new items that talk to Poison Trap specifically. The Bands of Icarus Rose, these are unique gloves that says your Poison Trap, which normally has a 9-second duration, it's always going to do its full damage over 3 seconds instead. So it's much shorter duration, but higher DPS. And it's always going to benefit from all of its upgrades. You know, that enhancement and those modifications, you just get all of them. You don't need to put skill points in. And normally the two choices are mutually exclusive. You get both with these.
All runes.
And they're going to be even more powerful. Additionally, Poison Trap will now also benefit from your combo points if you're using those. It's going to have no cooldown during the Inner Sight if you're using Inner Sight. And if you're using Preparation, its cooldown is going to be reduced by the Preparation trigger.
I hate
so
traps,
previously,
man.
Poison Trap didn't really interact with any of these three mechanics
Dance
very
of
well,
Knife, that's cool,
and
but
now it
Trap
benefits
Rogue,
from whichever
fuck
one you
that.
want.
That's so cool.
I'm not
So
gonna
it
play
really
that.
makes it more like a core
Yeah.
skill, something I can work into my rotation.
Oh yeah, you're going to be wanting to use this very often with this unique. And then the aspect of contamination.
It's like you
as
gotta
many
place them
builds that focus
first,
around
you know,
poison on
wait
rogue
for
often
monsters to walk in.
want to build critical strike damage because that's really good with the poison imbuement. Poison Trap now also can scale up with some critical strike chance. So with aspect of contamination, it unleashes a poison burst when it detonates, like kind of initial upfront hit. And then if that burst critically strikes, which, if you build in a lot of crit chance, it probably will, or if you hit a lot of enemies, then you're going to deal increased poison damage for a duration, which will of course increase the rest of the duration of the Poison Trap. And this is probably my favorite clip here. Let's get a clip of this one. Right, so you apply Poison Trap, which it's going to throw 2 of them out, and one of its upgrades knocks down enemies, and because it's increased, it knocks them down for quite a while, and so they just take a little nap in your Poison Traps. I don't recommend it, but hey, if they do, they take a
Just
ton
takes so
of poison
long
damage.
before it dies.
I love the knockdown animation of this guy.
Nobody one-shot this.
This guy just falls right
sit
down.
Lay down, I guess.
His face is in it. Yeah.
His face plants and then succumbs to the poison.
I mean, it looks cool. It's
It's
just
awesome.
not gonna be like a fast build.
All right, moving on, we've got our Sorceress. So the Sorceress class definitely is one of the ones currently on Season 7 that I think didn't have any of these real big outlier builds that we'd kind of talked about.
But
Some
it
of
did 150.
The highest highs come from like the Blood Necro,
Same team.
The druid with the snapshotting cataclysm, and I think
Sork is also snapshotting.
Sorceress maybe didn't have some of those real outliers this season, and they were maybe felt like they were a bit behind of those. So as we talked about with
Spiritborn
other,
is behind.
classes, we're definitely looking at bringing those outlier builds down a notch to bring them kind of
Ice shot
back
sounds, okay,
to the norm of some of the other builds, so they're not so far ahead. But for Sorceress, we're looking at improving some of
these are cool changes.
The quality of life and some of the interactions between some of their mechanics like crackling energy, meteors and meteorites, and making sure they scale well with the build. Like crackling energy will now have the shock skill tag, so if you're building up damage for shock skills or some of the other synergies there, those now interact with your crackling energy.
Ice shots are cool. They should buff that a lot.
And additionally with meteor and meteorites, they're not going to be able to scale with each other's
Sork definitely
damage,
needs help, but not with lightning
just
builds.
Be a bit more cohesive and feel more robustly supported. That being said, I think where Sorceress has been in Season 7 is in terms of like its power progression and the relative strength of its builds amongst each other is more of the closer to the ideal state of where we envision all classes ending up. We recognize that they are kind of a bit lower than other classes in Season 7, but we're looking at bringing them up a little bit with improved quality of life and build options, and making sure that some of the outlier builds that's really skewing that perception are being brought to be to
bring them close together.
Yeah.
And create some more harmony between the classes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we're actively looking at again to the point of early in the season. If things aren't really performing to the level of our expectation and it doesn't feel good, then those are things that we're going to buff. And Sorceress is a great example of like what we're going to be really looking at.
Yeah, and we want to do that in ways that make. We don't just want to slap on a 50x scaler on Sorceress. We want to make sure that the builds feel cohesive and coherent in a way that makes a lot of sense. And so that's what the bulk of our focus is for Sorc this season. Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about ice shards. That's what the new unique is going to be working with here. Let's take a look at the unique, the Hail of Verglass. This is a unique helm that's going to empower your ice shards to spread out rather than shoot in kind of a straight line, that kind of rapid fire. It's now going to be a spread pattern.
Need to see it.
You can hit more enemies with it. And you get bonus shards, and you're going to be dealing increased damage for every time an ice shards damages an enemy, and it's going to stack up. So it takes a lot of stacks. You need to be spamming ice shards. You need to be hitting a lot. But once you do, it unleashes a
it's double damage
bonus,
plus another
damage.
almost double.
And also,
it's like a
just
shotgun.
Makes the skill, in my opinion, a lot more usable.
Hey, thanks for the sub.
I like the spread pattern a whole lot.
For the gift.
Lets you hit a wider screen, and you can kind of like shotgun enemies if you get
yes.
close to them.
Okay, this is cool. Come on, let's see it.
Shivering Aspect, a new legendary aspect here. Enemies are going to take increased damage based on how much they're chilled or staggering. Now, historically, some of the Frost Sorcs or some of the other builds that were heavy on those crowd control effects, sometimes they really struggled into bosses, which, hey, bosses are the theme of the season.
It's very appropriate.
So we're making sure that some of these new effects that scale based on the crowd control effects also work against bosses. So this will kind of
I mean, the ice shot's going to be
how
fun.
much stagger you've built up on the boss and also give you a bonus damage based on that. So we're really being cognizant of, hey, let's make sure this works in the situation.
It's just a
we want
multiplier,
to. And it's
40%
not
multiplier.
Night and day, oh, I'm clearing trash mobs, and then I hit the boss, and you just feel so different. We want to make sure that's a bit smoother of an
I don't
experience
think it's
between the
global
two,
for party
ways
members.
of playing.
Come
All
on.
right, let's take a look
Yes.
at the Hail of Verglass with these new ice
Let's
shards in
see.
action. Right, so they fire out pretty quick.
Yeah,
they fire
that's
out
pretty
in a
sick,
nice
actually.
spread, and you can clear through whole packs of skeletons with a single cast.
Okay.
Multi-shot.
Oh yeah,
Multi-shot with
Multi ice shot.
Oh yeah.
Man, Sorc is going to be nice.
All right, and
if this is
moving on
strong,
to our final class here, the
That's fun.
Spiritborn. So the Spiritborn was in a pretty good state. I mean, similar to Sorceress, where it didn't have those crazy overpowered builds, but we think it's in a relatively healthy spot, and we're just looking at empowering new build options and making tighter synergies between the builds and giving you
it
some
was the
new tools
weakest
to
class
play
of the
with.
season, man.
With that in mind, we took a look at Rushing Claw. It's one of my favorite skills on the Spiritborn, but never really found its way into any of the most popular builds in the past couple seasons since Spiritborn was released. And we've updated the two upgrade choices to be kind of transformative. It's kind of a, if you pick one upgrade, the current one, Rushing Claws has 4 charges.
Rushing Claws
and
can
so
be
when
strong.
you use a charge, you kind of quickly dash through an enemy. And so you got 4 charges, you can spam it 4 times real quick. The other upgrade now has been reworked where it gains even more charges. It gains 12 charges. But using it consumes all the charges. So really it has just 1. But for every charge that it consumes, it deals massively increased damage, and it hits a wider area. So now gaining cooldown reduction or gaining more charges actually just increases your damage output. And it promotes a very different play style for this. So you get kind of an option. You can choose the original version, which is still very powerful and very cool. Or you can choose the new upgrade and kind of spend all your charges at once, do a big kind of damage cooldown, and then work on building up those charges again to deal even more. Additionally, we've looked at Storm Feathers and specifically how they interact with the new unique item, the Sunbird's Gorget, which I think we've got a picture of right here. So the Sunbird's Gorget is a new unique amulet. This really works to synergize with the Eagle and Jaguar builds. So it says picking up a Storm Feather, which you can create in many different ways, will form a firestorm around you for 8 seconds that deals fire damage. And every additional Storm Feather that you pick up is going to intensify this firestorm. It's going to make it grow in
Holy
size
shit, that's
up to
insane.
a maximum, and then it's going to increase its damage output. For as many
That's
Storm
big
Feathers as you
AoE.
can spawn, this firestorm is going to get more intense.
And that happens
But
automatically.
It only lasts for 8 seconds, so intensifying it or picking up more Storm Feathers, it's not going to extend the duration. So it's kind of locked to that 8-second duration, and then it'll reset. So you really want to collect as many Storm Feathers as possible in 8 seconds, and then it resets.
This is going to be insane for farming.
And
I
also,
think.
this Firestorm is considered an Eagle, Jaguar, and Storm Feather skill. So you got lots of options for how you want to increase this damage
what?
through your other
Eagle,
talent
Jaguar-
choice or your itemization.
So
got
you have a
lots
lot of
options
multipliers.
for how to work this into a build in either Eagle or Jaguar or both. And following up on the theme with Rushing Claw, we've got the new
And they
Rip
improved
and
the
Tear
hull.
aspect, where Rushing Claw is going to deal increased damage and is empowered based on how many charges you had when you cast it. So if you're taking the upgrade that gives you 12 charges, it's probably always going to be with 4+, and so it's going to strike an additional time. But if you're
Double
choosing the
damage.
option where you spend each charge as you go, it's going to go through a bit of a cycle here. You're going to get an additional strike, then it's going to get a guaranteed crit, then it's going to get a guaranteed overpower,
Pretty good.
and when you just have one charge
like
left,
the
it's going to
spirit
give you a
one
nice chunky heal to help keep you in the fight.
Nice.
So-
There's a ton of versatility in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, here,
lots of different
they
ways to
buffed
play,
the
and it works
Wushnak
great
power.
with either way that Rushing Claw now
Quadruple
works.
potency.
All right, let's take a look
That's gonna
at
be
the
a strong
Sunbird's
build.
Gorget in action here, right? So you're moving along, you're picking up tons of
Yes!
these feathers. And
This is
the
gonna kill
firestorm around
everything.
you just grows in
This might be the best farming build.
you got
if it
lots
does
of
enough
different
damage.
ways to scale it up, and it provides a nice kind of passive AoE around you as you're picking them up. And you're really going to want to make sure you're kind
that's
of
so cool.
thinking about exactly how your character's moving to make sure you're picking up as many of these Storm Feathers as possible.
Hopefully we have big
to
pickup radius.
maximize your damage output.
No, this is insane farming build.
All right, that's a lot. We got a lot of new class content coming for
Okay,
every
no,
class.
that's cool.
We did get through all of them.
Firestorm,
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing all the new builds that these empower, how they modify old existing builds, and all the interesting combinations that I'm sure all of you will test out on the PTR and find out the most absolutely broken thing and let me know about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
please let us know if you find something absolutely broken, which I'm sure you will. So thank you again, Charles, for walking us through all the different class changes. Again, this is, we do plan on having
Righteous Fire, yeah.
patch notes along with the blog related to everything tied to PTR. So there's other changes that we didn't actually cover off in here. That will be on the Diablo4.com immediately after the stream.
Ooh, okay.
So everyone can actually check it out,
Patch
inspect
notes
it,
right
you know,
away.
do their theory crafting and everything related to that. Of course, with PTR, we kind of want to know when PTR actually
Yes.
begins. PTR is starting next Tuesday.
Next week.
And this is, of course, PTR and PC
That's
Battle.
3 days.
So players will be able to jump in starting on the 11th, and it'll run for
Nice,
a week there. I will note that players actually will be able to also pre-download the PTR
Yes.
the day prior. So around
Nice.
Monday afternoon here in California. I translate that using some sort of time tool. That will be when players will be able to pre-download. So it'll be about a day before.
Then we have data mine.
One thing to note is, of course, the boost vendor Marak will be available, which
Yes.
will be dancing in town for everyone. But one thing we did want to note is that the boosts themselves will be available probably 2 days after the PTR actually begins. The reason behind this is actually a little bit tied to how Season 7 performed. One thing we allowed players to do was immediately boost the second they got into PTR, and we really didn't get that whole entire flow as we were kind of going through.
The headhunt and things like that. So we also just want to hear your feedback on the leveling process, right? This is why we run the PTR. We really want to hear your thoughts on how the sort of more uniform leveling feels, how the legendary drop rates feel. So that is really valuable to us for launching a really awesome Season 8 Return of the Wild.
Yeah, and so after a couple days, Marak will be more than happy to take your Paragon levels to insane numbers. So PTR boosts will be available just a couple days after that. One other thing I do want to note is we will, of course, have our forums available and online for PTR. That is the best place to actually provide feedback. Of course, we do look in other places such as Reddit, Discord, etc. But I will say, like the forums, it's kind of we turn them on.
It's good that we
like a
test the
PTR
progression.
section, so please put feedback in there because we are constantly checking in there for any notes, feedback from players on that end. One other note is within the PTR, you guys may see a term called the reliquary that may just kind of pop up
from Immortal.
here and there, and we haven't talked about the reliquary, nor will the blog later today actually be talking about the reliquary. I will say that you guys will hear more about the reliquary before the start of Season 8 in itself, but for right now, ignore it. I don't know. Turn a blind eye. I don't know. But it is a rework of our battle pass system that we're doing. We're trying to. We've heard a lot of comments from players related to the battle pass. We're trying to make it a little bit more customizable for people.
Yeah, Rod
especially for
Ferguson
rewards
spoiled
that they're
this.
looking for. So we'll have a detailed breakdown of what the reliquary is before Season 8. So looking forward to kind of sharing that before we actually kick off this season. And I know I have a lot. I'm trying to get through all my stuff. I know, it's like I'm hungry.
He didn't add his movie.
The last thing we did want to talk about is I've gotten asked a million times about this, and I've even seen it in chat, and it's related to a roadmap for Diablo 4. And I will say that we are actively working on a roadmap that we can share with you all, which is great because it gives you and everyone a opportunity to kind of see more of like the future vision of what's coming for Diablo 4. We do plan on actually having this roadmap out before Season 8.
Thanks.
So we're really excited to share it. So as soon as we actually do have that available, we of course you'll hear it everywhere. We will be on every single microphone and megaphone out there showcasing what the roadmap is. And you've probably seen roadmap. If you're curious, like what does a roadmap entail? You've probably seen some of our fellow teams here at Blizzard, such as like Diablo Immortal or like World of Warcraft. They've actually posted these more public-facing roadmaps, and that's something that we want to do here, so that you guys have that ability of being able to see what's coming out for Diablo 4 and more exciting news related to it. So. I know we have Q&A. We want to jump into Q&A here really quickly. So if you guys do have any questions or anything, of course, we have our chat available on the Twitch link for Diablo. So feel free to jump in and ask any questions. I know we always queue it up with one question specifically. And do we have a question slide here? There we go. How does party play work with Lair bosses? We kind of covered this a little bit, but I don't know if you guys want to go into specifically more details on this.
Yeah, I can jump into that. So when you are fighting the Lair bosses in a party and the horde spawns, when you open the horde, we essentially do a bonus chance for an extra drop based on the amount of party play. So if you're in a party of 4 and you open up that horde, it's going to guarantee an extra unique item. So it scales with the amount of parties or party members you have, and it's always a good time, when you get together with people.
Awesome. I'm like...
Bob is looking pretty good, actually.
All right, let me look through the questions here as people are dropping in questions. I have a team of people dropping in questions to it. If you're ever wanting to know how we do this, we just have a Google Doc and we're copying and pasting questions from chat into there. So,
very high tech.
Very high tech, like super high tech. Let's see, this is from Skulm TV. Any plans to place a blacksmith or vendor near the boss rooms to help people quickly salvage / clear inventory without having to go into town?
I think this is something that we can definitely take away and consider, especially with the revamp flow. That's definitely something that's interesting. One thing that the revamp flow does, I will touch on, is the amount of chain bossing really requires you to have a lot more materials. If anything, sort of some philosophy here is that we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels mandatory to play some of these bosses in a party just because chain bossing is so lucrative. And we do expect some amount of the chain bossing to come down a little bit because a lot more of the resources are being consumed when opening those chests. So it's not a direct answer to your question. I think it's an interesting idea, but I do think the amount of chain bossing and required trips and flow breaks to go back to town from some of this bossing is going to come down a little bit, especially if you've been playing a ton of partying.
Awesome. Question from Fan27, Q&A, or sorry, he wrote Diablo Q&A, and I just read that out loud. Any chance we won't have to redo strongholds and waypoints on every character every single season?
I can answer that one too. Yeah, this is something I definitely experience. It's always a big pain in the ass where it's like, oh, there's some cool bounty or apparition incursion, but I have to go get the waypoint. It's something the team has been talking about. There's no concrete plans today, which I know is disappointing, but it's something we know is a problem and something we 100% want to tackle in the near future.
Awesome. Jokums says, and this is actually a question that we were talking about that might actually come up, but would you consider adding the frog from Witch Powers in Season 7 as a permanent companion skill for druids? And at the moment I can say we're not for that specifically, but it is a thing that I think we didn't really clarify in regards to what from Season 7 is kind of for sure staying over. I will say the Witch Powers are most definitely something that aren't carrying over completely over to the future seasons. But one thing in regards to at least the Tree of Whispers is that we have a bunch of new NPCs there. We redid the layout there. Yep. That is made that as a hub that doesn't feel like I'm just going for the tree and I have to immediately leave. Right. It's made it as a all-encompassing place that you can most definitely tap into from that end.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I can speak a bit to the seasonal powers. As we said, a lot of those witchcraft powers are specific to Season 7. That is true. They are not necessarily coming back in Season 8. But we do hear that feedback, right? I think they got a really positive reception. Yep. A lot of the poison frog, one of my favorites, the fire bats, and all kinds of the other things that are very visually flashy and just a lot of fun to play with. We hear that, and that definitely helps us to inform making future content. In the past, we've done that where we've taken some favorite seasonal mechanics, put them on items to return. I can't speak to any particular plans, but just know that we do hear this feedback, and it'll definitely help us to help craft content in the future.
We got a lot of questions related to PTR because I know, as I mentioned, this is a PC BattleNet PTR, and there's a few people like Kim from Canada, and I can't read this because the text color is so just jarring. But we've gotten a lot of questions related to PTR being on PC BattleNet and asking hey, is there any plans on bringing it to console, maybe Steam? I will say the reason why PC BattleNet works best for us is that BattleNet is a platform that is housed here at Blizzard, and is the processes of getting builds up there, making it, any type of change, especially for PTR where we're in a smaller window and we may need to change something really quickly. It gives us more flexibility and allows us to be able to change those things really, really smoothly. I know with other platforms and everything, there's more processes involved for good reason because they have more checks and balances and everything. So it makes it a little bit more difficult on our end to do some of those fast iterations that we may need with PTR. So in the foreseeable future right now, we see PC BattleNet as being kind of the home for PTRs when we do end up testing anything. Question from, my computer's telling me to update. It's been telling me for weeks. Don't hate me, IT. Chris Mate says, will the Lair bosses have resilience/damage reduction that the world bosses have to ensure that they just don't get one shot too fast with some classes or builds trivializing? I can't talk today.
Trivializing. Yeah.
I can't even talk.
I think this is a great question. It's something we actually talk about on the team a bunch. And from our perspective, adding something like resilience would sort of devalue that power progression. We feel like it sort of disservices that sort of 0 to hero once Belial was really hard, but now I've gotten so strong I can just crush him. That said, we do think that the level of one-shotting bosses that has been happening is a little bit too much. There isn't enough of a journey to get to a point where I can just stomp on Varshan or I can stomp on the Penitent Knight. So what we have done is, like Derek mentioned earlier in the stream, we've massively buffed a lot of these bosses. Like, so much so that we're kind of like, try it on the PTR and see. But a lot of these bosses should present more of a journey to getting to a place where you can really stomp on them throughout the Torment tiers. Even Uber Lilith herself has been, or I don't remember what we actually call her.
Echo of Lilith.
Uber Lilith.
Echo of Lilith.
We just keep calling her Uber Lilith internally. Now it's just stuck. Yeah.
Has seen quite a buff. And that should mean that that journey to getting to a place where you're really farming some of these bosses is a lot more fulfilling, but it's longer also. You're not just like walking into Torment 1 and one-shotting Varshan.
Yeah, and that kind of ties into what I talked about with some of the outlier builds that were just like Bloodwave Necro, prime example of being something where you get one item and then suddenly you can one-shot everything. It's really not, it doesn't promote the best gameplay. Like it's just, like, it's fun for a little bit to go in and one-shot everything, but that's something we think it's much more engaging to have a little bit of back and forth, and you're not just going in and stomping them, but you do feel powerful, feel some power progression, and as you get more powerful and more gear and more Paragon levels, you do get more powerful and it becomes easier to overcome these challenges, and then you start feeling that real powerful stuff as you really complete your build.
Yeah, and I'll also say, like, I think part of how we originally set up the boss ladder, it really did encourage the one-shotting behavior, right? Like, if you have to pay materials to fight this boss, why would you ever fight the boss when it's actually a challenge, right? You would only fight it when it's really difficult. But the changes that we've made have really sort of, you know, in a fun way, I'm hoping this plays out, that you can sort of maybe get a cheeky run in on Varshan when maybe he's really hard, but you get a really powerful, unique, because you don't have to risk anything anymore when to actually summon him.
Yeah, I think it also kind of speaks to just the approach of injecting challenge across the Lair bosses. Like we discussed, you know, we could just do straight stat boosts and that would definitely resolve it, but within Season 8, the team took the extra opportunity to also just inject new mechanics and updated mechanics to the Lair bosses across the board to introduce that hiked challenge, but in an interesting way that's just more fun, I guess, really for us to enjoy.
We have a question related to, I'm going to speed through a few last questions here. Lilith, will Lilith ever make a entry into maybe the boss layer system or anything? This is from Ganon North.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've been thinking about, and like what's the right place and what's the right time for something like that. She's in an interesting spot now where she's kind of like the pinnacle of the season's journey a lot of times, and that's something we can definitely think about, especially with this revamped flow of being able to summon the bosses. So we can definitely take that into consideration. That'd be a lot of fun.
Quick question related to the Spiritborn. This is from the Schwab. Does the new Russian Claw aspect power give you all the previous bonuses at 4+ charges, or just the extra cast?
It's just the extra one. So it's so if you're casting it at 4 or more charges, it only hits an extra time. It does not get guaranteed crit or overpower or heal you. It's you kind of either progress through one benefit at a time, or you just get the 4+ if you're using the new upgrade.
I'm going to do 2 quick last questions. I will end on the one that everyone's asking. I see it in chat. Don't worry. In regards to, I lost it. There it is. From Mid Central Vowel. At what point will you start maybe potentially removing uniques that have proven to be not that useful? Or do you guys feel like uniques are feeling bloated in the current setup?
I think I actually feel like we don't necessarily have enough uniques in terms of speaking to every skill. Like, I think that's something that you see with the Poison Trap and you see with Ice Shards. That is sort of why we have the boss ladder, to give you more deterministic, or maybe not deterministic, but targeted ways to find some of the uniques you're looking for. This lets us have a lot of different uniques, but things that you actually have to target. The other thing I'll just say too is, like, part of the game is random items and figuring out how to assemble a build out of the random items. So, like, we don't want to get to a place where I just sort of log into Diablo and I get all the uniques I want, and then I'm sort of done with the game, and it's just sort of this linear deterministic track through getting the pieces that you want. But that said, like we're always sort of listening to the feedback, and if it does start to feel like where I'm just constantly sifting through things I don't care about, those are things that we can absolutely take a look at.
Yeah, and I think on the design side, when we're looking at unique designs, I think there are still some spots in the game, like with Poison Trap this season, where there were some skills or some play styles that had had some threads there, but it wasn't really a complete and cohesive build, and still require a bit more support. So we're still going to be looking for those opportunities to support builds or play styles that we think are interesting and fun with new uniques every season. But additionally, we are also taking a look at kind of the catalog of uniques we have in the game. So a good example on Rogue again is the Scoundrel's Leather this season. That was an item that was sometimes played, but not often for its actual unique effect. For some of its affixes, actually, it was pretty powerful. In the game, but its unique effect was pretty lackluster, and so we've done just a whole rework on it. We said, hey, what's the identity of this? Well, it's talking to Death Trap builds in a way, but in a way that wasn't super compelling. And so we said, well, let's kind of scrap that existing effect, and how can we better support that? Let's take another try at this. So that's one way that we're going to look at, to find those underused uniques that really maybe don't find a home. We're going to constantly be reevaluating them and seeing how we can kind of plus them up and make them achieve the potential and fulfill that build niche that they were intended to do in the first place.
All right, I'm going to end it with the last question because everyone's asking this related to aspirational content. Are there more plans for that? Things like whether it's potential leaderboards to more endgame type of features and stuff. Where are we in regards to some of that?
Yeah, I'll say the team absolutely, this is top of mind and something that we absolutely want to improve in terms of adding more milestones for you to reach, more satisfying and more rewarding milestones and celebrating those milestones. So the team is actively sort of looking at what are ways that we can level up some of the aspirational feel of the game. I'll also say just in Season 8, again, a lot of the torment tiers and bosses have really been leveled up. And I'll say, again, the pit has been pretty massively buffed. So there are some tuning changes we've made just to make the game, the pieces that we have today, a little bit more aspirational and challenging and satisfying to overcome.
For the future.
We really think Season 7 was a fun candy rush, and it was a sugar rush, sort of like the smoothies everyone's binge drinking behind the scenes.
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
Okay,
only the important people
note
behind
now
the
that
screen.
says that it got delivered midstream.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, Marcus redeemed.
Yeah, but
Soon
Season 7 was really fast, and we do think when the game reaches that state of where just nothing really, you have to work for it, and it's just really fast, and it's over in a weekend, totally, there's not enough things to work towards. So we are sort of taking an approach, again, with some of the balance changes to make some of the game feel a little bit more aspirational, and it's a focus for our team going forward.
Yeah, I will say we've had conversations about this. I feel like almost weekly. Colin and I talk about it a whole lot. I know there's a lot of discussions happening and a lot of people thinking about that specifically from that end. So, huge shout out and thanks to you guys for jumping in, and to Ruben, of course, for jumping into the build and running through everything. Again, PTR is going to be starting next Tuesday. You can early download on PC Battle.net starting Monday afternoon, California time. And we will have a blog and patch notes and everything available for people to check out immediately after this stream. Really looking forward to everyone jumping in, testing out
next week, guys,
the new
PTR.
boss layer system, of course, the new powers that are associated with it, all the class changes, and all the quality of life stuff that we talked about in terms of like the leveling journey as you're going up within this new season. So really looking forward to everyone jumping in. Please make sure to take advantage of giving us your feedback on the forums or Reddit or Discord, other places. We're going to be most definitely checking it out starting all next week. So thank you guys again. We have March of the Goblins, which is currently going on in Diablo 4, and we have a D2R ladder reset tonight.
Oh, that's tonight.
So if you're a big D2R person, feel free to jump in. It's always a fun time. We will see you guys in the PTR next week, and really appreciate it. Thanks all.
Thanks everyone.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, that was it. Okay, none of this. Okay, let's open this on YouTube. I'm waiting for the Campfire notes. The full patch notes. Well, let me see that boss fight again they had. What do you think overall, guys? I mean, I'd always like love some more endgame focus. I'm not gonna get that yet. Okay, don't think we need any of this. I mean, the new bosses, like, very cool. Yeah, I'm F5ing the patch notes here. Yeah, this is the thing I didn't like fully understand. Yeah, incentives to do high pits, leaderboards, something like that. This is like the main thing I was missing as well. They didn't really say like what the whirlwind stuff is gonna be. Who knows? No good news? Nah, there's like there's a lot of good news, and then there's like some no news on some things. I feel like having the Stygian Stone as like some sort of mechanic to juice the other stats. That'd be way cooler. Yeah, we're gonna make a recap now. I'm gonna like summarize everything in like 10 minutes. But give me a second. I wanna wait for the patch notes. I think it's actually very simple. Like, you get this boss key, you access the boss drops you a shard, and the shard gives you Duriel. And the Stygian Stone is just a replacement for that. And then what happens at the end? Any initiate or greater Lair boss spawns Belaia, and Belaia gives you the Ultima boss. I kind of wish we would get like some special loot from the ultimate boss fight, though. Because we don't really get that, right? I think that would have been cool. Yeah. Cannot open this in a new tab. Yeah, the ambush mechanic is pretty cool. Shards with an S. Ooh. Okay, so Erviar goes here in the initiate. This one goes in the greater, and this one is the exalted Lair boss. Lair boss. Yeah, duping, endgame, class balance. By the way, they did not nerf Earthquake? That's a bit surprising. If they didn't nerf it at all. I mean, we'll try Whirlwind Earthquake, probably. And Weapon Throw on the PTR. Like, if Whirlwind is really good now, like, I'm not sure what they do with Gores. But we're gonna be playing Whirlwind Barb on the PTR. I want to kind of feel the progression. Patch notes up. Alright, let's take a look. Patch notes are up. Is it... Can you link it? Is it the normal link? Yeah, if you have them, just link them. Boss. Oh, this is a separate post. Here we go. Okay. Earthquake. Wait, this is not the patch notes. The fuck? Wait, am I blind? This is not the right link. Here. We're safe. Ooh, they have some nice pictures here. Wait, where's Gorse? Wait, what the fuck? Maybe it's like embedded somewhere. I don't like the fearing. They said they changed Gorse. Green Helltide, Pork. Ah, they have all the powers here. That's lit. Oh man, yeah, we can spend a ton reading all these powers. Wait, do you see Gorse? So this is the new Endgame, okay. Lair boss rework. But this is not even the only thing. But I feel like half the stuff is missing. Where's the cooldown stuff for the Bob? Wait, I think I'm missing patch notes. Is there like something I need to click? I'm gonna control F5 this. I don't see this, what you're talking about, the tech rune. There's not even rune in here. Look at the very bottom. Maybe there's something to click. Okay. Thanks. Okay, now we're in. Okay, earthquake. Wait, Bull Katos just got completely nuked? Okay, here comes the nerfs, guys. Bull Katos aspect. Damage with earthquake removed. Okay, boys, how much are we gonna get nerfed? Okay, damage divided by 1.6. So this one is completely gone. Fixed a bug that caused earthquake to do double damage. Okay, damage divided by even more. Yeah, okay, we have damage. Okay, it's not that crazy, so we're gonna deal like 3 times less damage. It's probably good. I mean, this one is brutal. Like, what the fuck? Okay, what's with Whirlwind? Okay, previously new. Whirlwind explodes. God damn it, man. So what I like, you guys remember how it used to work? Where you had full control of when to release the explosion. And now they just added like 1 second. Wait. Critical strikes with Whirlwind reduce the time until the next explosion. Okay. So it's gonna be every 2 seconds anyways, because you always crit. I'm trying to... But I don't think it's good. But it might do a bit of damage. So instead of 80%, you now do 600%. But you still don't have any control. Oh, down to 1 second. Okay, I read it wrong. So it's every second you explode, right? The thing is, does whirlwind size scale the explosion? If you have extra whirlwind size, does the size affect the explosion? We need to test that. Whirlwind's base damage is determined by your attack speed of your weapon. Violent Whirlwind. After using Whirlwind for 2 seconds, Whirlwind deals a 35% increased damage until it's cancelled. Channeling Whirlwind for 2 seconds increases the damage of your next weapon mastery skill. What is this? Okay, right now you get 35% increased damage as long as you keep spinning and winning. And now you don't get that, it only buffs mastery. That's like a big nerf. What? After using Whirlwind for 2 seconds, deal 35x. Now, channeling Whirlwind for 2 seconds increases the damage of your next weapon mastery skill on a Tuesday when Blue Moon is active by 35. Yeah, I don't like this one at all. I don't quite understand the reason. What? Why would you want to use a mastery skill? I mean, I'm playing a Whirlwind Bob. If I stop spinning, I stop winning. Okay, I don't understand this. Maybe we can give feedback on this on the PTR. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Off the Dire. Updated the formula to be more generous. Okay, this is just crit for Whirlwind. You have 100% crit with Starless Sky anyway, so this one we never use. Whirlwind pulls enemies to you every 3 seconds. That also sounds bad. Whirlwind leaves behind dust devils that deal X damage to enemies in their path. Hitting enemies with dust devils increases damage from all other sources. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's it. I mean, I'm probably gonna make a more like general update, and then we go like case by case of Bob specific focus. Would you mind posting the link? No, no problem. I'll link it. I'll post it here and on YouTube. Do we find a single player that likes this change? Channeling Whirlwind increases the damage of your weapon mastery skill. But only if you use it immediately after. Players in the party can now teleport. Ooh, I had this in my feedback video. Yes! Oh, that's great. Here it is. Players in the party can now instantly teleport to other members of the party through the social menu. That's great, man. That's a huge quality of life change. So you can just right-click someone and port. Bam, dude. That's lit. That's really cool. Nice. Ayo, let's go. Okay, but let's talk like more broad line, and then we're gonna go into the specifics. Holy smokes. I probably need a Kamehameha clip. So this is one of the new bosses.
Don't necessarily need.
Okay, these are the powers. So Kame, boss, whirlwind. Okay. Theme. Boss tide. This one we need. Okay, then the last thing I think I need is the clip with the power. Okay, it's already here. Where's the Kamehameha power? This
Call.
is so cool, man. The Kamehameha is so cool. Captain, thank you so much. Okay, I think we're gonna go a larger camera again, like this, maybe. Okay, we're gonna do a quick recap, guys, and then we're gonna go line by line in the patch notes. Right. So we look at this. Is it too loud? I'm gonna lower the voice a bit. Kamehameha looks cool. Yeah, we look at all the runes and stuff. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. We just finished the Season 8 Campfire chat and we have a full recap here in about 10 minutes. So first of all, they're doing massive upgrades to the entire boss ladder system, to the Uber bosses, to the Pinnacle bosses, and they're also adding 3 new bosses. You can see the Uber Mephisto, or Mephisto's dog fight here, the Tormented Echo of the Harbinger. That's a new Uber boss. We're also gonna get Beliar as the new Uber boss. This is also gonna be a big part of the seasonal theme. We get the full rework to how you access the bosses. We get new powers from those bosses as a Season 8 theme. You can see here in action is the Kamehameha power that you can use while you're channeling. And there's also Duriel power and Lilith power that you can get here with the new update. That looks pretty fantastic. We're gonna look into all of that right now. I'm gonna link the blog post where you can see everything in detail right here, as well as the Campfire chat in the description. So they talked a lot about the progression and about the mid-season update. So in generally, they are planning to make no big balance changes and no big content updates in the mid-season. They instead focus on having like these big seasonal updates coming. And with that, they also did focus a lot on the progression that they showed us here. So they said how long it took us to level in Season 7 was way faster than they expected. So you can kind of see here in Season 7, it only took about 9 hours for the average player to reach level 60. That number was 15 to 17 hours before. So with that, they took some initiative and decided to make the leveling process a little bit slower, so it feels a bit more meaningful. And with that, basically, they are addressing how many legendary items drop. They are addressing magic and rare items gonna have +1 affix. And in general, they still want legendaries to still be the best quality of items in the game, but they don't want the pace to be as fast as Season 7. And I've said this as well, and many other people have said that the pace, like you were basically done with the entire game in just a couple of days. The progression was extremely fast, and they want to, you know, tune it back a little bit. I'm pretty sure, like, if you know what you're doing, you're still gonna be done in like 3 hours with the entire leveling process. But it was getting like up to ridiculous times. And I know this might be a little bit, have people a little bit on the fence here if it takes a bit longer to level. But I think it's gonna be a good adjustment here, especially making magic and rare items a bit more meaningful with an extra affix, and also make them meaningful a bit longer, basically. And then in the same regard, they also looked towards the end game, and they also acknowledged that the end game is extremely quickly at the moment. So what they are basically doing here is they are making the torment scaling much harder. So on average here, it takes players 15 hours, like the average player, to hit Torment 4. And what they are adjusting now, that Torment 1 now starts at pit 10 already, and pits and torments in general are 20% harder. And this is going to be multiplicatively also in the high pits, where they're going to be a lot harder to beat. And they said as a challenge that they expect no one to beat a pit 150 now. We'll see how much that holds up. But this is a very positive change, and Torment 4 will be equivalent to pit 76. So they roughly made Torment 4 like 10 to 11 pit tiers stronger. I personally don't think it's enough. I think Torment 4 should be at least equivalent of Season 7 pit 100 and not 76. That's my opinion. Let me know what you think in the description below, but in the comments. But in general, I think it's still not hard enough, but we'll see on the PTR. By the way, the PTR already starts next week, and we can jump in and play next week on Tuesday and copy our characters. So we'll see, and we can give feedback on all this stuff. Now to the juicy part. They are bringing back Lair into the game. You might know this guy from Diablo 3, where you fought him in Act 2. This is going to be one of the pinnacle bosses, hopefully like somewhat close to the Lilith level. Then we also have Urva here coming into the game as another pinnacle boss. And then the clip that I showed you earlier here with Mephisto's dog coming in as a boss as well, basically. And they talk a lot about it here. There's also like lesser versions of Lair that you can beat. They're basically redesigning the entire system here, where you are getting the normal materials from the normal bosses that you can fight here, like Varshan, Gregoire, Beast in the Eyes. And then, for example, if you defeat Varshan, it's going to drop a Shard of Agony. So you don't need an egg and a shard anymore. You just need a shard. And then you can go into Duriel or Endariel or the new Mephisto boss. And then you have a chance there to encounter a copy of Lair, and he drops another key to enter the pinnacle version of Lair. We're going to talk some more details about that later. They also have this completely new key system. The Stygian stones basically make a comeback that can be exchanged or can be used as any other key, basically. So it's going to be much easier, like, to balance out your key amounts of each. And they also finally increased the stack size. So right now they stack to 50. They're going to stack to 99. I still don't think this is enough. So I really hope they increase it to 999. I'm for sure going to give some feedback on that, but we will see. They also said that when you defeat Beliar, you're going to get a guaranteed greater affix item, and you have a high chance to get Infernal Compass. And all these, what I talk about now, are going to be changes, or that I talked about, are changes that come both to the Eternal Realm as well as the Seasonal Realm. So that's going to be pretty cool. Then they talked about the season theme and basically the different powers that you have. So basically in the open world, you have this like boss Helltide, where Beliar is basically corrupting Sanctuary. And we can defeat the, what did they call it here? Aprian incursions here to basically get reputation and get like a boss style event, like basically defeat Beliar here in the open world. And as you defeat him, he's going to drop you some of these powers that they showcased here. And there's a lot of cool ones. So they showcased this beam here, this Kamehameha power that I showed you earlier that also works with channeling spells. So that looks pretty cool. Like all the details of like how all individual of them work are going to be down below. And you can see here you have this kind of tab here similar to the witch powers that you already have right now, and you can click this tab and it opens basically this menu here for the season powers, and you have one main power and 3 lesser powers that basically support it. So just like right now where you have Piranado here and then you have some support powers, you're gonna have like I don't know, let's say you have this Lilith beam and you have 3 support items or 3 support powers for this main power that basically enhance it, make it stronger. For example, here's the one Lilith Wind of Hate. This is like the spike attack that you might know from Uber Lilith fight. I'm not sure how the hitbox is going to work on that. I'm going to
block these little like eyeball
show you here this, because this was pretty cool.
Eyeball powers into the little eye sockets and it blinks, and yeah, it's just fun across the board, just engaging with this.
And pops.
Yeah. So what do we got next?
The next one I want to showcase is Lilith's Wind of Hate.
So look at this.
Probably most of us have dived to this before, her spike ability from the ground. And it works on almost every skill. So you can see as soon as I dash here, I get the spikes.
So you get the Lilith wave here.
So you can slot it in almost every build and have fun with it. Even Dance of Knives, really cool.
That's pretty nice. Like it basically works on every skill. And they also showcased something from Duriel here.
It as utility focused and straightforward as possible.
Yeah. So this is like the burrow from Duriel. You basically use your evade. It's like cast on evade.
Really easily digest and how they work it into their builds.
And you basically burrow and become immortal.
One that procs off any skill. Like one of the goals going into the design of these powers was to just remove any ambiguity about how do I actually proc it. We wanted to make it as utility focused and straightforward as possible.
That's pretty sick. So this can also be used to like dodge stuff and also to move.
Players can really easily
so you burrow into the ground like your Duriel. And then there's like, you know, a ton more. They showcased a lot of them here, like the Barbarian using some of them. This is like a dash. This is the Lilith wave. You can see all details. I'm probably going to make a detailed video in the future. We're going to try to keep it a bit more brief here, but that's a breeze, and that's going to be really nice. And then I'm going to bring up my sheet here because I just took some notes. Next, they talked about balance changes. And with that, basically, they wanted to cap the ultimate scaling because ultimate builds like Bloodwave Necro and Cataclysm Druid have been outperforming stuff like crazy. So they're going to cap some of this stuff here. They want to have less RNG with crowd control. So Fist of Fate was mentioned here. So instead of using proccing random crowd controls, they now apply vulnerable. Then we also get dot changes for the names. So shadow damage over time is now corrupting. Lightning damage over time is now shocking. Cold damage over time is now frostbite. And then we come to the specific classes. And I'll probably show you here the different slides they had, because they were pretty sick. The Druid, let's go to my favorite one first, the Barbarian. Okay, here it comes. Probably gonna make a shortcut here. We're going to probably go over these full screen.
Meta build.
Okay, these are gonna be class changes. Yeah, Druid main is, the nerf is kind of big. Okay, we're gonna talk about it like very briefly. Alright, so these are the class balance changes coming in Season 8. We get the Barbarian here. They want to focus a lot about the physical damage. They are buffing Double Swing with a new item. They are buffing the existing uniques. They are buffing Whirlwind with the Gore's Devastating Grasp. And they are buffing Mighty Throw here with a new unique that's coming in. And look at this one, the Bane of Ayarden. It gives you every 12 seconds your next Mighty Throw detonates. It pulses instantly as fire damage, dealing up to 7 times the damage. And they also have cooldown reduction plus 6 ranks to Mighty Throw, which is going to be 9 ranks with a greater affix. And then like 18 or 16 ranks when you masterwork it. So the Mighty Throw bar is eating good again. And then there's another multiplier here that basically makes you get rid of all your cooldown reduction and give you another 3.5 multiplier. So Mighty Throw is coming back strong. Again, they also mentioned the Gore's Devastating Grasp. There's also a couple of small nerfs to Earthquake. I'm going to make a dedicated video about the Barb here probably tomorrow. We're going to keep this a bit baseline. But just know Whirlwind is eating good, Double Swing is eating good, and Mighty Throw on the Barb is eating very good. And then talking about eating very good, we now come to the Druid. And they will be addressing the Cataclysm snapshot. So you will not be able to snapshot anymore. They don't like snapshotting. So they're going to remove it. All the Quacks rune snapshots, like all the different other rune snapshots, they're going to get removed. They are buffing Stone Bust, and they are giving us an item that gives us multiple key passives. You can kind of see this here. So this is the Cathlin's Birthright, which gives you, whenever you crit with nature magic, so this is a human form Druid buff, you're going to get 2 extra key passive, and then you can also select a key passive. So you have up to 3 key passives on your Druid. That's going to be pretty insane. Then we have Necromancer, obviously here. They are looking to nerf the Blood Wave. Blood Wave has been scaling way too crazy, so they are capping the Blood Wave itself, and they also said they're going to be nerfing Casimies. We'll see the full details in the patch notes below. I will do some updated videos. But yeah, Blood Wave Necro is getting a big nerf. And then there is new items coming here, in particular to the Summoning Necromancer. So you have like a Curse Summoning Necromancer that might be pretty strong here. And we'll see how big the nerf for Bloodwave is, because right now the build is overperforming like crazy, hitting for hundreds and thousands of trillions of damage. And then we have some stuff for the Rogue here. So I personally don't like the Trap playstyle so much, but there's a ton of buffs here coming to the Trap Rogue. So Rogues, I think in general, is one of the better balanced classes. They have like a lot of good builds, but they have not really any like outliers or overperforming builds. So now they are buffing the Trap Rogues, and it does look somewhat cool. However, I'm personally not a big fan of the Trap Rogues, because you have to place the trap, then the trap is arming itself, and the monsters have to walk in the trap. It's just like a more slow playstyle. But there's definitely like more than a triple damage buff here by reducing the damage over time. The time it takes to apply the damage, so it's going to increase the DPS, and you also get like all the runes basically. And it also looked pretty cool when they use it here on the enemies, when they get completely incapacitated and don't do anything. So this is like how the new trap is going to look here. So he places the trap, and you see it explodes, and the enemies on the ground, and then you can kind of kill it. But again, it all like seems rather slow, and this is not really like a playstyle that I like so much. Next, we have the Sorcerer here, and they acknowledged once more that Sorcerer is not the strongest class right now, and the Sorcerer class still needs a little bit of help, even though it already did 150. And what they are doing is they're giving us a shotgun Ice Shard Sorcerer here with like 2 new items, the Hail of Verglass here, basically shooting multiple ice shards plus another aspect, giving you multiplicative increased damage against chilled and staggered targets. And they also showed like a video here. So this is basically, hopefully, one of the new Sorg S tier builds. We don't know about the numbers yet. We will see on the PTI again starting next week. But this looks cool AF. So the Sorcerer here is like shotgunning out all the kind of stuff here. And it does look pretty cool. So Sorcerer definitely eating good. And then last but not least, we have the Spiritborn. So they are buffing Rushing Claws, they are buffing Storm Feathers, and they're giving us a new item here with the Sunbird's Gorget. And I think this might be one of the best speed farmers if the DPS is there. I'm not quite sure yet. But basically picking up Storm Feathers forms a Firestorm. And then you also have the Rushing Claw. This is like the instant dash ability, also basically doing double damage with additional strikes. So that looks pretty cool. And I want to showcase this to you here. Why I think it's going to be that good. Because you can basically just walk around, proc these Storm Feathers, and then there's this Firestorm that's pretty big surrounding you and killing all the enemies. So I think this has potential to be an extremely fast speed farmer build. Maybe it can even be combined with Rushing Claw. So you see, you just go like this, and then the Firestorm just spawns automatically. And this Firestorm also gets all the tags. You can see here, every Storm Feathers like gets the additional tag of Eagle, Jaguar, and Storm Feather. So, I mean, this is going to be an insane amount of multipliers. Like, all the Eagle multipliers work, all the Jaguar multipliers work, and the Storm Feather have Storm Feather potency as a tempering that also works for the Storm Feathers. So the Firestorm Spiritborn might be a GG build to look out for. Then they talked a lot about, about all the PTR details. So I'm going to give it to you like TLDR and also to Q&A, then we're done with this here. So the PTR starts next week on Tuesday, guys. It always starts in the evening. So on the 11th, in just 3 days, we can play. On the 10th, on Monday, we have the pre-download available, and then potentially also like a sort of data mine in the evening. We'll see. But all that is going to go live on the 10th. And the PTR is going to be like playable on the 11th. And we're all encouraged to share feedback. And I'm really excited to jump into. I'm definitely going to try the new Whirlwind Barbarian with the new Gore's Devastating Grasp, and probably also the Firestorm Spiritborn. I'm going to make some planner builds for that here pretty soon, and we'll also update the D4 Builds website representing that. And then we also had like some more Q&A in the Campfire chat, but they mostly talked about that they want to not have the bosses be a complete one-shot fest. So they made them harder to one-shot. I'm not quite sure exactly what they did. They didn't say specifics. But the bosses on the PTR seem to or will be quite a bit harder. So we're not supposed to one-shot them instantly. So we'll see. And also, Endgame leaderboards. That was like the other big question that got asked in the Q&A. They have the endgame systems, additional endgame systems, top of their minds in the development team, but they have nothing to share yet. And also a roadmap is coming before Season 8 launch. So Season 8, for those of you who don't know, launches on the 29th. And before that, so probably sometime in April, we're going to get the roadmap for Diablo 4. I hope you enjoyed the overview, guys. Obviously, there's a lot more information, and I'll probably digest like at least the barb balance changes here, but you can read the patch notes below. I'm excited, and next week we're going to be live all the time, blasting the PTR. Let's go, GG. Maybe 3-shot, yeah. Maybe we'll 3-shot them. I don't know what this power is. Okay, let's read the patch notes. April 29th, yeah. Okay, where were we at? I want to read all the Bob changes first. Okay, wait, game updates. Unique powers. Speaking, okay, this is... Spiritborn, they have at the top. Rushing Claw updated. Rank 5 bonus capped. So they capped all the ultimates? Rumble got giga nerfed. Oh, damn it, man. Okay, let's only look at Barb for now. Oh man, okay, here, what rune words? Xan rune. Your skills critically overpowers. Your next attack will cause your hits to be a guaranteed critical strike and overpower for 0.25 seconds. Wait. Okay, so this also nerfs the Sork, yes? Oh yeah, I'll link the patch notes. And the Campfire chat, I can link as well. Man, that's crazy though. They also renerfed the damage a lot. This seems like a buff for snapshotting. No, you can't snapshot anymore. Doesn't work. The way I understand it, it only lasts for 1/4 of a second. Right? Then it's gone. Else this change would make no sense. Well, anyway, that's the way I understand it. Quacks. Your next non-basic skill spends all your primary resource to deal double damage. Casting a skill other than a basic or defensive skill spends all your primary resource to increase your damage. Yeah, here. Only for 1 second. This is how they fix the snapshot shit. Vex rune +1 to all skills for 10 seconds. Oh, they reduced it even more. Lam, offering gained, increased. Nice. That's pretty good. Wait, they reduced this? 100% when hitting a non-healthy enemy, so not injured anymore. Wait, there's another earthquake nerf. Shit. Wait, how many earthquake nerfs do we have? Rename Season 8 Barb Balance changes. Can't even type. Okay, we start with Earthquake. Tech. Before, after. 1,400, now 1,000. What wreck? Fucking tech. Okay, we had the Bull Kartoth, right? What is it called? Bull Kartoth aspect. And then we have total nerf. Product. I'm not sure if we're gonna get more. Damage divided by 4.5 for now. We're probably gonna find some more nerfs, right? What is Rumble? Rumble? What a nerf about Rumble? Rumble glyph. Now stacks additively with itself. Damage bonus to bosses reduced from 10 to 3. Wait, I need to read Rumble. So Rumble was 1.1 to the power of 5, right? Let's make this right. So this was 1.1 to the power of 5. And the new is 1.03 times 5. Additively. Is this it? Is this correct? No, it's not 1.6, it's 1.61. But yeah, it's the same thing basically. Yeah, we're getting damage divided by more than 6. Well, and then you also take all the stuff that you lose from the vampiric stuff. Because you got so much main stat from Soul Harvest that was double dipping. All that shit you don't get anymore. No more soul. Or, as to say, losing Soul Harvest as well as Fiend of Bog is results in a higher nerve than other builds due to main stat double dip due to earthquake. It makes sense, right? Well, that's way too long. Does this make sense? Wait, Executioners also gets a change. I don't know exactly what this means. Or here. Yes. Oh, this is a great change. They finally fixed Bolt's Chieftain, hopefully. Nah, 50% more damage on Amulet, but you'd also lose something. I don't think it means that. Executioners has a lot of stats. Yeah, okay. I mean, if it means that it gives you 22.5 on Amulet, might be good. Who knows? It might mean that, but that's a big if. We'll see on the we'll see in 3 days. I mean, that's not a big change anyways. Because you lose, you know, whatever aspect you have on the Amulet, and you get, like, maybe a little bit of damage. Yeah, we don't know, FN. Yeah, we have no idea. Like, we will see. Potential Executioners change. Have to test on PTR. Yes, no idea, really. Okay, what else? Let's go to the top again. We're jumping again. We're jumping big time. Holy shit, there's many changes, guys. Wait, what the fuck? I don't know, I'm somewhere, man. I don't even know where. Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw grants 25 attack speed. Okay, let's do Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw is probably gonna get a ton of buffs. Let's do Mighty Throw next. Mighty Throw. So we have new aspect. Wait, new unique. Unique and new aspect. Do I still have that shit up? So before, I don't know, let's say 1.3. After we have a 7. Well, here we're calculating buffs, so this is probably gonna get a good buff. I don't really know what this is replacing. Probably inner calm or something. Nothing crazy. So Mighty Throw in Series has now gain multiplicative damage instead of cooldown from cooldown reduction, and the damage is increased. Wait, so how much cooldown you usually have? So if you have 60% cooldown, you're getting this bonus, right? 60% cooldown is 60% multiplicative. And then another 3.5. Man, that's ridiculous, actually. That's crazy. Yeah, Gore's also got a buff, but we're doing Mighty Throw right now. Okay, Enhanced is kind of the same. Fighters. Swapping weapons near any of your thrown weapons creates an additional pulse. But do we need additional pulses if we already have? Every 12 seconds, your next Mighty Throw detonates its pulses instantly. Yeah, so this is useless, right? Wait, okay, I misunderstood. I thought it was detonating all existing pulses. But no, no, no. Okay, so this is like not that great. This is gonna be like kind of like a bazooka playstyle. Like you only do this kind of once, right? Yeah, but that sucks. At least for farming, it's gonna be very bad. I thought it's like you can, I don't know, like place like 3 Mighty Throws and then you explode them all. But that's not how it works. No, it doesn't detonate every 12 seconds. It says every 12 seconds your Mighty Throw detonates. But it does not detonate your previous Mighty Throws. Well, yeah, let me put the command in exclamation mark patch notes. PTR patch notes out. Where's the date on the new season? It's in game, 29th of April. It says in game. I don't have the game open right now. So you kind of don't want to play fighters. Man, they're buffing Whirlwind again, boys. I gotta go to the bathroom for a second. Okay, we're gonna look at Whirlwind damage buff next. 1 second. Human form lightning druid. Might be juiced, okay. Yeah, might be. That sounds good. Going to apple. Wait, I need to check. Did they change anything else here? Before we look at Whirlwind, there might be third blade. The third blade. Your weapon mastery skills are now core skills and have 100% cooldown reduction. Wait, so what if we combine the third blade and the aspect of delayed extinction? Yo. It's actually, okay, wait. Mighty Throw might actually still be good and we just don't play the new gloves. How good is Mighty Throw right now? Because we can just ignore this unique and just play the aspect of delayed extinction for like a 4x damage buff. And still play third blade. Because we don't need cooldown reduction. We just play third blade. How about that? Yeah, just ignore this. I think every 12 seconds, this is just... If it's not detonating all existing pulses, it's not good anyways. Human lightning druid. What's the Traxi? What would be the skill? To say third blade, right? Okay, you check the rest. What's on 11th of March? PTR starts, yes. Man, I really don't want to play Mighty Throw. But looks like that's the play, right? Mighty Throw. No new endgame activity. Well, I mean, the boss ladder is kind of new endgame. That depends on your definition. Build, cooking, stream then. Let's keep reading, guys. Because I always end up like, what's Double Swing gonna do as well? Ah, the Fist of Fate change, man. Fist of Fate is now lucky it. Etherwrath. Cast apply vulnerable. Wait, what's your problem with eating an apple on the screen? Karen wants to talk to my manager. But it's easy, I just muted the mic. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's the spirit. Cheers. And also water. What is this? Man, this change sucks. So you know the concussive strikes? It gives 25% multiplicative to dazed. Now it gives movement speed, bro. What is this? Huh. Oof. Oh, Bier and Schweinebraten, S-tier. Ah, A-tier. A-tier. Maybe not S-tier. S-tier is like teriyaki chicken. With like rice and vegetables or something. Schweinebraten is like A-tier. Teriyaki chicken, dude. Yeah. This is S-tier. Yeah. Fuck, I'm hungry. Look at this. That's freaking S-tier. Brah. Shit, man. We gotta make some food soon. This teriyaki chicken. This is S-tier, guys. It's also pretty healthy and it's super freaking delicious. Like, here's some good, like, Chinese rice, teriyaki chicken. This might be duck. I know it says chicken, but it looks like duck. Either way. Oh, fuck, man. That's fucking good. I just had an apple, man. But we gotta analyze the Bob stuff. Okay, so this days is, yeah, whatever. Wait, there's no changes to overpower overall? Like, we have the dominate glyph, okay. I think overpower life scaling is still a problem. Okay, well, let's start the Whirlwind. Base damage. 24, now it's 32. At 33% buff. Okay, Violent Whirlwind nerf. Basically 35%, right? I should just do this below and divide. Divide the product by this. Yeah, we'll see later. Steel Grasp. Man, Steel Grasp gets it times 5. Probably still not gonna deal any damage, but yeah. Power charge, double swing. Wait. Move to violent double swing. Move to enhanced double swing. The fuck does this mean? So wait. So they are switching. So this is gonna be the base. And this is gonna be the rune. So double swing, baseline does stuff vulnerable. I don't know, upgrades and double swing just sounds so bad. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Ground Stomp got a Giga nerf. What? The damage from this upgrade trivialized leveling process. Yeah, it was pretty strong for sure, but divided by 9? Yeah, this is a big nerf. Ground Stomp was so cool at leveling though. I feel it's not like Barb was stronger than Necro or Sork even. But yeah, I had good fun with Ground Stomp. Just less motivation. I mean, I don't know. Barb was still like B tier leveling class. Even with this. And now it's taken away and then it's worse. Very easy. I'm hoping to level with Whirlwind though. Okay, Concussion got an upgrade. Skills using bludgeoning weapons, yes. Skills using bludgeoning weapons have a 20% chance to stun. Or up to 30% when using two-handers. It also deals physical damage to them. Okay, wait. So whenever you lucky hit, you have a 20% chance to stun and you have a guaranteed chance to deal physical? Or is it the physical damage only when you stun? Lucky hit skills have a 20% chance to stun. I guess it's only the 20%. Like when you stun, then it does damage. Okay, then it's not as strong as I thought. I thought it would be cool for leveling. But if it's a 20% chance on a lucky hit, then it's very low. One-hand mace. Off the Dire, this is a crit chance buff. It could be good for leveling, but it's never good in the end game because there's already so many crit chance sources. And it's competing with all the other aspects that give you like a 1.3, 1.4, 1.5x. So, no way. I don't know what the ICD is right now, but 3 seconds still sounds pretty long. Yeah, there's a lot of nerfs overall to Whirlwind, but there's some buffs as well. But this is not a buff necessarily, because it's also competing with other direct damage aspects. So it's basically just 25x. You can completely ignore the Dust Devil part, I think. It's 8 seconds now. Yeah, okay, then it's a massive buff. We have the recap video ready, guys. Okay. Oh, it's 15 minutes. Campfire recap. Season 8 Campfire recap. Okay, guys, here's the video. Leave a like, leave a comment. It's ready. It's Rob here. We just finished the Season 8 Campfire chat, and we have a full recap here in about 10 minutes. So first of all, they're doing massive upgrades to the entire boss ladder system, to the Uber bosses, to the Pinnacle bosses, and they're also adding 3 new bosses. You can see the Uber Mephisto, or Mephisto's dog fight here, the Tormented Echo of the Harbinger. That's a new Uber boss. We're also gonna get Beliar as the new Uber boss. This is also gonna be a big part of the seasonal theme. We get the full rework to how you access the bosses. We get new powers. Okay, this is the full video, guys. I'm probably gonna post this on my X post. Got the full... Got the full summary up of all the new powers and bosses. What the hell is that? Okay, this is a bit more of a real Kamehameha. People don't like this Kamehameha stuff. I think it looks good.
The expression of these powers this season.
The animation is sick. If it does damage,
someone in chat's like,
this is Season 8, guys.
Let's go. Channeled ability, and you'll notice right away.
Okay, that's cool.
prominent.
Okay,
beam.
that's fucking cool, though.
Yeah, it works well with channeled abilities. It only
Dude, we
works
can
with
use this on
channeled abilities,
Whirlwind
actually.
Bob, though.
And it's
I just want to spin like this, man. I think it looks cool. Guess I'm all biased. It's a Goku Kamehameha. That's right. I don't know if you can control which way it's facing. Man, this one hurts. Like, I don't know about this one. Okay, wait, what does this exactly mean? So does this mean that with third blade, we don't get the cooldown reduction? So I'm reading this as the third blade cooldown reduction breaks the cap of 75. Will provide the maximum bonus on the aspect of delayed extinction. But that means that you still have cooldown. Does it? Well, then it's not worth it. Like you're getting like a 70% of the damage just to max the multiplier, but you lose an aspect? That would not make any sense to play ever. I want the third blade just to give what it says, no cooldown. It doesn't give any cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction is a second, but the way this development note is written is that even with third blade, you're not going to have cooldown. You're not going to have no cooldown. You're still going to have normal cooldown. So all the third blade is giving you is a 75 multiplier, but you would already have, I don't know, at least like a 20 multiplier anyways. And then on top of that, you're losing 30% damage. There's no way it works like that, right? Because then third blade is just the dog shit item. Well, this needs to be tested. I wish this wasn't here. Oh, hey, Mikuna. Is Bob eating good? I'm not sure yet. There's like a... I mean, I don't know what this means exactly. If this means that my weapon mastery skill is going to have the normal cooldown, then it sucks. Sauerkraut, jawohl. Yeah, I don't think Whirlwind Bob is going to be good yet. And Earthquake got a Giga nerf. I mean, Earthquake got nerfed by like divided by 6 or something. It's okay. It literally says 100% cooldown reduction. Yes. But if you're using it together with the aspect of delayed extinction, I would think that as well. But then there's this new aspect of delayed extinction that might make it not work. Here. I don't know, we need to test it. It's impossible to speculate. But if it doesn't work, then third blade is completely useless. Like, how do you understand this then? Okay, what I'm saying is you combine this. You have these two things. What happens? I don't know, it might be anything. Third Blaze says you get, like, your weapon mastery skills have no cooldown. But then this one says when you have cooldown, it still has cooldown and gains damage instead. There's a lot of stuff with the Rogue, yeah. The main buffs they did to Rogue are revolving around traps. I do have the full recap. If you want like a 15-minute summary, it's right here. Okay, but with this developer note, I think the third blade is going to be completely useless. Because it might give you this multiplicative damage, but you're also only dealing 70% of your base damage. And you're also losing an aspect plus the tempers in order to equip the third blade. So it's like a massive opportunity cost that you lose. But yeah, we need to test it. Gonna be very easy test. I think third blade is gonna be completely useless if it's how it works. Because you're gonna give up 30% damage to gain some multiplicative that you have anyways, and you give up the tempers and the aspect. So you're 100% losing damage. It's not even gonna be close. Because you still, like, baseline have like 30% cooldown or something. So you would have like, with third blade, oh my god, I can't even type. Okay, you might get 75, right? So, and normally you have like 1.3. But then no tempers, no aspect. So no aspect alone is a 1.3, maybe even a 1.4. I don't know what aspects you have available. And then no tempers is like fucking rip. And then you have third blade penalty. Damage penalty. Which is another 0.7. So you're basically completely fucked when you lose if this is how it works. We'll just have to test it. Like, that would make third blade completely useless for the build. Yeah, and Mighty Throw is not a cool... In my opinion, I don't like the playstyle. That's my personal. I don't like the playstyle of Mighty Throw. Yeah, okay. You might be right with the core skill tag. I think it just opens so many problems. Red Furore got a buff. After spending 100 Fury within 5 seconds, your next non-channeled core or weapon mastery skill Wait, what? Okay, it's not hammer, upheaval, or death blow, it's like everything. So it will also work for Mighty Throw. Why did not make it work for Whirlwind like it used to be? Like, they made sure to exclude Whirlwind. They could just delete these words, and then it would be a good item. Well, at least for Whirlwind, it will be playable. What's the bonus? Yeah, I don't know. You just play Starless Sky and Bolt's Chieftain anyways. So, I think even if this would be working for Whirlwind, Starless Sky still seems better because it gives crit. Well, it might be pretty competitive. 80x. So Starless is 50x. You know, if they remove these two words, it might actually be compatible to Starless Sky for this one build. But fuck that. Non-channeled. Oh, Battle Trance. Oof. Okay, here we go. Gore's Devastating Grasp. Ooh, they buffed Tusk Helm. That's gonna make it pretty good early on. 35x. Fury game per sec. That might be a good Whirlwind build. Might be a good Whirlwind one early on. Okay, what are we going to talk about Whirlwind? Violent. And this is a big change. Okay, I need to test. Does gore explode? Does anyone know this? Does gore's explosion size scale with whirlwind size? I think they might have changed this. It used to not work. Does anybody know if this works? We can test it real quick otherwise. So if you have more whirlwind size, does that also increase the gore's devastating grasp explosion? I remember I gave that feedback once, but I don't know if they changed it. It's right there in the dev note? Oh. Really? Wait, what? Wait, where? They changed it to make gore's size match whirlwind size. Oh, that's great. Might actually be somewhat decent. I still don't think it's gonna deal enough damage. Yeah, this is all, this is a nerf, and this all is like kind of meh. Okay. I think it's gonna be pretty hard to reach 1 second. We need to hit 10 times. This won't work. For this to work, we need to hit 10 times with Whirlwind. Okay, in AoE, it's gonna work. Assuming you have a 100% crit chance. If you have 2 targets, it's gonna be fine. On a single target, you're not gonna get that. Okay, what? How does this work? Whirlwind explodes every 2 seconds after it ends, dealing 80% of the base damage dealt. But now it only does increased damage? Does it not accumulate the damage at all? Whirlwind explodes every 3 seconds, dealing 600% increased damage. So it has nothing to do with the damage that it dealt. So this math is completely wrong. Wait, that sucks. What? So, whenever you used Whirlwind with Gorge, you attack 10 targets for 2 seconds. You attack those 10 targets, I don't know, let's say twice a second. So you hit for, let's say you deal 1 damage. Okay, so Gore. Whatever. Is this correct? Gores. Okay, before. Okay, we assume we deal 1 damage per hit to 10 targets. So before, for 2 seconds. for 2 seconds. So before we did 1 damage times 10 targets times 2 seconds. So we do 20 damage. And then this is an AoE to all of them. I guess times 0.8. Oh, wait, it might actually... Okay, wait. %600 increased damage. So that will be based on the 32%. So in other way of saying it, we're just dealing 200 weapon damage. That's not much. Every crit will proc the explosion. No, every crit reduces the time until the next explosion happens. Okay, if every crit would proc the explosion, it's gonna be busted. But it's not doing that. That would be sick. I mean, if every critical strike triggers the explosion, but that's not the case. I think they completely gave up the concept of stacking the damage. I thought it stacks the damage, and then instead of 80% of it, it deals 600% of it. But that's not how it works. It doesn't stack damage at all. Okay, that is not good. Yeah, it's still useless then. So I thought they just replaced this with 600. But no. It just deals 200% weapon damage. Like 7 times the whirlwind damage. Plus they nerfed the violent rune. Wait, really? No, Earthquake is nerfed by 6x. Man, is this even going to be much better? So this does % damage based off all the damage you've done. And this just deals 600% increased damage of the whirlwind hit. Okay, I mean there's... I don't know. We'll have to test it, but I don't think that's going to be good at all. Yeah, it depends on what this is based on. If this is just based on the 30%, then it's pretty bad. Right? Because all it is 200% weapon damage. That's like less than 1 Hoda. With some good buffs. And the problem is Whirlwind barely has any damage buffs anyways. Huh. That does not look good. Well, it depends on how much other stuff is nerfed. Yeah, the Mighty Throw, I feel, depends a lot on the third blade interaction. Okay. So it seems Whirlwind is not going to be a strong build, but hopefully I'm wrong. I really hope that I'm wrong. Because it looks like they took out the mechanic where you can stack up the damage. Doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Okay, Overpower been nerfed. Rumble Glyph is also nerfed. Twin Strikes. After casting Double Swing, your next Double Swing will hit 2 additional times. After casting Double Swing 4 times, your Double Swing will continue to hit 2 times. Dude. DC, thank you for the Prime, man. Yeah, but this changes also. Like, all this is a 20% increase, right? So you attack 4 times. And then Double Swing will continue to hit 2 additional times. That still looks shit. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. You cast 4 times, and then your Double Swing will continue to hit 2 additional times. Does the 3 second also apply to this? So you Double Swing 4 times, and then for 3 seconds you hit twice, and you have double damage? Okay, then it's actually a big change. No, like this for 3 seconds. Does this also apply to this? I mean, it should, right? So if we just delete this, say we just delete this, is it still true? After casting Double Swings 4 times, the Double Swing will continue to hit 2 additional times for 3 seconds. Is that how it will work?
If they can break the high volumes of bugs at the season starts, it will be better than the buffs in this notes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so, okay. Then it's a pretty big buff. Because that means you hit 4 times, for 3 seconds you have double damage. Or 2 additional. You even have triple damage, right? So wait, Double Swing will be... Okay. So this means every... So it means attack 4 times. Attack 4 times. Deal triple damage for 3 seconds. Or hit 3 times. Well, it's basically deal triple damage, right? Because instead of 1 hit, you hit 3 times. Deal triple damage for 3 seconds. And double damage. I mean, this is basically, you don't deal triple, but this is just hit 2 more times. So this is 6x. Why not 4? No, you hit 2 more times. That means you do 3 hits. And those hits gonna deal double damage. That means you have 6 times the damage, right? So 6 times damage for 3 seconds every 4 hits. That's what it comes down to, no? That's pretty big. Well, that's still not going to be enough to make it viable, I don't think. Even if it is 6 times the damage. Yeah, 6 times the damage. And before, it was only doing all this for 1 second. I think overall this will result in like a triple damage or something, maybe even more. But I don't think there's any other double swing stuff. So if you take a triple damage of 0, I think it's still 0. Double swing. Yeah, this is like useless. That's it, there's no more double swing changes. Frenzy neck, dude. Okay, no matter what you do, man, if you're playing the frenzy neck, I feel you lost control. Yeah, frenzy sucks, bro. I'm sorry to break it to you. Frenzy is shit. What do you want to do with this piece of shit, dude? Dude, it's competing with Amulet. It has like, I don't know, 7 ranks to heavy-handed, 6 ranks to heavy hitter, and like 23% main stat, or 40% main stat, plus 2 augments, plus a 1.5x multiplied aspect. Like, yeah, you take Battle Trance, and even if you're playing Frenzy, you lose triple damage. The best character right now, Necromancer. This is the best build in the game right now. In 2 months, that's gonna change. But right now, it's the best. Thanks, brother. No problem, man. Yeah, okay, overall, I don't even think the Barb builds are going to be much stronger. I think Barb is going to be weaker than in the current season. I don't know. Let's say we get a triple damage. Like, maybe that's the conclusion. Like, okay, double swing is 3 times as strong. Like, best case. Whirlwind, I don't even know. Because maybe it works differently than I'm reading it. But if it doesn't deal damage based on the damage that you've done, then it's completely shit. I think. I hope I'm wrong. You can watch the recap like later as well. Okay, Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw might be really good, but the third blade interaction is unclear to me. But then, even if it's strong, it's still freaking Mighty Throw. It's still Mighty Throw. And then Earthquake is giga nerfed. Yeah, there's some good stuff in the right direction. Man, I was a bit hyped about this gore change, but the more I read into this, the worse it sounds. I mean, you just gotta see how bad the direct damage of Whirlwind is right now. Even if they add a 0, it's not gonna even tickle the monsters. And it's not even a 0, it's like just times 7. Or if they replace this 80 by a 600, it would be good. But it doesn't deal damage based on the damage you've done. It deals damage based on the base damage of the skill, which is shit. It's Whirlwind. It's 30%, 32. So that means you're doing 224 weapon damage. So we have that plus 32. Let me put this here. So we are then dealing... Hey. So we're dealing 250% weapon damage per second. Right? That's like nothing. And that's going to be worse than Hoda. Weapon damage per sec. If that's how it works, man, I don't think it's going to be good at all. Wait, what passive did they nerf? A damage passive? Teletubbies does better Axel than you. Wait, what's the passive they nerfed? They nerfed Rumble Glyph, which is pretty big. But no passive got nerfed. What's the... I don't even know what the Whirlwind passive is. Wait, what is the Whirlwind passive? There's no Whirlwind passive in this game. As far as I know. The second Whirlwind change. Yeah, that's a node. Oh yeah, you mean Violent Whirlwind. Yeah, that's in here. Yeah, but that's not a passive. That's an upgrade to Whirlwind. Okay, like so... This is an upgrade. A passive is this. This is a passive. Sorry, that's why I was confused. These are passives. Tempered Fury, Endless Fury. This is an upgrade. Enhanced Whirlwind, Violent Whirlwind. These are like upgrades to the skill. These are passives. Like, these are not buffed by Shroud or something. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess we'll see on the PTR, man, but... Also not so sure why they would even... Like, who's going to use a weapon mastery skill? Like, after whirlwinding. Like, you stop spinning, you stop winning. Yeah, it used to be an upgrade. Now it's a downgrade. Well, and the alternative is also kind of shitty. Because it only works when you're using a slashing weapon. And then you're doing some bleed BS that doesn't do anything. Yeah, wait, man, what the fuck? Yeah, which rune do we even take then? Like, both runes are just shit now. Like, you can either deal 0 damage, or you can do 0 damage with bleed. Maybe you're just not even gonna take the rune. Are we even gonna play Barb, man? I'll try it and give feedback, but... I think it's gonna deal less damage than Hoda. Because Hoda has the base multiplier. Plus it has another 1.4 if you want. So you have... I need to base it on level 1 though. So you have 90. 90. 1.4. Wait, hello? 90 times 1.4? Why is it 0? 252. And Whirlwind is 256. So it's like the same as Hoda, basically. Okay, but we're considering one multiplier. But Whirlwind doesn't have a double damage multiplier on a chest. Ice Shard Meteors. Yeah, I think I'm going to be looking at some other stuff. We're just looking at all the DPS changes on Barb. But it doesn't look very good. They said they're not going to do any mid-season balance or content changes. Hey. Like no big class balance changes or anything like that. Phew, yeah. Okay. I mean, we'll see. Like, we have to test a lot of this. Like, this might still be very strong. If it's based on the damage that you have already dealt, it might be pretty good. No, there's a lot of good stuff. Like, I haven't even looked at the other classes. There's a lot of cool changes. But for now, I'm pretty pessimistic on the Barb stuff. But I hope I'm wrong. Like, Earthquake is nerfed. Mighty Throw, like, this one might be pretty strong. Hell yeah. And the boss ladder looks fantastic. Third blade. I mean, even if we have to only attack every 12 seconds, it's still gonna be good. Why delay season 2 for 2 weeks? They didn't really say much about that. I think they want to just make sure the quality is good. And we're going to give a lot of feedback from the PTR. You know, like, let's say even if what I think here with the gores is true, and this is barely a buff, well, then we can give feedback, right? And they might change it. So that's always good. So that's why I always encourage you to test, and we can look at it. Iron Maelstrom. I mean, worst case, we can just play like a normal Mighty Throw. Boss ladder looks fantastic. Have you seen the 30 seconds after every boss? Wait, what? Wait, where did you read that? Have you seen the 30 seconds timer? What? Where's that? Can you link me, Blender? Like, I mean, I can't do this alone, guys. I need your help. Like, Bob and all the classes need your help to test that stuff. That's what the PTR is for. Check the video. Can you link me a timestamp? So, like, when they are fighting which boss? Mephisto dog teaser? No, but they didn't kill Mephisto. I mean, the powers look super cool, man. And the powers, like, they might add so much power creep. Maybe, maybe the powers are gonna deal what's gonna deal the damage. Like, look, 57,000. Like, that's loads. Yeah, thank you. I have not checked. Let me know. $57,000, man. Wait, I need to read this. Okay, yeah, I feel it makes it useless. The powers are great. So they all do like about 60,000 damage or something? Okay, maybe I gotta ask about Gores. Main source of damage gonna be seasonal powers. We don't know for sure. Like, it might be. I mean, they do look pretty strong, but
My smoothie, so I'm a little jacked up today.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be the main source.
I'm so happy you got your smoothie. So happy for you.
I try not to talk too
I'm
fast.
thrilled. I'm thrilled.
Let's go ahead and open up our inventory here. And you'll notice on the left side, a familiar tab is our seasonal tab, which is boss powers. So from this tab is where you'll be kind of interacting with your powers throughout the season. Like Derek mentioned, you can drag and drop them, equip them on the fly. There's no penalty. I think the team and everybody wants you to experiment and have fun with the builds. You can also upgrade them by hovering over them. There's a corresponding button here. On PC, it's F, so go ahead and push that to upgrade them. And yeah, so the top slot is your main slot, like Derek mentioned. This is where your main powers go, and all the bottom ones are your modifier slots. So right here, Derek's favorite was the Wandering Death's chest beam. So as a modifier, right, you can execute enemies, but as soon as you drag it over here, boom, now it's a channeled ability. And you'll notice right away, it's a prominent beam. Yeah, it works well with channeled abilities. It only works with channeled abilities, actually. And it's kind of cool with dancing.
Yeah, the beam rocks.
Adjust and do these micro.
I wonder if it's gonna deal damage though.
The effect on your target, just to keep it on them a little bit longer.
Yeah, and as you can kind of tell, we're not necessarily going for subtlety in terms of the expression of these powers this season.
I'm dying. Someone in chat's like, Goku?
Goku is here.
I guess we'll call it real quick. Just one thing I absolutely love is just the animations of the UI itself, and you slot these little like eyeball powers into the little eye sockets, and it blinks, and it's just kind of just fun across the board, just engaging with this.
And pops.
Yeah. So what do we got next?
The next one I want to showcase is Lilith's Wind of Hate, just because probably.
I mean, they all have like about 60,000 damage, right? When you cast a skill, attack enemies with a wave of spikes, deal 60k. Enemies take 60% increased damage from the wind each time it hits them. Up to 4 times. Plus, yeah, I mean, maybe we're gonna have builds that revolve around these as damage multipliers. Yeah, we'll see. Lilith one is very strong. Yeah, we'll have to see all the modifiers. I haven't read them. We can read them all. This is gonna be similar for Gores. Potentially. Did you find the 10 seconds? Wait. Palace of Decipher. Wait, what? Hey, why is this so... Okay, do we have a timestamp? 105. Wait, 105? So, you think it's like Greater Rifts? Torment Rifts? 105.
Yeah, the latter. Waste of time to go visit, empower your infernal horde runs and whatnot. It's never a waste of time to go visit the Belial.
Bro, what?
Of the ladder here.
Yeah, and this isn't.
Wait, is this for real? So that means after every kill, so you kill Duriel, and then you have to wait for half a minute before you can summon another Duriel? There is no way. What? Nah, there's no way. What? Bro, I didn't even see this.
The infernal compasses. So, if you want to, empower your infernal horde runs and whatnot, it's
what? No, man, they wouldn't. What?
Never a waste of time.
The summoning altar will return. You have to wait 30 seconds between every boss spawn. Okay, I really hope that's not the case. Well, that's a good spotted. So wait, you go Duriel, you kill him, and then you have to wait 30 seconds, then you can kill him again? Like, why would they do that? Do you see that? Initiate Lair bosses available for Vessel of Hatred owners only. I think that's the last boss. I mean, that makes sense. It is, like, lore-wise, it's in the last boss. Yeah, okay, I haven't seen that, Blender. Like, obviously that's not good, but I don't know. Maybe that's not the case. No, each person has to pay. But why would they add a timer? We don't have a timer right now. You summon Duriel and you can immediately summon him again. What would be the benefit of adding like a forced 30 seconds break? Making it less efficient, but... I was kind of hoping they would add a blacksmith in there. No clue, I was shocked when I saw it. I mean, we'll see on the PTR. 30 seconds to look at the chest. To decide if you want to open it. Okay, I don't know, man. Need to load boss dash tabs. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Well, okay, I hope that's a good spot, but I really hope that's not the case. We'll see, I guess. They need more time played by players. Nah. I mean, okay. Logically, I could see it has something to do with the chest. Because maybe if you would open immediately, the chest might disappear. And maybe they want to give people enough time to loot the chest. But it's just slowing everybody down. Ah. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. Like, we'll see on the PTR, guys. If it's the case, we can always give feedback, right? Well, okay. Just because I'm pessimistic, Shaft, it doesn't mean that they're gonna suck. Like, I don't know. I don't see... We'll have to see. I'm just pessimistic, but I really want to be optimistic about Whirlwind. Because I love Whirlwind. But, you know, if it's not good, we can always give feedback, right? We can test it, and maybe we can't even do Pit 100 with it. And then we can give feedback, right? I wish the barb mechanic from Season 1 would come back. Yeah, double swing overall looks a lot better. But not sure if it's enough to... I don't know what double swing can do right now. Maybe you can do like Pit 80 right now, Pit 90. And then you get triple stronger, so maybe you can do like Pit 105. Like speed run. And then maybe you can do like 120, 130 push. If that's the goal. I'll have to see how much the other builds are nerfed. Like Druid losing the snapshot. You know, there's definitely outliers, like all these builds here, they are too strong. Like Necro, Druid, Earthquake Barb, even the Sorcerer, like these are too strong. I think like Rogue and Spiritborn, they have like a decent balance. It's just that some of the others are just way too crazy. You know, so it might be good if they bring the power level down a bit, and then maybe really no one can do 150. I would like that. Looting 6 items takes... Yeah, I don't know. I can just ask, maybe. They didn't talk about the timer, right? Can we get... the bosses. Second timer. Yeah, I don't know what this timer else would be. I'll ask. People in chat fear it's a forced 30 seconds timer. I don't think it was mentioned, right? Yeah, we'll see on Tuesday, worst case. I mean, if you're doing a dual rotation, like, you know, every Duriel kill takes like 5 seconds, and then you have to wait 30, that would suck. We'll see. I would have not spotted that. I mean, maybe if I rewatch it. Oh, that's good. Did they say anything here in this segment?
Yeah, much better chance of doing that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I want to listen. I need to reply to
the
this.
ambush version of Belial is not just lucrative in the sense that it's a double payout. He
See
is
if they said
also the
anything.
sole source of the Lair keys that you need to access his Supreme form at the top of the ladder, the Supreme form's Horde. So I want to show off now the Supreme Belial's very green chest here. So you can see here, it doesn't open up right away. I have some options. So the really cool thing about the Supreme Belial's Horde is that you can set it to mimic the reward drops of any other existing Lair boss. So let's say if you are trying to do Duriel runs to get the special stuff that he has, and you can set...
Wait. So here the timer starts when he clicks the chest?
Drops of any... is that you can set it to mimic the reward drops of any other existing Lair boss. So let's say if you are trying to do Duriel runs to get the special stuff that he has, and you can set your Belial to drop the Duriel loot, and he will do so at an enhanced rate. So it's even
Yeah, I have
better
no idea what the timer is for.
than if you just went to go fight Duriel specifically.
Yeah, so if you're really targeted farming those specific uniques, you get, you know, this Duriel, this version of Belial just gives you a much better chance of doing that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that in terms of like his value, he also guarantees one ancestral unique drop.
No, they don't talk about the timer at all.
And he's also a really great source of the infernal compasses. So, you know, if you want to, you know, empower your...
I mean, the snapshot change is good, guys. The snapshot is like very unintuitive, especially for new players. People always keep asking me what even is snapshot.
Infernal horde runs and whatnot. It's never a waste of time to go visit the Belial Supreme at the top of the ladder here.
Yeah, and this is in Torment 2, and it all scales with Torment. So
Exactly.
the higher
Yeah.
the Torment, the more loot you'll get.
Yeah, what we're seeing in this footage is just Torment 2. So obviously, like Torment 4, you would get more loot out of it because it's a much more difficult challenge at Torment.
It is much more.
Yeah, it scales with the Torment tiers, and also if we were in a party in this example here, we'd get even more chances of great stuff out of it as well.
Yep, exactly.
I don't know, the timer keeps reappearing.
Right.
All right, cool. Well, that is the Lair key and the Lair boss. I'm just have a lot of things to cover here.
I know we want to talk a little bit about kind of it's funny because people saw it as Ruben was on the map because they probably saw a term like with apparitions and everything.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of teasing in this.
I know, a lot of teasing.
Not-
This is what
not
happens when
planned.
you use a live build and everything's fine.
Yeah, it's exciting. But one thing before we hop into the next, I do want to...
Wouldn't worry too much about the snapshot anyways. There will be another broken mechanic. I mean, there will be. But hopefully we can find it in the PTR. And then have enough time for it to be changed, you know? That'd be fantastic. Okay, should we go about the other classes? I think I want to check the seasonal powers first. God. I mean, it has cooldown reduction. Oh, they were at the very top. Especially the support powers. Okay, wait, where does it start? Okay. While channeling a skill, spawn a beam. So this is the Kamehameha. 300% frostbite. Damage per second. Okay, this is giga strong. Look at this. Enemies take 50% multiplicative increased damage from you. That's insane. Yo. Okay, I didn't even see this yet. So this is just like one of the powers is just 50% damage. As long as, at least for all the channeling builds. Wait, is this? Modifier. And this is might be at level 1. Your main boss power instantly executes non-boss enemies with less than 15% life. So it also executes elites. Wait, so this beam isn't even a main power? Wait, the beam is not a main power? Okay, but this is 50% damage right here. Yeah, but Frailty also executed the bosses. Ah, yeah, okay, you can combine them. Yeah, you can use them. Okay. So you can use them as a main and as a modifier. The modifiers does not apply to the main power that it's attached to. I might need to double check that. Yeah, one or the other, of course. You can't have both. Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities. Yeah, but every power is a main and every power is a modifier. Okay, so you can combine. Okay, this is pretty cool. You can combine every power with every modifier. So there is a ton of options. Okay, but I mean, let's say we take the Woe and Barb. This is definitely a very strong main power. Like, very strong. Especially the visual. Yeah, the modifier doesn't apply to it, but the modifier is not that great anyways. The main is this crazy stuff. Hitting an enemy affected by damage over time spawns a wave of acid that deals 400% poison damage over 4 seconds, applies 10% more poison for each 1% of the target's current life affected by damage over time. Yeah, this is like a rogue thing, maybe a druid as well. Okay, this is also not that great. I think this power is like meh. And I don't know what upgrading. Does upgrading upgrade the main and the modifier? Because you could level those powers, right? You see here, they have like levels. Yeah, look, the main damage goes up and the modifier goes up. Dang, bro. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We're gonna be very strong, guys. Hey, Gavoni, thank you for the 14 month, my dude. Much appreciated. GG. Avarice, explosive ore. I gotta defeat the world boss. Ashava, this is Wandering Death. When you gain excess prime resource, spawn a piece of ore. After 2.5 seconds, explodes, dealing fire damage. What? 700? That's a lot. Man, we might legit have builds that just evolve around the powers. Like, this is a ton of damage. Activating your main boss power spends all your primary resource to increase its damage. Activating your main boss power spends all your resources to increase the damage of the power. Uncapped? Wait, what? Okay, guys. Right now, okay, Barb might not look as good, but man, these powers are crazy. Activating your main power spends all your resources. You can have like 300. That means 5.5 multiplier. Oh boy. Okay, this is one of the strongest modifiers. Well, the strongest one I've read so far. Possible power combination. Yeah, like I wanna like just note this one down. Probably gonna update the planner tomorrow. Yeah, this one is crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is a potential. I don't know, let's say you have 300 resources. 300 resources, you can have way more. That's a 4.5. That's a 5.5 X damage multi potential. And there's no ICD. The only real ICD wait. I mean, this one doesn't even have a cooldown. Okay, so there's not even a cooldown. Like if you have just good regeneration, you can keep spending this. Okay. A basic skill applies 200% sparking damage. That sounds pretty bad. Gain 5% movement speed, increased by 0.5 for each 1% cool. Okay. This is not good. Movement speed's capped, so this one sucks. Next one. Beastmaster's Training. Whenever you cast a summon skill or call a mercenary for reinforcements, one of your summons taunts enemies. Wait, and gains damage. Wait, the summon or you gain the damage reduction? I mean, either way, it's not good. Ooh, but the modifier is crazy. That modifier is juicy. The modifier. Wait, I should have actually marked. I should have marked it like this. We're gonna make a build around this one. I need to mark it like this. It makes more sense. Because then people kind of... I'm just gonna throw the ideas. And this one obviously is pet only, right? This is not gonna be in my build, but I'm gonna want it here. Okay, that's pretty strong. Yeah, 17% X, but that's still pretty good. That's a lot. That's like almost an aspect, man. Casting a core skill while you have a barrier knocks down close enemies. Yeah, okay. Defense, nobody really minds that much. Flash Reaper. Damaging a vulnerable enemy removes the vulnerable and then stuns them. Okay. Modifier. Main is shit. Well. Not good. Maybe we'll stick with modifiers. I mean, they will stack up, guys. They will stack up big time. Like you have 10% there, 17% there, you know, it's gonna stack up a lot. Casting a shadow or fire skill grants movement speed. 5% crit chance increased by 0.5 plus. This modifier is also crazy. Wait, are all the modifiers gonna be that good? Then we don't have to... Like, they all look pretty good. When you evade, apply 200% sparking. Evade cooldown is reduced. Is there like any strong evade build left? Oh, we'll get there, Traxy, we'll get there. I don't really feel like... Maybe you could perma evade. But it's a dot, so it's like lightning damage over time. And only too close, I just don't see it. Dealing direct damage to distant enemies slows them and surrounding enemies. Yeah, here, this for ranged builds. What? I think there are many good modifiers. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to take as main. Like, that channeling one just seems like the strongest by far. It gives 50 damage and nothing else even does much. Using a ability skill burns close enemies. Also not good. Damage. Yeah, okay. 5% increased damage to all elements. For each 1% of element resistance from bonus gain. Wait. So it's a 5% multiplier and another 15? Wow, this is going to be insane for Sorg. Ooh, man, there's so many good ones. Look at this one. Wait, but that means... The way I understand it, you have a 1.5 base and also another 1.155. So that gives 21% damage bonus. Right? Man, okay, these powers are gonna be huge. Toxins. When apply a damage over time effect. Okay, now we're talking. This might be a good main. Like, when you combine this one with this one, like, you're talking about some crazy damage. Probably gonna put the main on the other side. We'll put it in the planner soon, I guess. Probably gonna make a video tomorrow. Like, these two are really strong. Okay, this is attack speed, might also be good. Damaging a crowd-controlled enemies makes them and surrounding enemies unstoppable. But you only gain 10% damage, attack speed, and movement speed. I mean, for like a speed build, this is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, this is a big dot. Like, you're already talking like 4,000%. This is, I assume this is level 1 number. You're already talking about 4,000% poison damage that gets multiplied by all your resources. and then hopefully gets multiplied by all your other poison modifiers. And that's gonna be insane. What even is exploiters? I mean, I'm not there yet, I guess. Let's keep reading. Belial's Crystal Decoy. When you cast an agility, defense, or Macabre skill, spawn a crystal that taunts enemies. 600 shadow damage. It's decent. Activating your main boss powers fierce enemies. Bruh. The fuck is this? Why? Yeah, there's a gloves like that. But I don't really think that fits. Fuck that. Lilith, Wind of Hate. Okay, when you cast a skill, attack enemies with a wave of spike that lasts 2 seconds and deals 250. Hitting an enemy with a boss power creates a ballista clone. Wait, but does this not work on bosses? So it creates a clone with 10% of their life. Man, this is gonna be insane for Zorks when they are struggling with single target. You just add the clones. I don't think it does work on bosses. Hitting an elite. You think this works on bosses? Hitting an elite enemy with a main boss power. But it doesn't say boss, but a boss is usually an elite as well. Yeah, if this does work on a boss, I mean, that's gonna fix the problem of single target builds. How long has Season 7 been out? It launched in January, like 1.5, 2 months. Wait. Does this work with any skill? No cooldown. I need to watch the video. Wait, what happens when you have like 5 attacks per second? Is every attack... Like, can you have multiple of these waves on the screen? Like if I have 5 APS, well, like say I have 2 attacks per second, it's gonna cast a wave every attack, right? Bro, that's insane! What? Yeah, it just lasts 2 seconds. But you can have multiple. Maybe let's see. Like, can you have like 5 on the screen at the same time and stuff?
Bottom ones are your modifier slots. So right here, you know, Derek's favorite was the.
When does he
drag it over here?
Put Lilith in.
Boom. It's great. I'm sure there's some good use. Still, if you like, or whatever, and it's ability there. The next one I want to show.
What if you cast 5 skills? What if I cast 3 shouts? Is it gonna spawn 3 waves?
Case is Lilith's Wind of Hate, just because probably most of us have died to this before, her spike ability from the ground. And it works on almost every skill. So you can see as soon as I dash here, I get
Come
the
on,
spikes.
do 2 skills.
With Barrage, you get the spikes. So you can slot it in almost every build and have fun with it. Even Dance of Knives, really cool ability there. Let's see what else we got.
Oh, he never like holds it. Okay, so this is gonna be like, depending on how much it spawns. But if it literally spawns on every attack and you have like 3 attacks per second, It's gonna be pretty good. Okay, this is the burrow Duriel. When you evade, you now burrow underground, immobilizing surrounding enemies and dealing 200%. Evade's cooldown is increased by 4 and cooldown reduction is 50% as effective. Okay. I mean, that's gonna be cool, but I don't think it's gonna be that strong. Belial's Eyes. After you drink a healing potion, 75% damage reduction. So you're basically immortal. Corrupt a beam for 1,750. So every 5 seconds. Yo, this would have a perfect synergy with the spending resource one. Man, this gives you 75% damage reduction for 2 seconds. Then you have 3 seconds. Sorry, then you have no. Then you healing point. Okay, I don't know if the cooldown only starts after the 2 duration or 3 duration, 3.5 is over. Oh, that sounds insane. That's like a lot. That's even more than the poison. This is shadow damage over time. This might be insane for a necromancer. Activating your main boss power gives you overpower. Okay. Only while stealthed. So that might not be permanent. Wow. They're really gonna make us choose, man. I think this one is out, right? I don't know, maybe there's like a boss that applies like 1,000 dots. But this one just seems better. More reliable. Because you just trigger it by drinking a potion. No, we're not down bad. Like, I think these powers are extremely powerful. Strong. Whatever you want to call it. Least convincing AI Rob? Dude, the powers are amazing. Like, I'm not too hyped about Bob. I don't think the builds are gonna be... Like, I think every build is weaker than what we have right now. But the powers, man, the powers look cool. You can combine all powers with all powers, so... There's a lot. After standing still for 1 second, summon a skull. This is also stronger than the poison. Burning enemies take 21% more damage over time effects. This is also a lot. Dude, they really juiced up the numbers, man. Everything is like 1,000% plus. I love it. Also, like, sometimes they do this and sometimes they don't. But the numbers, and this is like the numbers I assume on level 1. After casting 3 skills which apply crowd control or stagger, shoot out sleet spikes that deal 800 cold damage and freeze enemies for 2 seconds. It doesn't sound that good. Once for activation, damaging enemy with your main boss power stuns enemies. Whatever. Lord Zir's Pool of Blood. After you damage an enemy, spawn a pool of blood that deals 400% bleeding damage per second over 4 seconds. You can have up to 3 active pools. Okay, so this is also just a perma 1.2 thousand dot. Every time you lose 25% of your max life, Attach a leeching beam to the attacker, which restores 10% of your max life and deals 1000 corrupt damage over 3 seconds. Okay. I don't think there's any mid-season update. The way they make it sound, we're not gonna get any season updates anymore in the middle. Like, not balanced. They are like doing more like rapid-fire patches. Mid-season update is no more mid-season updates. Yeah, pretty much. Yo, it reduces your ultimate skill cooldown. What? After you cast an ultimate, it shoots out 4 bombs that deal 800% damage and reduce your ultimate cooldown. Bro. No ultimates, man. I gotta go to the bathroom. Like, this is insane. Okay, the powers are really freaking cool. The Mephisto's dog power. I mean, we don't know how strong the ultimate builds are still gonna be. But man, Bloodwave Necro sure would love that right now. Harbinger of Hatred. After damaging vulnerable enemy, shoot piercing projectiles that last 1.3 seconds, dealing 400% fire damage and applying vulnerable. Okay, deal 40% increased damage to vulnerable. That's insane. Casting a basic skill while maximum user spends it all to make all enemies vulnerable. Casting a basic skill while at max resources spends it all to make his enemies... This is kind of shit. But this is insane. Okay, I feel there's like 2 ways. One, where the powers buff you, and one way where you just juice the powers. Wait, 40% of the main power? Okay, I see what you're saying. Deals 40% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Okay, so just the main power. You're right. After making an enemy vulnerable, shoot piercing projectiles that last for 1.3 seconds, dealing 400% fire damage. How long does it even apply vulnerable? I guess 1.3 seconds then. Okay, it's not a generic multiplier. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Well, I was kind of saying guys, that makes like the channeling skills all too better. Do we have anything that does physical damage? Like bleed? The pool. Okay, so how can we juice the power? Like, I was kind of hoping we would get more juice, but I don't think so. Did I miss it? Was there any other modifier? I need another song here. Maybe I missed it. I don't know if there was another modifier that was increasing. Was there anything else that buffs your main power? Let's go to the top again. I mean, this could be a cool synergy. I could see this being a pretty cool synergy. Okay, so let's say we take this. Combine it with this. Then we still have one more slot, right? And then let's say we take this. Okay, we need one more. I mean, I could definitely see like some synergy, some good like synergy here. You drink a potion. So while you drink a potion, you gain damage reduction. It automatically spends all your resource to make the damage 1750 times. We assume we have 300 resources. That's 7,875 damage. Execution and resource. And now do we have another modifier for DPS? Yeah, one main, 3 modifiers. Yeah, this one sucks. Fierce nearby enemies. Dog shit. Hitting an enemy with a blister creates... Yo, man, if this works on the boss... Like, the boss is considered an elite, right? If you have elite damage, it works on the boss. Hitting an enemy with blister creates a blister clone. I mean, you're obviously going to take the blister. It gives more enemies. And it removes... Okay, this is insane. 10% life, it removes 5% after life. Plus it executes them. I know, this would just be like a possible combination. And we might... We can't take the Lilith main. Man, I think Lilith is like the strongest power overall, but you kind of want both effects, so you have to choose. Do you want the blister or do you want the big dam? Because this is also insane. It does 250 times 4. It does 1k. Maybe we want this as main. Yeah, it only says it doesn't work on world bosses, which makes sense because else there would just be 10 people or 20 people with one blister and the boss would be dead. So they thought about that. Gonna be a lot of bugs if the main powers are constantly activating. I mean, there might. Let me see what people are saying on YouTube. I think the powers are pretty strong, man. We're probably gonna make a video about that tomorrow. I'll just have to think about it a bit. So this is the recap, guys. Yeah, I don't like fear. I don't agree with taking longer to level up. The pacing was just fine. I don't know what people say here. Leveling up, I think, is fast, but I can see, like, I don't really mind about it because I don't really enjoy the leveling experience. I'm fine when it's done, but I'm okay when we keep going. Will they actually test it? Yes. The PTR test server will start next Tuesday, 11th. Of course they'll test it. What's this guy mean? No offense, Rob. It's kinda yours and other streamers' fault that there's a misconception leveling is too fast. I mean, they clearly showed the data. I mean, again, I'm not gonna die on a horse on a hill. Like, I don't really care if the leveling takes me 2 hours or 3 hours. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. So I'm good either way. But I mean, they kind of showed the data here, right? Maybe with this. I am speaking for myself. Well, people are, like, a lot of people are really not happy with the leveling taking longer. And Najuna, thank you for the T1 sub, much appreciated. People still playing D4. Yep, I'm gonna agree with this guy. Well, why do people always have to, like, go on each other, man? Yeah, probably. But this happens all the time. Like, this happens right now. Did they already do the last epoch announcement? Did that already happen? Or was it just Q&A? Except for the world boss. Okay, let's keep reading. But the powers do look like they have a lot of potential. Okay, then you have the new zones here. New bosses. I already read all this. Okay, we read the barb changes. I read the necro. Okay, so do you guys think Sorcerer is good? Isn't leveling ultra easy, yeah. Oh, this is pretty good stats. I'm kind of excited for Spiritborn as well. Rushing Claw has 20 charges. Okay, wait, but the damage was not coming from Rushing Claw, right? You remember 0 to Hero? Like, Rushing Claw, like, we used Rushing Claw only to move. But it didn't do damage itself. Let me open this one. What's the base damage of Rush? I mean, this sounds like a ton of damage. Right, okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna open a random one. Yeah, Toxic Skin was doing the damage, right? $50 damage. Okay, this is 100. But basically it's 100 base damage. That's a lot, man. Casting it consumes all charges to increase its damage. And what? Okay, man, Rushing Claw Spiritborn. The fuck? So it gives 20 charges times 25% damage, and the base is already 100. So that's already 600. Like, you just press the button, it does 600 weapon damage, baseline. That's already much stronger than Whirlwind with Gorse. What? Rushing Claw consumes all charges, increase damage by 25 per charge, and hits a larger area. Man, this sounds pretty strong. How do we generate the charges? There was like some temper. But there's more Rushing Claw charges. Yeah, it's a ton. Wait, like, how did we regain the Rushing Claw charges? I thought there was like a temper that did that. Yeah, we need to go in game. Yeah, I mean, it recharges, but there was a way to get the charges instantly, no? Is there not an aspect? I'm not sure. I mean, it's been some time since I played this. But there was... It was like the green flash. Man, this guy took my image. Where's the reverse flash? Rune. And we are the reverse flash. Chop, 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 chop. Godspeed. But look, how do I get the charges back? I forgot. Godspeed. You see the charges? They just recharge. Okay, now this is fun build. This is the evil flash. But if this gonna work, dude, I'm gonna play this. Oh man, I gotta love playing all these builds, dude. The Spirit Board is such a fantastic. Oh, this is pick 100, man. It never stops to amaze me of how many builds there are that you can play. I was a happy guy. It's really freaking cool. How did we reduce the cooldown? I forgot, man. This is toxic skin explosions, man. Nah, it was a temper or something. And it's exploding wild. I mean, I still have this character. I can just go on it and see. I just don't remember it. Chop, chop. It's nothing to do with the hunter. It's like explodes the entire screen with Noxus poison, a key passive, rampant like crazy. We're looking at these explosions. It's also
This
very
could be
out
my
of control,
farming build, man.
and I'm not really like that used to it yet. But look at how it's. Okay, but I forgot. This is the link. This is the old link. There must be something that reduces the cooldown. I didn't even take any runes. Swift. Swift. What the fuck does Swift do again? Mobility skill cooldowns are reduced. This is the one. Okay, we found it. Based on how far you travel. Okay, I found it. So what's the stats right now? So it's still mobility, yes? Mobility. Okay, this is it. And there's a swift temper. So you can reduce it by 6 seconds. No, okay. Yeah, but we can't use evades. Okay, man. Oh boy. Bro. That's gonna be strong AF. And that sounds like too good to be true. They even increased the base damage. Season 8 PTR ideas. Spirit. Born reverse flash with rushing claw. So we use this. Plus Swift. Plus the Swift temper. I'm just putting notes. Plus this. Plus and Swift temper. And then there's also a temper. Rushing claw charges. It's also mobility. Wait. Do we have to choose? Swift. Oh shit, we have to choose. But anyways, that Swift is gonna be 3, 4, 5 ranks. And then let's say we have 1 charges. That's going to be 6 ranks. Either way, we might change these. 6 ranks from temper. And plus 6 ranks from temper. So that means we have 26 ranks times 25. That's a 7.5 multiplier. That means we have 60 base times 450% weapon damage per click. That's quite a lot. But how do we scale it? It's the potency skill? I don't know how much scaling we have. Boy, it is potency. Potency has the rat scaling. They did just buff Vushnek Nekpa. Casting an ultimate grants or amplify matching primary spirit hall bonus. Wait, no. Amplifies the matching spirit hall bonus. And we don't even need to use this. Okay, we'll have to think about how we scale it. More feathers. Okay, they buffed Drake a bit, still gonna be shit. Wait, they buffed Plains powers. Okay, not much. Temporal incursions, what is that even? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, but what does that do? It doesn't really help us. And then we have the rune changes. Casting a skill other than a basic spends all your resources. Man, Quackstone is gonna be pretty sick. Literally casting any skill gives you double damage. I mean, Quackstone is gonna be in most builds now, I feel. But no more snapshots. Yo, I don't have a tier list yet, guys. we just learned about the changes. We'll play the PTR, and after the PTR we'll make a tier list. And that's still gonna have to be changed again. Did we get base Spiritborn changes? Balance updates. Okay, we already read all this. So anything interesting on Druid? What's the strongest druid build gonna be? It's hard to say, I guess. No longer snapshots its damage bonus between successive cast. Wait, but that means you can still snapshot. Sustained War Cross. Is that the new one? Was that the new one? Wait, I can't find this stuff. No longer snapshot the damage bonus between casts. I mean, yeah, maybe not. But I still feel Cataclysm is still strong. Yeah, I don't know what that. What does that aspect do? Stormburst. Yeah, I'm not sure if it exists. I'm kinda hungry. Then there's rogues. Okay, sorcerer here. This is fireball. Ooh. It's finally gone. No more fireball shatter. Fireball deals 10% increased damage to burning enemies. This also executes elites. Bro, the support Sork is gonna range strong. What? Wait, does this mean like support Sork is crazy? Dude. This is gonna make Sork like so freaking strong. Man, the support Sork, guys. Wait, where's this from? Is this like somewhere in the patch notes? Is this a weapon? I don't know where this is from, this aspect. Like, it's like a unique weapon or what? Quarter stuff. Yeah. Is this like a new thing? Oh, here, this one. Oh, I found it. Sorry. I think I made a spelling mistake. Yeah, Crozier. I think I was looking under a wrong name. Oh, it has a minus. Oh, you said sustain. Is it sun-stained? Your focus skill benefit from all the upgrades and they increase the damage of your potency skills. Benefit from all their upgrades. So that means using Rushing Claw's last charge. What? Using Rushing Claw's last charge will instantly refill 4 charges. Okay, then you just need to get Ferocity. But we were getting all the stacks of Ferocity anyways. Okay, I think... Yeah. I think we're gonna be Giga strong. They increase the damage of your potency. Wait, no, wait. The focus skills benefit from all the upgrades. And they increase the damage of your potency skills. Okay, but focus skills... Yeah, we get this. It's kind of meh. Yeah, okay. Fuck, we don't... I was wrong. We still have to do this movement stuff, but it's gonna be fine. It's still gonna be strong. Oh, I misread it. I thought it's your potency skills benefit from all the upgrades. Yeah, but it's still insane. Your focus skills benefit from the upgrades and increase the damage of your potency skills. So I guess you gotta cast this 8 times. Is it like fully refreshing itself? I mean, it's fine. We can spam Ravager. It doesn't really change too much. Or even Vortex. Yeah, but we're not really gonna use any of them. I don't think the Ravager upgrade is gonna be that big. I'm gonna start... Fuck Bob, man. I think we're gonna start Spiritborn. Sounds way more fun. People can despair on Bob all by themselves. Spiritborn. I mean, we're gonna play Bob anyways on a PTR, but... I think I'm gonna start Spiritborn. Like, cause we have this plus the Firestorm. I'm gonna do that one next. We'll update the planner probably tomorrow, and then we can do the builds. To test at least. Yeah, Rushing Claw is looking good. Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at the playstyle, right? And we are the... Yeah, I'm digging this. Look how happy I was. And this was like season 6 when Spiritborn was still great. Those were the days. But yeah, now imagine the Rushing Claw with more AoE. Yes, please. That's right. That's gonna be fun, guys. I hope. Hope dies last. Boom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. That's the reverse flash. Vern AoE aspect? Wait. What? I was actually playing Plains Power. Jaguar skill in Mystic Circles impose them to keep ferocity at maximum and increases your damage. And we have like 10 ferocity stacks. I don't even remember. With the hunter, it overflows by 2. Yeah, I'll check that. Might be crazy. Okay, let's check the rest. Maybe there's something else. This is gonna be insane. Okay, Blizzard, new description, deep freeze, bonus capped. Okay, yeah, they kept everything. Convulsion. Yo, that's a big buff. Now only spawns equipped conjurations. I mean, this can be good in some situations, but also pretty bad. Yeah, I want to do Firestorm Spiritborn. But I'm not quite sure how it works with the feathers. Especially with the Eagle Hall. Can you pick the feathers of the Eagle Hall, or do you have to have the aspects with it? I need to test that. Man, Meteor cooldown got reduced again. Ice spikes. The bonus damage from meteors now applies to all meteorites. But does the Eagle Spirit Hall actually spawn any feathers that you can pick up? It doesn't, right? It just fires them. I don't know if this counts. But the idea is just to evade. I don't want to run around and like run over the feathers. You will need the aspect. Yeah. We have the planner updated tomorrow. Zero. If you're here, let's make some planner. It's gonna be very exciting. Because Spiritborn has potential 2 very strong speed builds. Like farming builds. The Rushing Claw and the Feather. Moving with mobility skill or evade drops feathers. Okay, but that's pretty easy. And they also buff this, right? Okay, they increase the damage, but it doesn't really... The damage doesn't really do anything. We're gonna rely on Firestorm anyways. Okay, yeah, maybe on Sunday then, no rush. Tomorrow I can do the Barb builds. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Sounds like you do need the aspect. They spawn the feathers behind you. Wait, what? Okay, that might be a problem. Well, more stonks for the Russian Claw build. Stonks go up. Stonks must go up. Aspect of the Frozen Wake. Okay. Static Surge. Hitting enemies 8 times in a second with shock skills. Restore 30% of mana. Increases your damage by 50. Okay. Sounds good. It's like permanently now. Ooh, this is big. Enchantments are stronger and enchantments grant 30% X increased damage with their main element. So fire gives fire. Party finder menu will now automatically close after successfully joining a party. Whisper caches. Nightmare dungeon sigils no longer drop from caches. Instead, caches now have a high chance to include sigil powder. Unique items. Remove the bonus ancestral rate from unique items. I didn't even know this was a thing. Yes, I did saw the plane's power upgrade, but what was so big about it? I mean, it's like a 0 point something. Like, this is like basically no upgrade. I mean, it goes up by 0.9. It's decent, but that's like a very minor upgrade, right? Okay, this one we know. Oh, here, the Gambas. Rewards from the Obol vendor in Torment difficulties have been significantly increased. Oh, nice. There are must-find build-enabling pieces, yeah. Standard unique items are reliable, attainable through... Okay, so it's going to be very easy to get them. Finally, we like the social element of bossing. Efficiency gain from doing so in full party is too high. Yeah, that's good change. Experience received is less. This is a big W. Players in party can now instantly teleport to other enemies. Bare bones, but something like this. Let's see. Wait, but what is this? Rushing Claw. But I don't know why we would want this. Casting Rushing Claw extends duration of Incarnate. No, this one doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know why we would want that. This one for sure. Actually, I don't think we can play this either because we don't have enough resolve. It's only 55. Okay, I think these are like... Nah, we're gonna make another one, but not right now. The planner will be updated tomorrow and then we can check. I'm a bit disappointed in those feathers spawning behind you. Like, the Firestorm does look so cool. We'll see.
Channeled ability.
Yeah, PTR are gonna be fun. I'm probably gonna try Spiritborn first, then Barb, then Sork. Like, this is my initial thoughts. But we'll see. These are some good bug fixes. Bold Chieftain, bug fix. Executioner, bug fix. Ugly Bastard, okay. Fixing issue where dust, devils, and earthquakes formed by Call of the Ancients. Earthquake damage didn't fully benefit from Rumble Glyph. Okay. Some good bug fixes. Yeah, the Shatter Fireball change is very good. Wo kann man das nachlesen? I think there might also be a German version. I have a full recap here, like a video on YouTube. But we also have the full patch notes here. Man, these are long patch notes. It took me like almost 4 hours going through them. And I didn't even fully go through Necro and Druid. Okay, I think tomorrow, guys, we're gonna cook Spiritborn and Barb builds. Even though I'm very pessimistic about Barb right now. Hopefully I'm wrong. Auto cast ice shards? I don't remember that. We might. I mean, you could probably ask this Mikuna. Should we rate Mikuna? He might know. I'm pretty sure he will know. Because I gotta eat some food and then I'm gonna go sleep. But yeah, I mean, I'm still pretty excited. Like, definitely for Rushing Claw Spiritborn. That one sounds like it's gonna eat the Woe and Barb for breakfast, man, with how many multipliers it has. But obviously, we'll see. It does sound pretty good. Like, just this Rushing Claw change. Like, 20 charges, man. Plus large area. I think it's just gonna be hard to get all these charges. We might need Swift big time. Oh yeah, Ice Shard Enchantment. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully. Definitely on Sunday. But I think I'm going to theorycraft tomorrow. If we manage to update the planner tomorrow, then I'll be here tomorrow. And then we'll cook Spiritborn and Barb builds. And then maybe even Sorks. But we can always ask Mikuna for some Sork builds as well. He's blasting right now. And then we'll cook. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back then again tomorrow or on Sunday. Gonna be fun. Barb stuff, Spiritborn stuff. It's gonna be great. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great night. And I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. GG's. And on Tuesday, we blast PTR big time. Take care, my friends. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you soon. Au revoir. Have a good night, guys. Say hello to Mikuna.